Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, I regret that I am unable to be with you today, but I do want you to know that I am.
Check 1, 2.
chairs, you want them out completely?
No, like for one speech.
Huh?
For one speech. After that, we can put again. So this one is like his speech only. That's all.
Okay, then you tell us when to come and bring them back. So let's take this out.
So this is the thing. So at 9 o'clock, he'll speak. We want the table back at a couple p.m.
Yeah.
Right after he's done, we'll probably need it back because there'll be people sitting there. So that'll happen around like 9:30.
Okay, so I told him to call us right away and we'll do the same thing. It won't take us long.
So he'll call you. He'll call you.
Or you call him. You don't want him.
All right.
You have my number.
Yeah, I have your number. I'll call you like at 9:27. So you know.
Yeah, sure.
Because we'll need that move on right back.
Sure.
They would remove the tent.
No, we want to move it back so that he can stand in here, and then we'll put it back. No, it's okay.
Because they use the rails.
Okay. Hey Siri. Set the alarm for 9:25. Okay. And 9 o'clock. Be careful, don't make people. No, you can see that. Okay. Send it to me. One color or one? Color? Okay, because for a gift, you put on there. Email? Yeah.
Buenos dias, everyone.
Yes, in the front, go ahead.
I love this. So I can still go to any classroom in Washington, D.C. where I used to teach, and I can raise my hand, and I can command the whole room. And that is something that teachers do that's magical, right? It's a transmission of energy exchange that's very intentional. Where you set an intention to do something, the most amazing things happen. So, buenos dias, when I say buenos, you say dias. Buenos? Dias. Buenos? Dias. Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the HEAL conference. We are so delighted to have you back. We have a full morning, yet really delightful. I'm really excited about everything that we focused on yesterday. The continued conversations will continue today. And we're going to be starting with our first speaker of the day on the topic of unburdening chronic stress. Anyone ever felt stress in here? Oh, okay. So we got a lot of note-taking to do right now, okay? What is stress? It's a fixed mindset. Is that what's going on? So the title of the topic, Unburdening Chronic Stress, Real Relief for People Struggling with Mental Health. In today's fast-paced world, chronic stress has become a really huge challenge. I believe challenges are just opportunities to demonstrate how much we have grown and learned. Right? The heavy pressures of our modernity and life can take a toll on our mental health if we are forgetting to tune into self-care and self-love. So here, Conrad Aquino, the Chief Experience Officer, will share his personal revelation of breaking free from chronic stress, unveiling the path to a life of genuine contentment and tranquility. Please join me in welcoming Conrad to the stage.
Okay, everyone. So, imagine this. What if it was possible to relieve yourself of all the chronic stresses of life? Now, picture that for a second. How does that look like for you? Okay, so my goal for today is I'm going to attempt at the end of the session for you to have a real actionable way or a real actionable option to just do exactly that. But first, let me tell you a story about an elephant. I had my first heart attack when I was 13 years old. So I had this intense pain. It felt like there was a huge elephant sitting on my chest. So my parents brought me to the best cardiac hospital in the area. They did some tests, blood tests, EKGs, and all of that, and it came back normal. So the doctor dismissed the possibility of me having a heart attack. Well, 13-year-olds don't usually get heart attacks, right? You're a growing kid. You're fine. Your bones are stretching. Your muscles are stretching, and that's probably what you're feeling. So I took it. Well, they're doctors anyway, right? So, but the elephant remained. And it came, it went, it came, it went, it sat, it stayed, it sat, it stayed. So for years that was the case, and after a decade, the elephant and I grew familiar with each other. And I went to med school. And in med school, they have this class that teaches you about heart attacks. They tell you the signs and symptoms of heart attacks, and the symptom is chest pain, and the chest pain is an intense pain that feels like there's a huge elephant sitting on your chest. And I was like, I know that elephant. So after class, I approached my professor and I said, hey doc, he's a cardiologist, I'm familiar with the elephant that you speak of. And I've been having this elephant since I was 13. So my thought is, I've been having these heart attacks, or I'm still growing. Which is it? So he took a listen to me, and as soon as he took a listen to me, there's something wrong with your heart. Okay, What's wrong with it? Well, you have a third heart sound. Well, most people will have two heart sounds, lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. And I would have a third heart sound, lub-da-rub, lub-da-rub. Okay? So let's do these tests. And we did. We did a battery of tests, blood tests, EKGs, stress tests. They hooked me up to wires, had me run a mile, and to exhaust my heart to try to see what's going on. Everything came out negative. Well, let's do this one last test. Okay, it's a 2D echo. A 2D echo is just basically an ultrasound of the heart. It kind of visualizes what's going on in there, how the heart contracts, how it pumps out blood, how effective it is, and all that stuff. And they saw that a large portion of my heart doesn't work anymore. So I went back to the cardiologist, and he told me, well, you were right about the elephant. Okay, so what do we do about it? Well, nothing we can do about that. Well, for those in healthcare, you probably know that when heart cells die, they don't regenerate like the skin. They just get replaced with whatever tissue to fill the space. Okay, there's nothing we can do about that, but how can we prevent more damage to happen? Well, the kind of elephant that you have is called Prince metal angina. It's triggered by stress. So the only way to get rid of the elephant is to get rid of the stress. So how am I supposed to do that? Like, with life and med school and all, so, I don't know. So again, the elephant remained. And on top of that, the elephant started doing something else. It started running around in circles. I would have these palpitations that my heart would race, boom, 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 boom. And like it was a stampede that I would feel this immense fear of impending doom, that there is something really bad happening right now, or it's going to happen really soon. And this gave birth to my anxiety attacks. And for years, it continued. So the elephant sat, it ran, it sat, it ran, it ran, it sat. So throughout those years, I was also, of course, trying to get rid of the elephant. I tried every trick in the book that I could think of. Google it up, you know, how to get rid of stress. And to just name a few, I would rationalize to myself, you know, think positive. Look at the bright side. I have a pet elephant. or how about avoid the negative? Okay, Mr. Elephant, if you could just sit on that corner of the room, and I'll be right here. And if you could just stay put in that area. Now, who tells an elephant to stay put, right? And the negatives always come. Okay, so how about this? Distraction. People do distraction in different ways, and some of us, you know, get inebriated. Best way to distract yourself. or just, you know, take a vacation. 3-day weekend, I would tell the elephant, okay, it's a 3-day weekend, I'm gonna go out. By the way, I'm gonna leave the door open. You can do whatever you want, and you don't have to be here by the time I come back. Okay, and of course, after the 3-day weekend, I come back, guess what? Yes, the elephant was still there. Oh, how about this? Meditation, mindfulness, right? There is no elephant. Ignore the elephant in the room. Damn it, it's still there. So, yes, I tried and I failed miserably. And so came a low point in my life. And in this low point, I started questioning life. Now, I didn't want to be a multi-millionaire or anyone like that. I just want a simple life, a place I could call home, live with my wife and kids, and live happily ever after. Like, it's so simple. But why is that so hard? Why is it so difficult? So I started also questioning the higher power. Now, my impression of the higher power is a sentient being that is loving, forgiving, fair, and just. And I'm a sinner, of course, yes, as for most of us, but I'm not a bad person. I know people who are just straight up mean, rude, and actually take advantage of other people. I'm not like that. So why is this happening to me? So follow my logic here. If the higher power is fair and just, and what's happening to me is anything but fair and just, and these other people that are mean and rude and take advantage, they're having the time of their lives. What's happening there? So my conclusion was there are two options. First is either the higher power is just not fair and just, or there is no higher power, right? Then came along this person in my life, and he told me this. Imagine this. What if it was possible to relieve yourself of the elephant? Sure. Let's hear it. I'm all ears. Okay. You just have to do one thing. Okay. What's that? Well, you won't like it. What do you mean I won't like it? You won't like it. Well, will it get rid of the elephant? Yes, of course, 100%. Okay, let's do it. But you won't like it. So he now explained to me the origin of stress. Stress is created from the difference between our expectations and reality, right? So you wake up Monday morning, right, and you think to yourself, okay, today's going to be a good day. Today's going to be a good day, right? Expectations. Then reality happens. The day progresses, right? You forgot that there's no creamer for your coffee. You get into traffic, and someone cuts you off, and then Monday work is always the worst work, right? And then you have this annoying coworker, bills to pay, family, all of that. Any one of those, just one, would throw your day off. It's a Monday. Just knowing it's a Monday, it's not a good day, right? So expectations versus reality. The greater the difference between our expectations and reality, the greater the stress. The smaller the difference, the smaller the stress, right? Makes sense. Okay, so I ask him, what do I do now? All right, let's get rid of this elephant. Okay, so I'm sure you've tried every trick in the book. And I did, yes, but I failed. Well, the truth is, all those strategies, all those techniques were meant to help you live with the elephant, not to get rid of the elephant. It will help you cope with the elephant, live with the elephant. So if you want to continue living with the elephant, that's fine. These techniques will help you do that, yes. But if you want to get rid of the elephant, then you have to do something else. All right, okay, let's go, let's do this. All you have to do is expectations, reality, get rid of the expectations. When there is nothing to compare reality with, then there's no gap. When the gap ceases to exist, the stress ceases to exist. And it's as simple as that, right? But I wasn't having it. I was like, do you mean that I have to drop my career, leave my family, live in solitude in a cave somewhere in the mountains to achieve this life? Well, he said, no, not that. So what you need to do is just to simply, continue to set your goals, implement the plans or interventions you need to achieve your goals. And if it happens, great, yay. But if it doesn't happen, we allow life to happen. So he proceeded with a question is, how do you know how your life is supposed to be? I was like, I don't know that. But I know how I want it to be. Right? And he tells me, yes, that's the difference. This is how you want it to be, but this is how it's supposed to be. And that's why the gap still exists. Okay, and then he asks me, okay, how many times have you, made plans for your life? All the time. Okay, and how many times did each of those plans have actually, done exactly how it's supposed to be and pan out? 0 times. Yes, never. Right? So there's a reason why. There's a reason why it never pans out. Because there is a power that is greater than what our feeble minds can plan out. Right? And who am I, who are we to, tell the higher power, this is how I want a good day to be, right? And then the higher power gives us something else, and we get pissed, right? So how does that even happen? But, okay, it made perfect sense. I wasn't still having it. Now, I told him, who are you to tell me how to live my life, because this is how I want it to be, and how are you to tell me about all of this higher power mumbo jumbo, right? I wasn't having it. Okay, this is a whole bunch of you-know-what. Well, I didn't verbalize that, but I was thinking it. What I had said was, you're right. I won't like it. And let me think about it a little bit more, okay? So for months, I had continued to ponder on it, and I would think about it, and I was at rock bottom, right? So what's there to lose? Let's go ahead and try it. And I tried it. I started to think about it more in my mind, but thinking about the logic of it, even though it makes absolute perfect sense, doesn't work. Until, of course, my heart started to believe it. Right? Yes. As soon as that happened, boom. March of 2008. I remember the day like it was yesterday. It was spring, the sun started to hit my skin, and the warmth woke me up. As I went through my morning routine, I was like, there's something off. Where's the elephant? I looked high and low, near and far, and the elephant was nowhere to be found. From that day onwards, over 15 years now, I have had no heart attacks, no anxiety attacks. My nightmares, by the way, I had nightmares, it went away, and all the stresses went away with it. 0 stress for over 15 years now. And the thing is, the concept is super simple, right? It's so easy, and it's not new. We've had this concept for ages. In like the Old Testament Buddhist teachings, we have your great philosophers like Aristotle and Plato, and you have the New Testament with Jesus, etc., etc. And there were people that came before me, my mentor that showed this life to me, and I know maybe 2 other people that did this. One is now a joyologist. It's someone that, helped people discover joy back in their lives. and one is an incarcerated in federal prison, and he's having the time of his life there. Yes, stress-free. So, but the thing is, it's a process, right? It's a process. Yes, Millie knows it. And the process is, first step to change is that the desire to change must be greater than the desire to remain the same, right? The desire to change must be greater than the desire to remain the same. Yes, so the problem with this kind of change, it's a big change, it's a huge task to accomplish. And when we do this also, it's kind of a paradigm shift. It's a full mind reset, and it's going to be difficult to do that. So let's do an exercise here. I'd like you to put your hands together like you were praying, okay? And now I'd like you to notice which thumb is over the other. Mine is right over the left, and some of you will have right over left, some of you will have left over right, okay? Now what I'd like you to do is do it the other way. Now take all of those fingers, put it the other way when you're right over left, just do it left over right and vice versa. Okay, are you doing it? All right. How does that feel? Right? It doesn't feel right. Yes, it feels wrong. But is it wrong? It's not wrong. Some people do it. But our immediate reaction when we feel wrong, when we do something that we're not used to, is we go back immediately to what we're comfortable with, immediately to what is safe, what is certain, what is comfortable for us and what we're used to. And now, the problem now is how do we overcome that? Next steps is it's going to feel wrong, but it's not wrong, right? Okay, so what do we do now? The thing you need to do is you need help, okay? It's like a buddy system, like in, AA. There's a buddy system. You need to make sure that someone who has done this before is able to help you out doing it for you, or helping you out in this process. So let me tell you one last quick story, okay? A man was walking down the street, falls into a deep hole where the walls are too steep to climb, okay? Man is stuck. Doctor passes by, and, hey, doc, can you help me out? Doctor writes a prescription, throws it down the hole, walks away. Priest passes by, okay? Hey, Father, can you help me out? Priest writes a prayer, throws it down the hole, walks away. Then finally, friend passes by. Hey, Conrad, can you help me out? And then Conrad says, sure, and immediately jumps in the hole. And the man was like, are you insane? Now we're both stuck. And Conrad says, don't worry. I've been in this hole before, and I know how to get out. And in my previous life, yes, and in my previous life, I was the man. And I told my mentor that he was insane. That he was crazy. But he told me that, don't worry, I've been down this hole before, and I know how to get out. Yes. So thank you very much. So the organization that I work for is stressfreeinitiative.org. It's a nonprofit organization, 501c3. And so please, we need funding for good work to happen. Okay? And for those of you who don't know, 988 is the new suicide hotline. Last year is when they implemented that. July of last year is when they implemented that, 988. It's no longer this 10-digit long number that you have to call, because we know that it should never be necessary to resort to self-inflicted harm. And at one point in my life, it was an option. And it should never be an option, as every life deserves a chance for healing and happiness. So thank you again. Thank you.
We remember how we do this, right? It's morning, we're gonna get excited because we're gonna give them a good job song, but this time it's gonna be a little more exciting. It's always exciting to do the good job song. This one is called You Know You Did. No, just kidding, we did that one. No, did we do that one? Yeah, we did that one. Okay. Out with the old, in with the new. It's a new remix, so please don't hate. You did a great job. A great job. You did a great job. A great job. Say it with me. Out with the old, in with the new. It's a new remix, so please don't hate. You did a great job. A great job. You did a great job. A great job. All right. So as we get ready for our next panel presentation, I just want to really center how we're really feeding each other with these presentations, how we're really leaning into what some of us need to receive and hear. And that is one of the most powerful things about coming together with a collective of people who are committed to serving. Service is the rent we pay for living. That's one of my favorite quotes from Dr. Marian Wright Edelman. And I truly believe that many of us in this room embody that. Embody love, embody service, and cultivating joy and an ability to do what we are meant to do in a way that is seamless is absolutely our goal. I would like to invite our next session moderator, Dr. Natanya Watchell, to come to the stage as she begins to make her way. She's going to help us model, she doesn't know this yet, a cheer and chant as her cheer team comes up, but she's always willing to do anything. So first, I invite you to touch it. Just touch it, all right? Then I want you to learn it. So you touched it.
Yes.
Now learn it like this, learn it.
Mimic you.
Yeah, and then I want you to teach it and talk about it, okay? Did you get that? Okay.
You had me be Vanna White with the awards, feeling
Yeah,
like
I love this. This is
all the boundaries here.
touch it,
All right.
touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk about it. Try it with me. Everyone. Touch it,
teach it.
Well, I messed it up already. Here we go. First, it's touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk about it. Touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk. Now bring it low. Touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk about. Touch it, and now we're gonna get loud with it. Read it, everybody talk about it. Touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk about it. Touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, everybody talk about it. Thank you for always humor. So we're going to invite the rest of the panelists up to the stage now. Our speakers for today are Dr. Julia Mir, Rebecca, and help me out, Devaney, Ania Halama, Ryan Castle, and Brooke McGeever. They will enlighten us on the topic New Horizons, Alternatives to Medicine Entering the Mainstream RX Education. Please give it up for our panelists. Woo!
Can everybody hear me? Good? Because the AV team is awesome, and they even navigated a few last minute, oh, can we add people and change the microphones? And here we go. So thank you, everyone. I'll get everyone a minute to get settled, because of course I have a panel that breaks the rules and has extra people, because I'm like, no, I need this person, and can I have this person, and then, oh yeah, and this person. So thank you for your patience as we get oriented. Here, wait, we can move down. Well, we couldn't follow a better presentation, right? Thank you so much. There are so many things about what you said that I think you're going to see we're going to weave in similarly, because all of us in this room, and as Malika said, are very, very committed to try and help heal, whether it's one person or a community or the world, whatever size goal you have. And I think a lot of it comes from maybe unbundling and unburdening ourselves from all the rules and all the rigor that we were taught, but also sometimes respecting and marrying that sort of traditional approach to healing on the Western side, but also looking into things, as you mentioned, right, that have been around for hundreds and thousands of years. And so we're going to talk about all the woo-woo, but many of the folks come from also a more conventional, Western medicine side of the world. So it's really interesting, I think, when you look at those synergies and being open enough to kind of let go of one foot in everything that you've ever been taught, potentially, right? And to adopt it and blend it. So we're gonna just basically take a little walk together. And the first thing I wanna do is introduce you to, well, my new friend and my good old friends that I've assembled here, who are an incredible kaleidoscope of folks. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and just saying a little bit about your background, and then we'll go down the line and then we'll kind of get into it. So I'll start with Julia.
Hi, I'm Julia. I joke that Hi, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Julia. I joke that I'm a recovering physician. I got my medical degree. I was in pediatrics. I was ready to go. And 2 years in, I realized I'm not buying what I'm selling. So 5 years ago, I resigned, and I found myself kind of in a crisis and realized that something has to be different in medicine. And at the same time, the psychedelic industry, the medical industry, started to evolve. And I had the privilege of being able to position myself throughout the ecosystem and really see the potential here, the limitations, and kind of how we can move forward to incorporate all of this into the Western model.
Awesome.
My name is Anya, and I'm all the woo. I'm a spiritual mentor as well as integration coach. I work with plant medicines, specifically ayahuasca, ancestral medicines, ayahuasca, rape, mambe, ones you probably never even heard of, as well as psilocybin and other ones. Similar to many people, the reason I got into this was because I had 10 years, an entire decade of being very sick, mental illnesses, IBS. I was allergic to every food. I was going blind, and just Western medicine wasn't working for me. So I was looking for an alternative path to find something that was healing. And once I healed myself, I was like, this is a way that I can help others. And the light was lit inside of me, and now I help people heal through alternative medicines.
So my name's Ryan Castle. I'm the director of the Chopra Foundation Institute, and we work in doing public health research into integrative medicine. So we explore mind-body therapies, concepts of consciousness, as well as elements in between, such as referenced there, spirituality, psychedelics, mental health, and as well as chronic disease. One of our main areas of focus is trying to really help support everybody else here at this table by doing as much research as we can into specifically the evidence base and the efficacy of different treatments, so that when people are trying to make the case either to their doctor or to their institution saying, this is what I want to try with my patients, this is what I want to introduce to this clinic, they'll be able to have clear-cut evidence as to say, this is the rate of success that we've been able to see in peer-reviewed studies. And our goal is to try to put that information out there and to try to make it easy as possible for people to implement it on the practitioner level.
Hi, I'm Brooke McKeever, and I work with LightMD, which is a medical device company. I also own and operate with my husband a wellness clinic where we focus on primarily photobiomodulation and empowering people to heal themselves through light. I started both the business and my interest in this after a traumatic accident and helping myself to heal after I was told that I needed surgery in my neck, which in my 20s, which would lead to many more surgeries after that and a lifetime of pain. I didn't settle, and I literally had my aha moment. I saw the light, and I knew that that was my calling. So that's what I dedicate my life and my time to, and really love it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Devaney, and I am a serial entrepreneur, which is a lot like being a serial killer, but it's all self-inflicted pain through unreachable goals and working too hard. I'm actually here with my sixth company, Mycodose.ai, which is combines my complete obsession with mycology, the study of mushrooms, and artificial intelligence. And all of my companies have been impact companies. I just like to build things and try and make the world a little better. And I haven't done anything else for 17 years.
Awesome, thank you. See? And I guess I don't usually, I talk a lot, if you know me, that's known. But I don't always like to say everything personal, so I will also say yes. Similarly, you know, we are, most of us driven here, just like the story of the elephant that you carried with you since 13. Many of us have a different kind of elephant that we may have carried in some way. And when you have that transformation of health, you really appreciate it. I know I was near death's door a few times. It took me a few times before I thought, maybe I should change something. And it was actually sort of an unbundling and an unburdening of all of the things that you said, and looking at ways that we can heal from within. And sometimes those are with modalities that you need to add, right? Like a light or mycelium or whatever you're into, right? Or ayahuasca. But also there's a lot of, you know, the heart and mind, as we spoke about. And having worked in sort of the corporate world with a lot of, these are the clinical paradigms and this is the rules, this is the treatment for XYZ disease. And like you said, the dog walk by, no offense, right? Write the script and throw it down the hole. Really looking at finding ways to, sadly, legitimize a lot of the things that are happening with clinical endpoints so that the people who aren't necessarily as open at looking outside and looking at healing rather than placating or, you know, dulling pain rather than looking at what is the root of that pain or problem. So it's been an interesting journey, and the folks up here represent a background in many different modalities. And because of that, I'd like to start out with just sort of a landscape overview from anyone who'd like to start. I might just pick on you, so just be warned right now. We didn't do like Tori, where we exactly passed everyone out, planned out ahead of time. What are some of the things you're most excited about? And maybe I'll just start with you, Dr. Mayer, about in the field of sort of alternative treatment. And that's a big market basket word, but what are some of the things you're really excited about that you're seeing in your work today?
So a couple of things. One, in 2018, ketamine, which has been used as an anesthetic since the 60s, was approved for, it was designated breakthrough therapy, which means the FDA is fast-tracking research using ketamine for mental health conditions. I believe in 2019, the same thing happened for psilocybin, which is the magic in the mushrooms. And that's really exciting because that means we're starting to legitimize, you know, just the use of these medicines for these conditions in the context of a world that is burning. So that part is exciting. I think the other thing that's exciting is that these medicines, the way that they work, they're forcing us to apply more of this Eastern approach where we're not trying to mask the symptoms. We're recognizing that the symptoms are there for a reason, and we're actually moving towards them. We're allowing people to feel their feelings even more to then get them to the other side. This is not the way that we're used to practicing. Like you said, you get a prescription and you go. So what I'm most excited for is the opportunity for systems change. Because if we realize that, okay, this thing that works anecdotally, you have all of these people from the underground community to the research around mind-body connection, everyone is saying that this is going to work, and we are going to have to make it work in a broken system. And in order to do that, we need to change the system. So I'm looking forward to group therapy becoming part of the conversation. The other thing is coaching. You know, therapy goes into, you know, what happened, why, and you're stuck there. Coaching is like, okay, these things happened. You sat with them in your ceremony, in your, you know, ketamine session. Now what? And so we're even seeing it in terms of ICD-10 codes. There's now a code for coaching. It's in its trial run, so in the next couple of years, they're gonna assess and say, hey, coaching should be covered by insurance. And in 2024, there's a CPT code for psychedelic therapies, which means in 5 years from that, it may be possible to actually get these treatments covered by insurance. So that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. And also deprescribing, right? So there's already clinical data that shows, you know, that the interventions such as these ultimately can lead to deprescribing of, you know, not that medicine doesn't, or certain compounds have a role, but to deprescribe certain things, especially in mental health, so.
And I want to touch on that a little bit more. This is a very common thing, and particularly a problem with pediatric populations. We know how to start a medication, a mental health medication. There's really no discussion about ending it. And so psychedelics could actually be that bridge for people who are so dependent on their medication that they don't believe that they can live without it. This gives them like a little bit of hope that they can. And it can really, I think that that's going to be one of the most valuable use cases for psychedelics. So thank you for that.
All right. Anyone else would like to share? Because I'd love to hear a couple. We'll just go down the row. How about that?
So what I'm most excited about is I live in South America and I work with ancestral medicines. Ayahuasca, like I mentioned, is one of them, and that one's very close to my heart. And ayahuasca, they've been having these traditions, having these ceremonies inside their family lineage for years, and they never questioned if this works, if they believe it, or if anything, if this is real. They just know deep inside of them because it's passed on for years and years and years in their family lineages. And people go to these ceremonies and they heal. They have this amazing, beautiful spiritual experience. Whereas Americans, the Westerners, we question everything. We're like, oh, is this real? Is this going to work? Like, does a doctor recommend it? Like, all of these questions that we have in our heads all the time. So we're bringing the research as well as the belief of this ancestral medicine that it works. That's what I'm most excited about, is merging the Western and the ancestral together. It's not only can we provide the research, like what happens to the body, what happens to your blood, what happens to your brain, what happens in your composition that is actually allowing you to heal all of these things that are going on within you, but also having that, yes, this is proof. It's been going on for centuries with this medicine. That's what I'm most excited about, is bringing the two worlds together.
Awesome.
So asking me about what I'm most excited about in the field is a dangerous question because I'm a gigantic nerd, and I could spend the next 20 minutes talking to you guys about. But I'll just say the thing that I'm most excited about is the fact that in the scientific field, we are finally starting to get to a place where people are getting out of their silos and starting to recognize that if we want to actually treat the major problems that are facing our country and our world, especially in the Western world, of overwhelming chronic disease and chronic pain, we're going to need to start to embrace an integrated, multidisciplinary approach. We can't simply have a collection of specialists, each trying to treat one different thing in one different way, and then all together they'll somehow miraculously all come up with a complementary system. It's not the way that it works, and we're starting to see, both through the bodies of research into individual topics, and also through integrating existing medical systems from around the world, that you have to approach human beings as a whole organism, not just a collection of organs. And that idea of approaching things from a systemic perspective is hard and it's complicated and it requires large groups of people from a lot of different backgrounds working together. And I think that in and of itself is one of the things I'm most excited by, is getting people together for one of the first times to talk about, hey, here are all of our different ideas on these things, and how can we come up with something that is synthesizing all of it? And that's building on what we desperately need to bring these worlds together. So that's what I nerd out about.
So I love what you said about that, and it being systemic in nature with what we're trying to do and mimic nature and use that for our own healthcare. What I'm most excited about is that doctors are now recommending to their patients to try light therapy. And that's happened really this year, I'd say in 2023, that I have more and more clients that are coming to our clinic who have been referred by their doctor, not directly to us, but just said, I'm out of options, you've tried medication, and you've tried everything that I have to give you, and it's not working, you're still suffering. So why don't you try this red light therapy thing? And then because we've implanted ourselves in the community and helped quite a variety of people and been there for quite some time now, I feel like we're trusted. And so we go as a source of hope, and we're able to bring that to our clients and also to their families and their friends, because most of our business is referral based by somebody that they know and trust. And because it's something new and alternative, people are still looking and have a lot of questions. And there's also a lot of misinformation out there. With a new industry like photobiomodulation, there's things that like panel lights and wands and lasers, and mostly the community has no idea the difference because everything says it's the same thing. So bringing that to light literally is part of the education process and how our system will work differently and how we collaborate with doctors. So I really like that aspect of it. And then like Anya touched on bridging ancestral and Western medicine, our photobiomodulation is bridging Eastern and Western medicine into the quantum realm. So I think that's important, and all of these energy medicines are effective and working on a whole system from both the mind and the body.
I'm very interested to learn more. So I always like to say that I wish that the United States had a Bill of Responsibility when they got the Bill of Rights. And one of the things I wish that we all felt the responsibility for was psychological safety. And psychological safety is 4 steps. It's the right to be included. It's the right for you to feel like you can learn. It's the right for you to feel like you can contribute. And it's the right for you to challenge. And at work, in your homes, and when you're sick, you deserve psychological safety. And right now what we're seeing is a tension in the innovation age where everyone in this room is building psychological safety with alternative medicines that empower the person who may be struggling to include themselves, to contribute to their own care, to challenge. And these are things that we're seeing the sort of medical system pull away from that, where less time per patient, less relationship, myopic, singular diagnoses instead of looking at the whole system. And there's just more patients and more doctors that want to execute their Hippocratic oath than there are people who want to fight the trend that we will, with technology, give psychological safety back in work life and in hospitals. And so that's what I'm most excited about.
Awesome. I'm going to probably start with you next because we're going to transition to sort of the role of tech. So I love sort of these ideas that we are these, we were talking about last night. What is there a box? Think out of the box. And Richard said, what box? So that, that when we hear that expression. So sometimes there is a perception that alternative means something only of this earth and or, a plant, and there's a big part of that, or it's about spirituality, or it's about movement and breath work. And so one of the things that's really interesting about all of you in this room, and why I'm really hoping that some of this resonates with you, and I'm seeing all these amazing connections across these multiple disciplines, where we look at technology that is here to stay and is taking a bigger and bigger role, and the intersection of that within all kinds of healing arts. And so I wanted to shift into, and maybe start with you, Rebecca, down the row, about the role that you see that especially within AI is playing in accelerating our ability to heal and to blend some of these lessons that have been around from the Eastern traditions and some of the new data that we're getting with patient populations who are practicing, whether they be a modality or something that you ingest or those kinds of things, and how we're able to, instead of shy away from and say, no, this is sort of alternative means just free of tech and that, and sort of bridge these worlds together and get the most out of it.
Thank you. My background is in technology, but my business partner is one of the top AI cybersecurity experts in autonomous vehicles. He led the IPO for Rivian, and I mean, he's a hardcore technologist. So we're just a tech team, really. But I live, breathe, and love mushrooms, and so that is also part of it. So I feel like that question, I'm just sitting here and I'm like, well, it's everything that I do every day. But what
Yeah,
we've
that's
done,
kinda
I
why
know,
I did
yeah,
that.
you're very good at this. So we're building, it's really exciting. We're building a platform called Osiris. Osiris is the god of mushrooms. And what it's going to do is, and what it's doing is taking in research, user data. We basically have 5 different inputs. And we're going to be hopefully giving, we all know that we have all the data that mushrooms extend your life by 16% if you take them regularly. They decrease depression by 36%. I'll get into this, I'm speaking on it later. One of the best things you can ever do is consume either whole mushroom supplements or mushrooms in general. I have 2 mushroom gardens. I am replacing meat with mushrooms. I've never felt better. And when I was working, I was like, I really need to be in this field, but there's no data. There's no data on anything. Mushrooms have been around for 2 billion years, and we co-evolved with them, and yet we don't know how much lion mane somebody should take for clarity and focus. We don't know ever. It's just completely unregulated, which is great because we can enter the field, but what we're trying to do is actually get those answers. Get the answers, and that's all we're trying to do. And that we're a data company. We're not a supplement company, although that is part of what we're doing. That actually is just a tiny part. We really want to be able to help people have an optimal mushroom journey so they can just live longer, healthier, better lives. And so without AI, we can't do that. And it's just like kind of a miracle, as I see every day, where we're putting together papers and research, and we're like, oh wait, we know how to put those 2 things together to help somebody who's doing chemotherapy. You can give somebody turkey tail with chemotherapy and reishi, and they are way more likely to survive. And they do this in Japan. It's just the US is so behind. So I too could talk about this for 20 minutes, and I'm going to stop.
Nobody's passionate about anything you're about to hear today.
So technology, I mean, our light device is technology. It was created by an electrical engineer in early 2000s, and then with Richard, our CEO, everybody who has a cell phone, the LED flash camera in it, he's responsible for that many years ago, and so he paired up with Dan Schell, the inventor, and they're basically both, the engineers are from the semiconductor world, so it's using forms of energy and processing. We use frequency and light, so it definitely is technology, but what it's meant to do is mimic nature. And so using technology with frequencies that respond to different tissue types respond to different frequencies. And so all of this is of the earth. In fact, we actually have the Schumann resonance, which is the earth's frequency, as a program that's already pre-programmed into our device. And so, using things like that are light, which is wavelengths that we can receive from the sun, given we get enough sunshine. So it's taking us back to nature without the harmful ionizing rays, and using technology to fast track that and give us more benefits in a shorter amount of time. So that's how we're using technology.
I think the role of technology is also at the root of why I prefer the term integrative medicine to alternative medicine. Because alternative medicine indicates this is a subset aside from medicine. Traditional, natural, whatever you might want to categorize that as, it is separate over here. But in reality, I think that what we're all talking about here are different ways of trying to approach humans as an integrated life form. We're not disconnected from our context, our environment, our society. Our mind is not disconnected from our body or our heritage. And I think that's how we work technology in, because technology is part of our environment. It's a part of our context. And incorporating that is no more unnatural than it would be to say, well, I take aspirin or Tylenol in addition to whatever else I'm facing. These are all simple ways of trying to improve our health. One of the ways that we personally through our research programs use technology is in both pattern recognition using AI. We use virtual reality to try to explore the vagus nerve and find out what are the activation networks that we can explore? How do we map out auricular stimulation down to the entire vagus network? And these are things that would have been almost impossible to do in a meaningful way without technology to get into them. But they're all building off of older systems, off of traditional systems. And I think that that's the key part of technology, is that it's a tool, as has been said over and over again, and it's a tool that can help to build up an integrated medical system that builds on what has existed before and hopefully can make it accessible to people who didn't previously have access to that traditional medical system. So that's where we see it.
So again, I'm all the woo, not very much of the tech. But I do like to educate myself on it. And with my company, Expansion Alchemy, it is an online learning portal where we do teach breath work, EFT tapping, things that you can do on your own meditation. And I do love that it is more accessible to everyone else. I love that AI can do a lot of predictions. I'm actually working on a book right now all about ayahuasca, and I'm working with doctors in order to show what is happening in the body, what are the compositions that are changing. And with AI, we can make a lot of those predictions of what could actually happen on some of these medications, on some of these different medicines, and show what is truly possible for each individual person. Be like, okay, this is what your body is going through. This is what your blood is showing you. This is the medicine that you are needed. We can make these predictions, and we can show people in a way that they've never seen before what exactly they're healing, what exactly they're going through, what is going to happen in their bodies. And then it is definitely more accessible to the rest of the world because it is online, it is virtual, it is accessible now in a way, especially with technology, with my school, for example. It is accessible to the wider audience, and it is more cost effective as well, because a lot of people, for example, like insurance, they haven't been able to have access to a lot of these doctors, all of these high-end things, because they just couldn't afford it. So now making it more accessible through the cost is also giving a wider audience for people to actually heal.
One thing I'll say, Ryan, you mentioned that technology is a part of our lives. I think that's more apparent for children. They grew up with tech. So as we're building the future of healthcare, as we're building the future of education, we're not building it for ourselves. We're building it for them. And like in terms of in our industry, in psychedelics or just in mental health, there's a lot of people that are thinking about that. So you have these kids that are on their devices. They're in these alternate reality worlds on their screens. Are they going to want to come and talk about their mental health to a therapist one-on-one when they're not even used to talking like that? Probably not. But if you can get them into a play mode, then you could really start to explore the things that they're going through. And I'm thinking of one company in particular where the person is, the user has, they can almost play with their memories. They have a memory, it gets stored somewhere, and they pull it out, and then they can invite their therapist to go talk about that. That's incredible. For me, I'm like, what? No, I don't want to do this. But for everyone who's, like the kids who are suffering now, we got to meet them at their level. So I think tech, I think that's where tech is really going to play a role.
That's awesome, thank you. My heart is leaping. I'm trying to focus that there's a whole room of people because I just want to look at my friends. And I hope many of you are connecting and resonating with this, and I know many of you walk in similar fields in life and similar philosophies. And one of the things that I was hoping to do here is, I think, Mark, you said it yesterday about, even the most brilliant scientific minds have only the body of knowledge that they have and their lens. And that what we're trying to do here is get a really small group of cool nerds, people who are really committed to change and looking at our different backgrounds and lenses and biases, and also being able to layer the best of what we see is working, but also to buoy one another. We have people here with connections to funds, connections to organizations, to government change and legislation, to some of the boots on the street in the medical world, in hospitals, in care centers. So my hope is that everyone finds something that they can connect with, someone that they can connect with in a new way, and see about how we can kind of become this layered fabric or chain that kind of builds all of us up and builds the society around us. And I love what you said about integrative rather than alternative. And now I kind of really wish we had said that as the topic. But so within that, you know, we talked a little bit about just high level, our personal and professional views on what's happening, where we can go. And, you know, regulations you touched on as well, in terms of regulations are changing, which unfortunately seem to be like the litmus test for legitimacy, right? Like if there's an ICD-10 code for it, well, then it's real. So I think it's really great that we're doing, I mean, remote monitoring even was like a breakthrough concept, right? We talked about caseloads. We talked about, as a whole, meaning today here, and those of you who are new, we talked about looking at how an individual can approach healing not as a bunch of body parts, right? Or how a clinician can look at, well, that's your weak spot in that body part, and then we're gonna placate that body part. And so looking at systems. And so when we put all of those things together, there's a lot of hopefulness about what that can mean. And I think many of us in this room can relate to wanting something more, whether it's for your own self, for your treatment, for your family, whether it's you're an oncolytic mystery, you've been told like you don't exist in this book. And so we are really looking at paradigm shifts and how we talk about, you know, whether you're in the Midwest and it's an internal medicine doctor and there's a diabetes diagnosis, and instead of sort of the you should, you know, take a walk, exercise, stop drinking, stop smoking, and looking at ways that are more collaborative care, that give the person a sense of autonomy about you can heal this. This is not, your life is not over. You don't have to be defined by this. And there are a bunch of different things you can do, and many of them don't cost you anything. And we talked about that in terms of life is a party. We get one of them. And how we want to make it last a long time, but we also want to have a really good time for as long as we can. And so it's just really, really exciting to me to have all of these people who want to be a part of that message and make it real, and make it real for people who aren't maybe where we are right now, who some of these terms and some of these modalities might be a little bit either concerning or conflicting, perhaps personal or spiritual beliefs, and really looking at how do we embrace all of these differing cultures and ways of being and layer them together. And so I know we're going to be out of time in a moment. I just wanted to say thank you to my incredible panel here, and thank you to all of you for paying attention, for looking up at us and being open to the discussion. And if we have time, can we take some questions? Because I think that would be really great to have some interactive instead of us just talking at you. So I think they're going to bring you a microphone.
First of all, thanks, guys. I have a ton of questions, but I'll try to keep it to two. So the first one's kind of a big one, but how do you see this going with, I'll say the term big pharma? You know, they're the biggest donors to legislators, politicians. They control over 75% of the FDA's budget at this point. So how do you see that getting past that? And then second question, if you have time, is just from a pediatric standpoint, what kind of research is being done or studies being done on younger children and the use of these alternatives?
Well, for the pharma one, I guess I could take that first. So I came from that world, and it's a bit overwhelmingly disheartening in some ways, but you know, advocacy, they have a lot of, let's say, financial commitment to advocacy, but that advocacy is usually for a self-gain around getting their medication into as many hands as possible, covered lives, right? It's not really patient advocacy or even clinician advocacy. That said, it's kind of like you can't beat them, join them type of thing. So I feel like if there's a way to let pharma be the hero too sometimes, and the payers, who often control a lot of what we see in terms of what is considered, you know, either whether we're talking about coverage, whether we're talking about step edits, whether we're talking about, you know, barriers to get to this compound or product. But I do see some shifts in some pharmaceutical companies who are embracing the idea that maybe they have to look at integrative medicine as this necessary evil that they have to deal with, right? So they're actually adopting things like digital therapeutics that aren't diagnostics and offering them to patients who are on their compounds, especially in CNS products and mental health. So that's kind of hopeful for me from coming from that world. They have to see there's a financial gain and benefit. So as Mark was actually, they were talking about yesterday, pharmacoeconomic model. So if we look at least for the payer side, if we look at populations that affect change in a positive way by coaching, by doing a ketamine series of treatments, by having psilocybin for PTSD, for example, or what have you, and looking at longitudinally the financial, like the bottom line ROI that we keep you out of the hospital, obviously preventing either suicide, deprescribing, the actual annual cost of the medications goes down, then they'll be like, okay, maybe we'll allow for this. And just like things like acupuncture, which now get reimbursed for, that's why with Ryan's paper, in the systems model for yoga and pain, I mean, we did a podcast and talked about it actually through the lens of the opioid epidemic. And I talked about how these are actual methodologies and ways that clinicians can adopt to use and kind of still be the hero, even though they didn't actually hand out a script. Or you're going to be the pediatric.
I was just going to say, in terms of the pharmaceutical model, absolutely. There's a lot of ways to incorporate pharmaceutical companies in a way where they are incentivized to be invested to some degree. I also think that it's a fallacy to think that the only way we can get health interventions into the hands of patients and the public is through pharmaceutical companies, insurers, and physicians. That's one of the biggest advantages I feel behind integrative practices, is the fact that these have existed in cultures and societies as a public property for millennia. And even most of the interventions that are available today, with the exception of controlled substances such as ketamine and psilocybin, things like that, these are accessible to the public without requiring a prescription, without having to go through a pharmaceutical company. And these are things that if we can get grassroots awareness of this out there, the public can access this content and this material on their own at a price point that is negligible, really. We did a study where we looked at inflammatory treatments, and we found that pharmaceutical, when you looked at over 24 biomarkers, the leading anti-inflammatory prescription drugs affected 5 of those biomarkers consistently. A combination of nutritional supplements and meditation affected 23 biomarkers. The price point between those two is so massive, it doesn't even show up on a graph. It's just, there's the pharmaceutical prescriptions, and then down here, it's meditation, which you can get guided meditations on your phone for free. You can get melatonin and vitamin D at any drugstore for a couple of bucks. We don't have to go through pharmaceutical companies, insurers, to be able to improve people's health. We just need to get information about what can improve their health into their hands and help people make an informed decision.
I have something really quick. I think it's important for this kind of type of integrative medicines and therapies to be taught in med school. And I think a big part of young doctors and people who are being educated and who are serving our societies now are not learning about this stuff. They're not learning about light. They're not learning about the impacts of psilocybin and mushrooms.
Nutrition. There's like one nutrition course in the med school.
And I think that that is we're at a loss because of that. And until there can be other funded syllabuses for med school where that includes some of these integrative approaches, then I think we're going to continue to be at a loss, and we'll just have to approach it different ways, like Ryan was mentioning.
So in terms of the pediatric question, the Multidisciplinary Association of Psychedelic Studies, companies called MAPS, they've been pushing MDMA forward since 1985. And they got to a point now, they've completed their phase 3 study where 67% of participants no longer qualified for PTSD diagnosis after they did this very psychotherapy-heavy MDMA sessions. And the company, this actually touches on the pharma, it's like if you can't beat them, join them. This company cannot go to market without shifting their business model a lot. They had to bring in investment. It was all philanthropic money before. You just can't get over that hurdle if you're not going to play their game. And this company is going to be the first one that is mandated to then study the drug in adolescent populations. So I think it's like 19 to 25. And or it may even be younger, but the reason is because they're like, well, if it works for adults, we have to see how it works in children too. And I think that that's very important because we're currently treating people with psychedelic medicine. Like in the clinical trials that I had, I was lucky to be a part of, they had to have failed a bunch of medications. Why are we making children fail medications before they get something that can actually address the root cause? And so I think that's going to be very important. I have colleagues that are collecting anecdotal evidence of children who, found their parents' mushroom chocolates. And you have a child, yeah. And it's like divine intervention. You have this chocolate is in the freezer behind the ice cream and the cookies and everything, and this child with oppositional defiant disorder, so extremely poor behavior, uncontrollable kid, his symptoms improved. Another anecdotal, story was a 9-year-old girl with an eating disorder. First of all, why? But second of all, she did this, her symptoms improved. So we're not there yet. There's no blanket statement that this is going to be safe for, no. Because even in indigenous communities, yes, their children would take the ayahuasca with them, a small sip, but those children aren't suffering from culture-induced mental health conditions. That TikTok helps them identify that they have bipolar disorder. They're not dealing with this. So treading lightly, but I do think that's the future, and that's something that I'm hoping to be a big part of.
Thank you.
So I'm a very transparent person, and I think we all have talked about stigmas enough in here for me to share this, but I have CCPTSD, and I manage it with herbs, meditation, things like that. And I live in South Carolina. Well, I can't take marijuana or medicinal marijuana. I'm divorced, and the family court system has made it very clear to me that anything like that, I would have my children removed. Just like mushrooms and things like that. I have friends who do those things. And I've thought about it, but the family court system and the legal system is so far behind on their stigma that even my children with disorders can't take anything, or they would be taken from my home. So I have to avoid sorry, this is frustrating. I have to avoid things that would help my children, and am forced to give them pharmaceuticals for their problems because DSS or the family court system will not allow it. So what education are we doing for the legal system to educate them and help them get on board with other options?
First of all, my heart goes out to you for what you're going through, especially being aware that the system isn't serving and having to do that. That's a very tough place to be in. I was just at a conference, it was a psychedelic conference, 10,000 people. So the conversation is happening. And in that, there was a panel, they were talking about a study of, I think it was 4 children, younger, teenagers, who were given ketamine treatment. And they had severe mental health conditions. And I think it's gonna be slow, unfortunately, but it's already happening. There's already kind of a little bit of the needle being moved so that we have at least case studies to say we need this, big IRB study. And it's really getting this information to people who are still in the system. I left, but I encourage a lot of my physician colleagues to stay and do something, to just start talking about it, because that's going to be how it trickles down. Social worker students, in our ketamine clinic in New York, we have interns come through our doors because we understand it's not going to be changing the minds of the people who are on their way towards retirement. It's going to be educating the young people coming in who are still motivated to make a difference.
And I'll just say, in terms of that also, thank you for sharing your situation. And there's a lot of people who are in, unfortunately, a very similar one. And that's something that we've also been trying to deal with. We've consulted in both the House and the Senate on a number of different components trying to improve legalization thresholds. Unfortunately, I think we all know right now that expecting efficient action from Congress is not something we should be holding our breath on, especially on a
But there
topic
is
that is
movement.
controversial.
There is movement.
There is movement. There is movement. It's, for what you're dealing with, it's slow, and it's going to be a while. In terms of alternatives, because I'd like to say that there are very few situations where there is no second option. There's a lot of work that has been done with neuroplasticity and neurogenesis, which are the main things that really fuel psychedelics having such a profound effect on mental and even physical health. There's a lot of work in virtual reality, combining meditative practices with virtual reality assisted visualizations that we've actually been able to find through neuroaesthetics are stimulating very similar levels of neuroplasticity and genesis that have been shown to dramatically improve trauma reactions and similar situations. So I would say that's something to start to look into. It's still a burgeoning field, but it is one that's accessible in places where, unfortunately, psychedelics might not be.
And I wanted to add too, when we talk about mushrooms, at least on this panel, we're not only talking about psychedelic mushrooms, we're also talking about sort of functional mushrooms, so things you can have, you know, in your garden, that also have been shown to demonstrate sort of cellular regeneration and health in all ways that essentially we were talking yesterday about the batteries, you know, the Duracell batteries and the battery sort of cells structure within our cellular walls that affect change and healing. And so there are probably more things there. And the good news is that there are an exponential number of studies that are coming out. And unfortunately, that's kind of that first step, right, to legislation. If you can sort of prove it, reprove it, and say this is it's almost a detriment to society not to allow this, that's how we push the needle. And unfortunately, some states, because of the way the Western U.S. is, the Western side of the U.S. is structured, it's not at a federal level. So sometimes it is actually only a matter of where you live, what treatment you can get. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. But it's unfortunately that's where we're at. So thank you again also for sharing. And I hope that there's some things that we can help with today. And I'm sure we will talk with you afterwards more.
There'll be an opportunity to continue the conversation at the networking hour. We do have one more keynote speaker before our break. So I know there are more questions and there are more comments, and I'm just gonna invite everyone, go ahead and put them in your pocket so you don't forget them, okay? Put them in your pocket. And then at the networking and coffee break, find each other, build, and let's keep the solutions going. So give it up for our panelists today. Meaningful conversations. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You know you did a good job, so say you did a good job. You did a good job. Good job. Good job. All right, good job for our panelists. And our next speaker is already on stage. How exciting. So rejoining us will be Rebecca Devaney, the co-founder of Myodose.ai and the head of training and development at Happy. She'll be talking about leveraging the power of mushrooms and AI to create optimal mushroom vitamin journeys. This session will focus on the symbiotic relationship between mushrooms and AI, showcasing how these two forces can work harmoniously to curate personalized vitamin journeys. Please give Rebecca a round of applause.
Am I able to change the slides? Yes. Okay, and do I need a mic? This is my mic? Oh, should I just use one of those? Okay. All right. So today, I'm going to do one round of box breathing because I am not only speaking on mushrooms for the first time, but I'm introducing this company. We've been in stealth mode. So today is the first day of Myodose.ai. So I'm just going to calm down. And I'm going to take these 20 pieces of paper and throw them as I go through my notes, and just bear with me. So today we're going to talk about 3 things. We're going to talk about, I'm just going to put these here and like toss them as I go. So we're going to talk about the relationship of fungi by focusing on one mushroom that you've probably never heard of and its journey throughout history. We're going to discuss whole mushroom vitamins and how they're going to change all of our lives, and how our company is going to use AI to make that experience better. So this is my personal mushroom journey. I'm what you call a citizen scientist. I have a lab in my basement. I have a traveling microscope upstairs. I have a lot of microscopes. I have a lab in the basement. It started one day when my neighbor took me foraging, and I've hiked all over the world, I looked down instead of up. And I looked down and I saw this magical world. And I don't know what happened that day, but it was kismet. I fell in love with mushrooms in a way that I haven't with any other part of nature. And the cool thing about this experience is that, now the ends move down, these are all things I've built. That's a catamaran for my fogger, for my tent. That's my indoor mushroom thing. That's my outdoor mushroom garden. And those are the food I grow. So this was just something that I was just going to have as a lifestyle. And then I just kept going. So Alan Rockefeller is one of the best photographers of mushrooms in the world. And he just goes and takes weird pictures of mushrooms in Ecuador that are eating caterpillars. And I just love this guy. And he says something really interesting once. He said, the closer we look at nature or anything, we can't help but love it. And that's what happened to me, where I started foraging every day. I started growing mushrooms. And I became an advocate for biodiversity, but pretty hardcore. I mean, all we want to do is make money on this and give it away to biodiversity advocacy and protect this beautiful, amazing planet. And it's all from just looking closely at mushrooms. So I guess that I wanted to get into, we'll just get into the next step. So now you know that I'm a crazy mushroom lady, and we're going to continue. And I am. If anybody wants to talk about mushrooms, if anyone wants to go foraging, I'm your girl. So does anybody know who this is? Anybody? Otzi the caveman? There we go.
The guy they found in the Alps,
Iceland.
Yeah, very frozen, very well preserved, and they're like, oh wow, this is an extremely accurate depiction. This is fantastic.
That's exactly what happened. So Otzi is really interesting because he was so well preserved. He was found in a glacier, and he's the oldest wet mummy that we've ever found in nature. And on them, we found these things that gave us clues to how our ancestors developed. And we found stones. So he was using stones as tools. And we also found a bronze axe, which means that they were already making tools, which is really important. We will get into that. They also found something else. They found the amado mushroom on him. The amado mushroom is known as the flint mushroom, and it burns in a very specific way. It slow burns. It burns so you can forge something in fire, like a tool, which would be the advent of tools, and it would lead to the Industrial Revolution, because tools were the first thing that we went around and traded. That's when people started to move to trade. So this is the earliest sort of symbiotic relationship we saw. And even if they weren't forging the fire in this slow-burning flint mushroom that would be able to be used in these colder climates, it still was being used to preserve, to sharpen. It's pretty incredible to think that he only had a few things on him, and one of it was the flint mushroom. Anybody know this guy? Any doctors here who took a Hippocratic oath? So a couple thousand years later, we've got Hippocrates. Hippocrates was one of the first surgeons, but it didn't go so well. None of the early surgeries went very well. So the earliest medication we had was actually cauterization, or burning a wound so it would heal. And this actually worked really well, because if a limb was rotting, or it would stop the bleeding, and it would also preserve it. And he used the amidon mushroom, which he also said was anti-inflammatory, to cauterize wounds. So the earliest emergency medical interventions were the same mushroom that helped build the industrial age. And this is building the medical age. And this was our first it probably wasn't very pleasant, but it worked. Anybody know this guy? Okay, this is like the OG. This is a hero of pretty much anyone that's in mycology. Paul Stamets. Paul Stamets is a scientist, a mycologist. He holds 70 patents. He is incredible. And if you've seen Fantastic Fungi on Netflix, you probably saw a lot of him.
If you didn't see it, please see it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So on the left, we have amidon. And up until 50 years ago, you could just get that in pharmacies, because fly fishermen used it to dry their flies, because it absorbs water well, it wicks water well, and it was very sad for the past 50 years, where pharmaceutical companies took over CVS, and you couldn't get this anymore. But with the innovation age, we now have every application of amidon. We've got a hat, we've got these available online, and I think those are some Adidas made of amidon. This is a mushroom no one even cares about. This is the story of just one mushroom. The industrial age, the medical age, the innovation age. This is why I like mushrooms. And the story of this one mushroom is the story of all mushrooms. We've co-evolved with mushrooms. We are symbiotic with mushrooms. It's very possible, and I can say this because I'm a certified fungal ecologist, but I am not a doctor of mycology, so I can say irresponsible things like, we may owe our very existence and all have developed from fungi 2 billion years ago, because they were here first, and you can just see everyone sort of come off. And mycological innovations are the future, because it's been our past. So I have to join the mushroom renaissance. My heart, my head, my soul, everything about me. I'm taking a real right turn here too. I've had 6 companies, but none of them have been like this. And this is my business partner, Vamsi. We've been working on this for a long time, and we haven't talked about it. This is my first time talking about what we're doing. And so we are hoping not only to help people cultivate, such as you, talking about, I can tell you all about mushrooms that are totally legal, that can help with being calm, being focused, with full body calmness or mental clarity. There's so many ways to improve your health, vitality, and wellness using mushrooms, and it's all proven. It's just no one talks about it, because no one likes to talk about mushrooms, because they're like, ew, that's that gross thing on the ground, and it's like, it's a quarter of the biomass of our Earth. We should pay attention. It's like, it's there to help or kill us. There to kill us. So don't go eating mushrooms. There's a couple, and really, like, honestly, the more beautiful, the more likely it's gonna kill you. So I'm gonna just look at my little notes and make sure that I didn't miss anything really important. Wow, I've gotten all this. Oh, no, I forgot the Hippocrates quote. Those diseases which medicines do not cure, iron cures. Those which iron cannot cure, fire cures, the amidon. And those which fire cannot cure are to be reckoned wholly incurable. So if you couldn't cure yourself with amidon, you couldn't cure yourself at all. And then so we've got, wow, I can't believe I remembered all this. So, okay, this is the part I'm less clear on, so I'm gonna make sure to have these. Let's see. So as I mentioned earlier, he was the head of AI and cybersecurity for autonomous systems, mostly vehicles. So, he was with, he was with Rivian when it IPO'd. And he's absolutely brilliant, and I'm very lucky to have him as a business partner and a friend. While mushrooms are mushroom supplements, and we call them mushroom vitamins because that's what they are, they're our core business. Our AI platform, Osiris, is really what we care about, like as our primary focus, because there's just no information. Like I just told you a story because I don't have tons of statistics. I'm going to pass along a few, but it is the Wild West of mushrooms, and it is so interesting, and we have so much to learn because we're symbiotic with them. So these are some of the mushrooms that we sell. This went live yesterday. And this isn't important because you can see relax and restore, focus and clarity, energy and stamina. All of these will change. The one I'm very excited about is for her because that is the first, I believe it's the first hormone supporting mushroom vitamin. So something that sort of scaffolds the body. And that is just, I think, women have been omitted from medicine for a really long time. So it's very important to me, especially as a female founder, that we are supporting women's health. And we gotta talk about a few elephants in the room. So I put an actual elephant, but it's like very quiet. So we have to deal with a couple things before we make the argument for why we're doing what we're doing and why everyone should be taking whole mushroom supplements if you're not already. So 50% of Americans take synthetic vitamins, but a third are not getting what the government calls micronutrients of concern. This is like the big issue. And there's a lot of conversation about like, no, synthetic vitamins are great. They're great. They're just like whole food vitamins, but they don't have the coenzymes, the cofactors. They don't have any of the supporting absorption materials. It makes no sense. And now studies are finally coming out that like vitamin E, twice as much vitamin E is absorbed if you have a whole food vitamin versus a synthetic one. And unfortunately, folic acid, which, you know, when you're pregnant, somebody gives you a prescription for folic acid, they're finding that the synthetic one gathers in the body and can cause cancer. So please don't take synthetic vitamins. So the first elephant is whole food versus synthetic. This isn't even getting into mushrooms. The second one is why mushroom vitamins in conjunction or instead of regular vitamins. And I think that just realizing that the bioavailability, like until 1969, mushrooms were, they were in the plant family. The government was like, oh yeah, they're plants. Except they breathe oxygen, they need water, they need nutrients, they need all the things that we are so closely related. We are biosymbiotic with mushrooms. So when you're taking a plant vitamin, you're taking something that is much more foreign, whereas a mushroom literally breathes the same way we do. It's closer to animals, it's closer to humans than anything. And that's why the ingredients are more bioavailable. And then, oh look, those micronutrients of concern a third of people aren't getting. What are they? Calcium, potassium, iron, magnesium, vitamins A, D, E, C. This is like a huge issue. That's what's in mushrooms. So it's the scaffolding of your health. Take all the other vitamins, take everything, but like, please get your micronutrients from somewhere. So this is why micronutrients matter. If you don't have them, you're way higher risk for these crazy things. Neural tube defects, osteoporosis, impaired immune function, cognitive function, chronic diseases. Isn't that just like everything? It's amazing that in the US core curriculum, plants are mentioned in terms of health 88 times and fungi once. We have no education around this. I never learned anything about it till I just went off the rails and just decided to become like some weird lab rat in my basement. But like, this is a huge problem. And think about how much this affects, especially like when you're reproducing. You know, there's so many issues in reproduction now, and I'm wondering how much has to do with the fact that we're micronutrient deficient. I'm gonna check the elephants and see. This is, yep. So I guess I just wanted to say that just like we saw in the amidos, we've co-evolved with mushrooms. We were symbiotic with mushrooms. And mycological innovations are the future because they've been our past. We have been in a little bit of an eclipse where I don't know if any of you grew up knowing anything about them, unless you grew up in like Eastern Europe. You might have had like some amazing knowledge from a great aunt or something. But in general, it's really weird. And these are my coworkers. Anybody take any of these? Oh, it's a lot. That's great. I love it. So we've got, does anybody want to shout out what something does for them? Pick one. Tell me what helps you.
Lion's mane. My family has dementia and Alzheimer's, and I take it for focus, concentration, memory, things like that.
Lion's mane is protective against neurodegenerative diseases. Amazing. So smart. Anybody else? Natasha. Natanya. It's fine. She's just one of my closest friends. I'm clearly on stage.
Yeah, turkey tail ate my cancer, and I'm here because of that. Probably 100%.
Turkey tail is used in Japan with chemotherapy to cure cancer. We have clinical studies now there's a bunch of clinical studies. They're going to find the same thing. There's experimental. Even Paul Stamets' mother was the only person to survive in a trial because she used turkey tail. So it's incredible. These are incredible tools.
You can grow it yourself.
And I mean, imagine a world without Natanya. I can't. Half of us wouldn't be here, and it wouldn't be half as entertaining or intellectually stimulating. Anybody else?
I take cordyceps to help reduce neuroinflammation.
Cordyceps also, very connected, increases ATP, which is, if you want to have your body be strong, it's great for working out, it's great for neurological development, really amazing. Other ones we haven't covered, Rishi's the immortality mushroom. It's good for everything. Tastes disgusting. I'm growing it right now. But I guess things to just know about it is that it supports immune function in a way that just about nothing does. So it's a great just standard. Of course, we don't really know exactly who should be taking what with what. And that is what we are trying to discover. And shaga is like the calming, whole body calming. It's really an incredible, and I see it more as an adjunct. I mean, you can put shaga with a lot of things, and it will, even like lion's mane, which is amazing for ADHD or for anything, for clarity. I take lion's mane every day. If you bring shaga in, it just even creates like a sort of calmer focus as opposed to a stimulated focus, which I think is really valuable. I can talk about mushrooms all day. So, can't wait to see who I add to my coworkers. Right now it's Vamsi, bunch of advisors, and these guys, but hopefully we'll have more mushrooms. So the future of mushroom medicine, this probably sounds very similar to what everyone's doing here. Personalization, prediction, and partner and crowdsourcing. So we want to be able to personalize your mushroom experience. So be able to provide exactly what your body needs based on what you need, whether it's, you talked about relatives that have certain conditions and you're defending yourself before that, or maybe you're having symptoms, things that just scaffold you. It doesn't have to be a cure, but sometimes in the case of turkey tail it is. But we want to be able to get the data to actually say, hey, we know, we have crowdsourced information, and we know there are 500 people that are taking 250 milligrams of lion's mane with 500 grams of shaga, and they're sleeping like they've never slept. That's what we want to be able to tell you. And we can. It's just going to take time and a little creativity. And then we'll be able to predict how it will work in your body, and hopefully eventually how it will work for your traditional medicine interactions. So this is introducing our AI platform, Osiris, which Vamsi actually lives in this. That's why he's not here. He lives in Osiris. And we are preparing for these inputs. So because this is his stuff, I'm actually going to pick up this card. So we've got the data sets, which we want to just the patterns, correlations, biomarkers, anything we're legally allowed to gather, because there's a lot of rules about HIPAA, and we have to comply with all those. But there is a way, and that is with this sort of whole prong solution, we can actually gather a lot of data that's helpful for people. So we want to be able to try different blends that work for people, permutate infinite combinations to find the right micronutrients, use machine learning just to sort of iterate on models. There's not a lot of research out there. There really isn't. There's very little research on mushrooms, but there's enough. There's enough to know what we don't know, basically. That's what we're putting in Osiris, and Osiris is hopefully going to, how I've heard it is, Vamsi hits a button, and then it just tells us what to do. No, I'm just kidding. I know AI is a lot more complicated than that. And then anonymous consumer data. So if you go to our website, there's a quiz, and it's an ingest form, and it gathers information that's totally legal about people, and we are going to be able to follow up with a core group of people every month with their supplement journey and get follow-up data and actually see, are you having those goals met? Are you calmer at work? Are you enjoying your life more? Are you feeling tired in the afternoon still? Like being able to just get this micro data that isn't actually that interesting, but if you add it up, it really does indicate, is this working? So these are ways, as you know, let me just make sure I have this. Oh yeah, and so these are the questions we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer, what are the ideal doses? What are the correlations and the associations from biomarkers? What are they? No one knows. What are the best mushrooms for different conditions? So we know turkey tail works great for certain types of cancer. Are there other types of cancer? Are there other types of cellular multiplying disorders that we can use turkey tail for? What is it doing? I mean, just no one knows these things. And I like literally live in Google Patents. There's almost nothing unless Stamets' name is on it. There's a lot in psychedelics, which, by the way, we're very interested in, but we're not doing it yet because, I mean, our company name is Mycodose. We're going to just sort of lay low on that one. And so also, where can we just, I mean, I guess the biggest thing is stamina, wellness, vitality, longevity, hormones. Those are the things that are driving us. Those are the buckets. And we just want to make sure that we're helping people use mushrooms because we've done it and the people in our lives have done it. And then we realize that we have like this complementary skill set where I'm a builder and my business partner is this super expert. And we're like, let's just get really weird. Let's just like see if we can actually create a predictive mechanism to help everyone, every body, and that's separated out, every body, have an optimum experience. And this is really an invitation because we are brand new and we want to work with anyone who wants to help. I was born in a Woodstock commune. I don't even understand money. My business partner is very good at money. I've had 6 companies that have accidentally done pretty well, but because I always have I'm a builder. And so I'm looking for partners. I'm looking for people who will push this forward, whether it's sharing science or sharing the good word. Or participants, like if you want to take the supplements and take whatever you want to do, this is like a movement for me. I'm very confident my business partner will treat it like a business. I've given him full reign to do that because I know my weaknesses are the flip side of my strengths, like all of us. And it's been a long trip. We've gone from OTSI in Iceland to AI. And I want to say thank you. I'm grateful. I think you're all brilliant and inspiring and inspired, and it's been just a wonderful time being here. I've had some of the most exciting conversations. I just can't believe how many brilliant people are in this room. And I want to thank the HEAL conference for letting me do this completely bananas talk here that made me get this all ready. And then also to Natanya for being just the best friend a girl could have.
Thank you, Rebecca. That was informative, that was exciting, and it was truly something to really The louder we get, the more people will come. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those that have already joined us in the room. Clapping is a great way to release any negative energy that builds up in the body. So it's also really good to get us refocused and grounded. We are so excited to start with our next session. We have an amazing panel. And after this panel, we will be getting into our awards recognition ceremony. So we know some people might be just getting situated, but going to be trickling in the room. All right, I would like to invite to the stage now Serena Sachs-Mandel will be our moderator, and our session is titled A New Way to Lead 21st Century Learning Trends. We have speakers Belanji Perez-Torres, Dr. Tina Persson, and Dr. Nita Nagra. We can please give a round of applause for our next panelists. Come on stage. In the age of rapid advancements and digital transformation, traditional educational approaches are no longer working. They're not enough to equip students with the skills they need to thrive in the 21st century and beyond. Our panelists today will showcase innovative educational models, cutting-edge technologies, and pedagogical breakthroughs reshaping the learning landscape. If you need further slides. Okay. Mike, are you good? Yeah.
We have a fabulous panel we've been speaking for the last week or so.
Serena, change the other mic. Switch mics. Try the other one. No, the other mic.
Hello? Hello. Now it's working. We have been speaking for about a week now, getting ready for this, and just enjoyed each other's conversation and our perspectives, and we hope you like the session. So we're first going to introduce ourselves, and then we're going to show a video, but hold on, just give us a sec. I'm Serena Sachs-Mandel. I'm the Global CTO for Education at Microsoft. And I've been at Microsoft for about 3 years, and prior to that, I was CIO for a decade at 2 different very large, diverse, innovative school districts, where we had tremendous results, improving student outcomes, graduation, reading, math, test scores, acceptance to colleges, SAT scores, across every demographic. And so I really learned a lot about personalization and leveraging technology to transform education. Prior to that, I do have about 25 years in commercial IT at IBM, Walt Disney World, and a number of others. And then education became my purpose and my passion, and so for the last 12, 13 years, I've dedicated my life to transforming education with technology. So, Nita?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Nita Nagra. I'm the CEO and founder for my company, Fit to Be Strong Leader, which is essentially a leadership consultancy. A little bit about my background. I have a Doctor of Education in which specializes in leadership. I have a Master of Mental Health Nursing and also a Bachelor of Science in Psychiatric Nursing. I've been working in mental health services for over 17 years, and I've been working in healthcare leadership and as an educator for almost about 10 years now. So in addition to my company, I also work currently as a faculty member for a psychiatric nursing program, as well as an administrator for a hospital. And I'm really grateful to be here and to be learning amongst all of the amazing people in this room.
Okay, thank you. I'm also proud to be here, and I'm from Sweden, Scandinavia, so I had a long flight to come here, but it's absolutely amazing to be here. My name is Tina Persson, and I'm running my own company, Passage to Pro. That is an educational and coach company, and that is part of what I usually say, a hidden dream. You know, hidden. I didn't know the dream existed before I found it in a deep hole many years ago. A little bit about me. I'm trained and sort of assistant professor, spent in chemistry and biology, and I spent 6-7 years in Germany at the Max Planck Institute. That is number 3 in the world. So I was trained in a very academic environment, top elite kind of attitude where articles and citations is everything. and that was in the 90s. And believe it or not, what I was doing science on was RNA. So I was part of that RNA world that at the time was growing a lot in California, United States, with Tom Check, Jennifer Doudna, and etc. And believe it or not, but Jennifer Doudna and I, we were postdocs at the same time and attending Santa Cruz conferences. So it's interesting how life comes back. However, I came back and I wanted to start my group, and I realized I can't stay in academia. The environment is so extremely toxic, and I developed to a person that I didn't want to be. I didn't find any role models, and when I saw the people, I said, I don't want to be like them. And I could see I transformed to something. So a long story short, but I was in a very deep hole. I can say it was sort of a Grand Canyon. Yeah. It's a long way down, and it was a long road up, and I had many health issues that I had to deal with. But my hidden dream came true, and I hope here with the award I will tell a little bit about what happened. But I'm super proud to be here, and I'm helping today professors, lecturers, postdocs, and PhD students to transform their lives, and particularly to leave the academic environment, which is their family, so they can start a new career in the corporate or any other industry. So thank you.
I'm Belanji Perez-Torres. I am Director of Hygiene Strategy and Operations, as well as Vice President for Professional Development at the New York State Dental Hygienists Association. So I focus a lot more in not just the dental hygiene profession, but all the supporting roles that help them within our organization. So at Aspen Dental, we have over 1,000 practices in 45 states, and we open up a dental practice a week. So with that type of growth, training and developing our people is going to be very critical in order to continue to scale and support the profession as well.
Okay, well, you would see we have a diverse panel, but we're all super passionate. Sorry. We have a diverse panel, but we're all super passionate about education. And you know, we're going to be talking about education and technology and what's changed, what's cutting edge, what's new. And I showed the group a video that I show my customers all the time. And I've seen this video many times, and every time I see something else in it, it's about education, it's about technology, but ultimately it's about people, and it's about changing lives. And I just want to preface it, in case folks don't know, from a pedagogical standpoint, if students don't learn to read by 3rd grade, they will be impacted for life on their ability to be successful. So you read to learn, and you learn to read, and then you read to learn. And so 3rd grade is kind of a magical mark. And unfortunately, we do have a lot of struggling readers, and since the pandemic changed everything. We lost a decade of growth in reading scores and math scores. And so now in this post-pandemic moment, we are trying to help our students catch up so that we don't lose a generation of a workforce that's capable of embracing what we know is coming. Every job is technology-based, and AI is infused in every job now. Excuse me, and we'll talk about that more. But in the meantime, I wanted to show you a quick video on how we can leverage technology to help improve reading fluency. So with that, can you please start the video?
Literacy is so important, and it's my job to help the kids grow in that and to see the value in that and to break the mindsets of like, oh, I'm just a bad reader, I don't like to read.
I don't have to worry about other people just looking at me and staring at me. It's just reading to myself, sort of, but on camera.
When I came across Reading Progress, I was able to say, hey, I've assigned a passage to each and every one of you guys. At your reading level, I want you to record you reading this passage. I was surprised that when the whole class came back, literally within 10 minutes, everyone was already done. Having that recording, I'm able to spend ample amount of time to analyze, and instead of using my instructional time, it allows me to use my planning time to figure out how do I intentionally approach every student? The whole class, this is what I'll teach them, and maybe this one specific individual student, I need to address with him or her this specific area. Reading progress has really motivated a lot of kids to work harder and kind of gave them ownership of their learning.
Well, as a mother and an educator, you know that the conference with the student is the most powerful piece. It's not necessarily them reading and recording, it's what you do with that reading and with that recording. And she's able to capitalize on that even faster now.
It probably helps me be a better reader because I can actually listen to myself. And if I did say a word wrong or something, I'd be able to say it better than next time because I know that I said it wrong.
Struggling readers, they struggle, so they avoid reading. And by avoiding reading, they struggle even more. And so it's been really cool to watch how my kids are, reading more at home. They're more excited to read in the classroom. They have their personal goals that they've made, not me. And so they're excited to work.
Coming from an administrative perspective is that this isn't just a classroom tool. Because we have so much access to data, that this is a powerful tool to change the learning trajectory of a building. But watching her grow in her reading, it's been a joy for me. I used to love reading as a child, and I wanted that for her.
Now that we use the app, I'm more confident. I'm less worried about it. I get worried about a lot of things, but reading now is one of the things that I'm not worried about anymore.
I want all of my students to get to the point where they know what it feels like to get lost in a book.
Favorite part is when I get to a really interesting part in the book and then I can't stop reading it, and it's really fun.
I just find that super heartwarming that we're changing lives with technology and helping them to learn to read. I am not used to using a mic. Usually I'm like all wired up. So the first question I have for the group is, how will emerging technology change the learning experience of the next generation of learners? And I think you saw examples of that in the video, and a picture tells 1,000 words. So Bella, I'm going to start with you in your practice. How are you leveraging technology?
Yeah, I want to say that the gamification industry has really impacted modern learners, not just with the young generation, but even in adult learners as well. Some young millennials and the older Gen Z that's entering the workforce, they want to continue to learn in that social environment. If you think about video games, they can connect virtually anywhere with anyone. As a team, they can work together in solving complex solutions, navigating through complex areas, and achieving a goal together. Well, they want to continue to do that even in the workforce. They want to work with a team together, supporting each other, and achieve goals. And so we know there's a lot of workforce gaps, and talent development is going to be more important for organizations. And how do we continue to leverage some of these learning trends into upskilling their talent for their growth and development down the road? So I know a lot of universities are starting to offer micro-credentialing as stackable credentials. A lot of organizations are now recognizing we don't have a lot of qualified candidates. So could we look at other ways? And maybe a lot of adult learners are in a moment in their life that they cannot fully invest in a master's degree program or higher education. Stackable credentials has been an alternate solution where they can learn focus skills, in-demand skills, and then digital badges to promote it, whether it's in LinkedIn so recruiters can find them. I'm also seeing it in email signatures of folks displaying their digital badges in a specific skill set and area. So I'm seeing a lot of the gaming trends coming into the workforce with our adult modern learners.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that the adult learners, and I am hearing this a lot as the global CTO, that students are coming out of high school or higher ed without all the credentials that they need to actually do their jobs. And so work organizations are taking on the task of training people to actually do their jobs. And so that is one thing that we're seeing with trends in education right now. So I just want to go to what are some of the other top trends in this post-pandemic moment. And I'll just say one of the things that I see that I've heard from this group a lot is the impact on mental health for students and educators. It's been very, very significant. And I will say the one good thing I see, the silver lining, is that, and I used to be the chair of the board of the largest mental and behavioral health care organization in Central Florida. And at that point, we were very concerned with the stigma of mental health. And I see, even in kids in this post-pandemic moment, that they're not afraid to talk about their feelings, or even if they're not doing very well. So I think that is good, that we are here talking about it. It's okay to not be okay. But I want to ask the other panelists if you want to comment on this post-pandemic moment. Tina, I think you wanted to say a few things.
My microphone is working here. Says, I will, take it from the perspective that I'm coaching a lot of people with very high degrees. They have PhDs, many years of postdoc lectures, even professors, assistant professors like myself, and they need to be retrained too. I mean, think about it, that you maybe have spent your whole life in an academic environment. You're 35 years old, maybe up to 40 sometimes, and they meet me and they are not attractive on the market, not only because of the skill sets, because there are many of these transferable skills, but also from the mindset and the attitudes, suffering from imposter syndrome. And then start to talk about unlearning. Listening to some speakers here before me, it's like, what? Tina, you can't mean it. You're my coach. You should help me. And you are telling me I have to unlearn my degree, everything? Is that not worth anything? And I say, yeah, but it is what you do with it in the future. Because what's going to happen in the next 10 years is more than happened in the last 100. And now I want you to take a second thought. Last 100. I talked about my dad standing, seeing Berlin burning. When that happened, he had no phone, no electricity, and he is now having an iPhone. I mean, you can see the development, and it's going to happen more in the next 10 years. And this is what I have when I have these highly educated people coming to me, and to change and transform that mindset is, of course, extremely challenging, because it's easy to go down in that hole that we heard, everything I've done has no value. So this is also skilling up. It's easy to say, but it is coming back to mental health acceptance, that everything I have learned have a huge value. I just need to use it differently, and it's all up here in my head. And, I've been in that hole myself, so I know what it takes. So it's absolutely possible. So that is what I would like to add to it. It's not only children. We have big children like me, yeah? We are all children, aren't we? We have to be children in the next 10 years to have fun and learn to fail and be a community and a big childhood kind of caring community. Thank you.
I love that. Bita, I wanted to ask you, what concerns do you have about the future using technology for education, and how will we address those?
Thanks, Serena. So I'm just kind of, build off of what Tina was just talking about. A big concern that I see that's very near to my heart, but also impacts many of us leaders and educators, is that we are now leading and educating a generation that has different values and practices than we had, and may not align with what we did when we were growing up. So being a millennial and being on both sides of the divide, I too must say that I am guilty for wanting those who I lead and educate to adopt my footsteps or do things that I did in the past when I was in their situation. But the reality is that we have now technology, resources, and tools that we didn't have available then. And I mean, being in this room is a prime example. All of you are innovating, creating new businesses, devices, medical technologies, alternative ways of doing things that we didn't do in the past. And an example I would like to share is when I first started working as a nursing instructor, I had asked all of my nursing students to write out their medications and make medication cards. I had a nursing student come up to me and say, "Why am I having to do this? I've purchased medication cards that I have saved on my phone." And my first instinct was to say, well, because that's the way I learned. And I'm just curious, how many of you have been in the room and have thought or been in a similar situation? Yeah, yeah. So what I did was I actually took a step back and I thought about it and I said, what is my ultimate goal here? My ultimate goal is for these nursing students to memorize and learn the medications so they can safely administer the medication. And if they're able to do that by having these medication cards saved on their phone, then what is the real issue? And so Einstein once said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And so as leaders, we need to be brave enough to recognize and accept that clinging to past beliefs or asking the new generation to conform to outdated practices isn't going to yield the results that we want. Rather, what we need to do is we need to take a step back and understand and look at what are the needs of this new generation. We need to be empowering them to use the technology, resources, and tools that are available to them now and that are going to be available to them in the future. We need to really support them to learn and grow in their unique environment that's currently changing right now. And as leaders and educators, we need to be willing to do the same. So what we need to do is we need to let go of the belief that things need to be the way they were when we were growing up. And in order to thrive, we really need to understand and accept this. And our goal should be to equip those that we lead and educate with the skills and abilities that they need to grow in this time and age, rather than reliving the past.
That's great. That was great. Thank you. I'm going to change up the questions a little bit here because, I want to hear from everybody on this. And AI has been brought up a little bit in this conference already. And I wanted to ask the group how you think AI is going to affect the teaching and the learning experiences. We'll get to the other questions, but I wanted to kind of throw that in there. So, Bella, do you want to start?
Yeah, generative AI has made almost like a virtual coach for some of our young learners. They're finding answers quicker. They know they're getting the response, but doesn't necessarily mean they're always learning. I think a lot of the learning programs are going to have to really rely on more that collaborative and reflective learning, that they can learn from their experiences versus just problem solve a static solution here or develop a solution for that. And we're also seeing, even though there's such a rise for digital communication, and they still want human connection. It does not replace that human connection piece. And developing the right structure that they can have kind of that immersive learning experience both digitally as well as in person is going to really develop the next generation of young children.
Yeah. Tina, do you want to say something?
I can briefly say something, and it's more like, do we really know? Because I think it's beyond my imagination. I just think what happened in November when ChatGPT came, and I thought, I'm an early adopter, and I started to use it, and I thought, wow. Oh, my English is really good now. Because you see, I have dyslexia. But I have huge imagination and creativity, and I could never get it on a paper because, it was always this stuff that I can't spell and language is not really good. But now I just write something very sloppy. Wow, and then he helped me, but I get scared. Because if this happened in 6 months, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? I don't know if I can answer the question. I don't know. I'm almost a little bit scared, but also very curious.
Yeah, and I think nobody knows exactly, but we do see some trajectories. Do you want to talk about it, Nate, at all? Or?
Yeah, sure. For me, I think we just need to have a really open mind. Like you said, we don't know what's coming. And for me, working in healthcare, I'm actually excited because the reality is, right now we're facing a lot of shortages in healthcare, and I think we can really leverage technology once again to meet our end goal, which is to provide safe care to our patients and help population become healthy and thrive. So I think as leaders and educators, we need to be open to seeing what technology has to offer and how we can use that in a safe and an efficient manner to meet our goals.
Yeah, super well said. So, and I want to give a few comments. Sitting in Microsoft, where generative AI is kind of being born, and in the education space, I've been at kind of the center of it. And it's all of the things that you're saying. It is scary, it is exciting. We have to make sure that we mitigate the risks. But I'll give you a couple of the use cases, just because I think that I'm more excited than scared. I think we can mitigate the risks. Personalization. So we talked about, how do we help reach each student where they are? And AI gives us that ability. It can look at the data, it can look at what we call formative assessments and where students are right now, help them improve any of their content areas, whether it's literacy or numeracy. We can actually help our teachers get better up to speed on what they need to teach. And we can have huge productivity and efficiency gains. So our educators are so overworked. They are quitting at record rates and understaffed. And I see a future where our teachers are more facilitators in the classroom and helping students develop interpersonal skills, problem solving, relationship building, conflict management. And the content can be delivered in a multitude of ways through what we might call master teachers that are really, really good at their subject. It's so outdated that we teach the same algebra lesson across every school in the world every single year, right? And you can't tell me that all those teachers teach it as well as the best teacher, right? So if we could capture those master teachers that do that the best, then we can repeat the best education experience. But what students really need, and we go back to mental health and well-being and just overall wellness, they need a human. They need an adult in the classroom that can facilitate presentation skills, problem-solving skills, synthesis of information, research, critical thinking. So I see so many of our AI tools being able to help personalize those experiences. And then we have the richness of the data. So AI can be used to analyze huge, huge amounts of data and help the educational leaders both at the higher ed level and the K-12 level, see where the students are and even where the educators are. So I just think there's a huge amount of upside here. And the challenge is that both our educators and our students need to learn AI. We all need to get very familiar with what AI is and what it isn't so that we can educate others and educate ourselves and feel comfortable with it instead of so scared. And yeah, so there are LinkedIn Learning, and I'm not doing any advertising here. There's lots of programs out there to learn about AI, and everybody needs to get more familiar with it, whether you are the educator, so that we can help our students learn about AI and become productive in the workforce. So a little bit of a soapbox, but I think that that's worth sharing. And so now back to what do our educators need to do and what do our students need to learn. I want to ask the group, what are the skills and abilities that our future leaders and teachers must possess to be successful? So, Nita, let me start with you this time.
Sure. So starting off, just building off what Serena was saying, I think the very first skills and ability that a leader and educator must have is an open mind. An open mind to unlearn what they've been doing, and an open mind to learn new practices, to learn about AI, to learn about all the evidence that's out there, and to be adopting this evidence. We have so much data where we could be doing so many things that are a lot better than what we're currently doing, but it's because people aren't open to seeing what the evidence is showing and open to learning new things, that we're stuck in the same old practices. The second thing I think that leaders and educators need is courage. So the courage to be willing to change, and also the courage to have those conflict resolution skills and those difficult conversations to lead everybody else to adopting those changes, because that takes a lot of work. And that just builds on having emotional resilience, having good relational skills, solid communication skills. Those are essential if we really want to move from where we are to having a better future and thriving.
Tina?
I can just continue here because you mentioned something very important, that I'm certified both in emotional IQ and in adaptability IQ. And adaptability is the top one skill if you check on LinkedIn what companies are looking for. But it's important to understand what is adaptability. And I think about, I'm coaching, researchers, scientists, professors. Yeah, are they adaptable? Yeah, I have tested, I've done the test, so I know where I score. But the thing is that in order to be adaptable, think about it. Now, one thing you really mentioned here, you need to be open-minded. Yeah, big picture, curious, willing to learn, but also, able to unlearn. That's one thing. We can train that, we can coach that. But there's a degree of that you must have grit. Grit is super important, that you hang on, that you doesn't give up. But think about it again, grit. If you now look on the students that I'm coaching, they have that. They are open-minded. They have grit, but they're not adaptable. So what is the missing link here? Well, adaptability is also connected to your emotional range, whether you're resilient and reactive, and if you believe, almost spiritual here, But you must have hope. So one factor super important is hope. Because if you don't have hope that it will maybe work, and sort of work with yourself to take it day by day, and if I do, I trust something will happen. You're not adaptable. And I think what happened in companies, you have people, they don't believe in the company, they don't have any hope, the world is going under anyway, so then you're not really adaptable. Why? I mean, if I don't believe in that, why should I then learn, unlearn, and adapt and change? So adaptability is extremely important to learn about yourself. So I think companies and organizations should measure, because you can measure adaptability. I have done it, and I scored low on and I need to work on myself here. But my problem is actually fate, that my ability, I am a bit reactive, and that holding me back a bit.
So can you just spell us something briefly, because we've got to get to the questions, the Q&A. Do you want to
answer a question?
Do you want to?
Well, I'm in healthcare, and one of the things that we're, as healthcare professionals, are perceived as leaders, right? But they're not really developed always as leaders. And so we're focusing more on just teaching some basic skills, interpersonal skills, the big one, empathy. Right. Empathy. Right. And for healthcare providers, they work in very fast-paced environments. There's multiple patients in a room, different symptoms, different demands, and teaching them, take a moment, sit down, and listen. Listen to what they say, and being an empathetic provider translates to better compliance from the patient behalf, which is going to drive better outcomes long term. And isn't that what we want as healthcare providers, that people get better? And so that is a big focus within our organization, as well as teaching some of the basic communication skills so they can be moving away from provider-centric approaches to more patient-centric approaches, so we can help our patients get better.
So many great answers. I love this. So I think we're opening up to questions now. We have a couple minutes.
I don't have a question. I just think that one of the greatest things you said is that so many people could run circles around me when it comes down to the knowledge, but when it comes down to patient focus, that's where, hands down, that I try to teach others, that's the most important thing. Your knowledge means nothing to the patient if the patient is not healed. Yes. So you hit on point. We got to be patient focused more than knowledge focused. Knowledge is important. Don't get me wrong. I love knowledge. But when it comes to our patients have to feel like they're the main focus. That's how they're changing.
And it's this quote that I tell my providers often: people don't care how much you know until you know how much you care. And that is...
Yes, love that. And that goes for leadership too. You can't lead people if you don't show that you care about them first. Questions? Any other questions?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this topic. So according to Economic Forum, 2025, one of the most important skills is going to be like self-management and self-awareness and self-efficacy. So everything about the open-minded, like emotional intelligence and caring and just looking where they need to look at, they won't be able to do it unless they are aware of themselves. So is there any like a secret sauce or your experience that really helped you to working with the leaders or organization that will help the audience to learn more, like how we can actually make them more aware? Because most of them, or the leaders in the organization, they don't get aware until they hit the wall. And I think organization and individuals will be benefiting a lot if they do more awareness before that happens.
Fantastic question. Who wants to take? Nita, you're about to go.
Yeah, I could start off with that. So I think the biggest part is self-reflection, like you said, because I think right now a lot of what happens is a lot of leaders are kind of stuck in the rat race, we'll say, where it's go 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 go, but they need to take a step back and just sitting with them and letting them even speak. I don't even need to say anything. When I just let them speak and they can hear themselves speaking, they can sometimes see, this is where I'm stuck. Or even just having that reflective, Socratic way of questioning really helps them think, yeah, actually, maybe there is a different way that I should be doing this. But I think it's because, all of the stressors that they're confined with, you become so tunnel vision that it's hard for you to see elsewhere. But yeah, I think self-reflection is key in order to be building self-efficacy.
Bella?
From an organization's position too, because they have to invest in the development of their people, right? Data. So what does the engagement survey say? Especially if you have a high turnover in a specific role, what does that say? What business problem are we trying to solve? And if we were able to develop our people and retain our talent, what is that going to translate into dollars? Same thing with patients. We do surveys to our patient, our Net Promoter Score. It's not financial cost is the one reason why they don't continue care with us. It's that they don't have confidence in the providers. And so it's like, if this is an ongoing issue and it's costing you money, take that, let's invest in our people, and we'll measure. Let's put some key performance indicators in there. Let's see the outcomes of these programs, pilot in a few areas. If it works, let's scale it.
Tina, this is really your area of expertise. I know you want to jump in here in your coaching practice.
Yeah, this is, it's not a quick fix. So when I come into companies, it's usually, there's a huge turnover. And I like to share something because I'm from Sweden, and we had a method that was developed already in the 80s, so it's a really long time ago. There was no name on it, but it's today called the coaching leadership style. That means that the teams that were collectively responsible for the result and actions, and they set the goals, and the leader was more of a facilitator. And that was changed when we later on in the 90s, in the beginning of 2000, many of our companies were bought by American and English companies, and they had this management style. And suddenly it was, these silos. And people start to protect their positions rather than, working collectively together. And this is amazing because when I now come in and I work as a team coach and executive and leadership coach in corporate companies and American ones, it's so clear that there are these silos and they try to transform the leader, which I work with the managers. But the manager can't be an excellent manager if the team is working against the manager. And if there is complete dysfunctional sort of communication inside the company because you have these silos and everything is just optimized. And I say, hey, we need to take a structured analyzing on where are the links, I call it the links in the companies that I need to coach. Because if things are working here, I don't need to coach here. But I need to find the links, so I coach there. And then I must work both with the managers, and it must be all the way from up to down. You can't only start here and think, we need to change up here. So there is a much more collective thinking. So I say, if you just imagine how it was to work in a team, and I could go to the manager and say, we fix it in the team, and the manager, fine, do it. And we did. And we had trust doing it. And I could go across to different managers. No one said anything about that. So I think this is super important, that it's not the quick fix, but the coaching leadership style, building trust and coaching connections in the company, involving team is super important.
So true. You want to finish?
Yeah, there's just one little comment that I just wanted to add to that. I think in order for any organization to achieve that, there must be a safe environment where people are have the mindset that it's okay to do things wrong or fail, because through failure is where you learn and grow, and having that safe environment where you're able to do that is what's really going to help build self-efficacy.
So true. So true. Peter, we have one question and then one here, and then we've got to make our answers quick to fit them in. Oh, sorry.
Is it me? Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I just have a real quick question. What are you seeing in the trends with companies when they're hiring in the first place? Because if you're not having a strong, structured interview process, you're setting somebody up to fail when they come in. And number two, once they're hired, what are you seeing with the onboarding process? Because that's another place where you can just lose out big time if those two things are not strong and structured in the beginning. You have somebody coming in and they're just floundering throughout their time with your company.
I'll quickly answer that, and Bella, you can add on. So something that actually I've noticed, especially in healthcare, is often people are being placed into leadership positions based off of their years of seniority or being a good clinician, not based off of their leadership competencies. And even the onboarding process, it's, well, this person's been in this organization for this long, so they should already be a good leader, not necessarily recognizing that the skill set and competencies needed for leadership is completely different.
Yeah, same thing. I think because there's such a workforce shortage, I think they're just plugging people to fill roles out of need and not really thinking about developing that person or understanding where their capability gaps are so they can be successful in their role. And then this is what's leading to burnout and higher turnover. And it's like we're going this wheel that's not really productive for anyone. It's doing a disservice all across the board. So I know organizations have been hyper-focused, and especially after the pandemic, with that talent development space. If they want to continue to grow, they're going to have to really look and do more talent mapping, see who and kind of calibrate their managers to say, okay, this
competencies.
is how, competencies, and calibrate, okay, well, this is where you would like to promote it. Let's put them in front of your peers. Why? And get them all calibrated. And then the high potentials that are identified, let's design a development plan for them so that we can expose them and to the different varieties of the roles, their expanded functions, and then when there's an opportunity that opens, we can move them up right away.
Do we have time for one more, or? Okay, right here.
So my question is regarding, again, as Tina said, I'm like both curious and scared regarding AI. Despite having a technology background, I am like old school, and as a writer, I am just wondering, like in the field of arts or any other field, the juice lies in the journey, in the process, rather than the destination. And when we do something or we write something, you know, there are many, I mean, as doctors, you might be knowing that, you know, there is a brain chemistry that's working inside. So if we miss that process, what adaptability, I mean, how can we...
So I'll just answer real quick from my perspective, is because we get asked this question a lot, you know, what is going to happen to all the creativity? And what I'm seeing and hearing is that you can use AI for your start. So no more blank page syndrome. So a lot of times really good writers are just like, where do I start? And you can do an outline, you can do a first draft. The AI is not the final draft. If you're in advertising, you can have the AI generate 100 new ideas and then develop the 5 that you like. So it's a start and it's not an end. So the creative process still remains. It just gives you more information. If you have to do a lot of research, you can leverage AI to do the research so that then you can do the creative writing part. So, and, you know, I think it's never going to get automated that somebody tells our story. So the stories you're hearing from this group and from all of you, and what has made this conference so amazing, is that human contact and hearing personal stories. AI cannot automate personal stories. It can only do fiction or take what's already been written.
I just have a comment to make. When it comes to the AI, of course, I'm a huge fan of AI being incorporated into the healthcare industry because of the benefits. But when it comes to the educational system, I have significant drawbacks because we, as a prior educator in nursing, I see that if we don't teach the basic fundamentals, and if we depend upon just AI, we will lose out. We're going to tremendously lose out when it comes to paper writing, just using your thought processes, using your brain,
Right.
to lack of a better
So-
word, to do what needs to be done. Because when we come to something, for an example, when we came up with the logic of the cash register, a lot of people cannot count back the change that they should already know how to do. And if we venture more into AI, with having the intellect to be given to us by a AI, the intellect will decrease, dummy down us. Where in the education system, we need to know the fundamentals, the basic, because once we have seen through the pandemic, when they decide to shut us down, when they decide to not allow us to have any use of any of what we have become dependent upon, then where are we? And if we allow ourselves to go into the future totally dependent, that's where a lot of our students are, totally dependent on the AI to provide the answers and to be the solution, we are going to set ourselves up for
So
failure.
you're absolutely right. We cannot rely on AI for the process. That's why when we got calculators, we still had to teach long division. We still need to teach the thought process behind it. But once students have mastered long division, they don't need to keep doing it when they're doing algebra. And it's the same thing with AI. You need to learn the process. You need to learn the process of writing, the process of creating, the process of doing all that work. And then you can use it to go beyond. So you're absolutely right, but I want to let Tina.
Yeah, just 1 second. There is, people that they knew that, the calculator came, and what they found out was that in order to use the calculator efficiently, the one that could use paper, pen, and the head, they used also the calculator more efficiently. So it's not so that you can just use a tool and everything will be completely easy for you.
And the onus is on the educator to change their practice and not just say, oh, go write a paper. They have to have the student turn in your outline, turn in your notes, turn in your, right? So educators have to be more diligent and less kind of lazy about their practices too.
Thank you so much to our panel. This is an amazing conversation. Thank you, Serena. Thank you, Dr. Tina. Thank you, Dr. Nita. Thank you, Bella. And we hope this conversation continues because this is going to be a part of our day-to-day reality, if it hasn't already become. We're getting ready for the awards recognition ceremony. I have a recognition. I said I have a recognition. I would like to recognize anybody who is here in a support role for any award winner. We got a family in the back. We have some children. I have another recognition. I said I have another recognition. I would like to recognize each and every one of you for being present, for staying present even when the distractions are happening in the room, like the door opening and shutting, and just us being really flexible. I really, really, really am grateful for that. I'm excited to invite Jeff up to the stage from Light MD, who's going to be helping with the award ceremony. All of the awardees will be gifted about 2 minutes if they would like to say anything, celebrate anyone, your team, or just share how you're feeling in that moment of now. I need to make sure my team is ready with the awards. Everyone situated? That's always the fun part, the multitasking. Okay, well, first up, we have Jonathan of Crossroads Counseling and Consultation, PLLC. Please give it up for Jonathan R. Capps. The price is right. Take a picture. Take a picture.
I'm here solo today. I tend to fly around like that. I appreciate the award being nominated. It was kind of a surprise. I'm a little bit, I guess, in the middle of the AI, just to throw into that conversation here. I do trauma work. I teach. I've had the privilege to work with a lot of underprivileged children, folks, communities, East St. Louis, severe residential, and so I'm back in my small town of Effingham to try to make a difference there because there's a high suicide rate. We got a lot of rural area folks. If you can't tell, I don't just look like a redneck from Illinois. I am a redneck from Illinois. But I also work at a private Jewish university in New York City, Toro University, and I've had the privilege to hear the different cultural backgrounds there, folks from Ukraine, all over the world. Also work at a private Catholic school institution, and I've been taught by a lot of atheist professors. So I get that piece of knowledge comes from our experiences, right? We know this. John Dewey's talked about this, Chicago, Illinois, just throw back, for years, right, in education. So it's not reinventing a wheel or trying to do things different, but at times understanding that we got to slow down with certain segments of AI, right? Not the whole thing, not what we've accomplished and how we've gotten to where we are now, but it's just like trauma work. Yeah, we want to heal trauma, but it's a process, right? And it's not a process we decide. It's a process that individual who no one else has experienced their same experiences in their life. They may have commonalities, but you don't know what they went through. You don't know how they felt it. It's understanding that process and also trying to meet in the middle. I have a torn shoulder, so I can't do this, but I've been trying a lot in sessions. We got to find that balance, right? That homeostasis. We talked about it with the Light MD. It's our life. That's what we function off of. So we need the AI. We need the experiences, right, in the process. But we got to find a way, how are we going to meet in the middle? What needs to slow down? What needs to speed up? And appreciating the pace that's in the room with us, right? So thank you. I appreciate it. It's hard for me not to talk, sorry.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right, our next award winner is Mili Ristic. Please give her a round of applause. Representing Leadership and Mindset Coach. Congratulations.
Well, me again here in front of all of you. First of all, I'm so happy to be and stand here in front of all of you and to speak fluent English. I'm very grateful for HEaL conference and really, really grateful for all of you colleagues and experts. And to share this room with all of you, it means a lot for me. So thank you, Theo and Naz and everybody else in the room that I connected for giving me support and for doing this for all of world. I did many master classes with Kenzie University. I worked with JLL in a corporate environment and coaching that leaders, and also work with lots of female business owners as well. So I'm gonna just tell you one thing, that world really needs more of us, and world needs all of you to get out there and really, really help heal the world. So thank you again. I'm really, really happy for this award and to be here. Thanks.
All right, our next award recipient is Marianne C. Carter of Carter Coaching and Consulting, LLC, DBA Carter Hears. Welcome, Marianne. Congratulations.
can talk with, and some of you I have not, but I have read your bios, and I look forward to spending a little more time with you later. But today is a really wonderful day for us to celebrate each other's accomplishments. I work with deaf and hard of hearing children, and I do it because I love them. I do it because I have 80 years of experience. I know I don't look it. It's because I have a deaf mother, and my grandmother changed her entire life for me to be standing on the stage. So it's a big deal, and I look forward to sharing my story with you later. So join me.
All right, our next award recipient is Dr. Tina Person, Passage to Pro AB. Please welcome Dr. Tina. Oh, she's made a long trip for this. Bless you, Miss.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. Let's see if I can fix this microphone here. Apart from being, former assistant, I was still an assistant professor in Sweden, course docent. I'm also actually a fitness instructor. I don't know if you know about Les Mills concept, and now I do CrossFit. Even though the doctor said to me when I broke my disc that you will never get back to fitness, you will never be able to do any exercises. I cracked my disc when I was as deep down as you can go in life after leaving academia. I dropped 50% of my hair. I injured myself, my stomach, everything was down. So the only thing I had left, I was broke as well, no money, unemployed. We can take the whole shit here. So the only thing I had left was that I could go to the gym, have my class, and I was forced to smile in front of the people. And I learned that when I did that, I felt better afterwards because I like to help them. And what did I get back? I cracked my disc, and the doctor tells me that you will never be an instructor. But that was the moment I did a journey, and I had some spiritual thing happening in a local park in Sweden. And I tell you, when I was walking there and I was thinking about life with my cracked disc, do you know what happened? When I stood there, I could hear the birds. A bird shit on my face.
There
you go.
That's a sign from the universe.
So I was standing there broke, wondering when to pay the bills, no future, but a great title, but I didn't know what to do with it, and a big bird shit. And I stood there, and I could see the birds in the sky, so I don't know what happened with me, but I raised my arms to the sky, and I said, just give me a sign, one. Tell me what to do. And I was speaking loud in this park, and I have no idea if someone saw me, but I was speaking to the sky, and I just begged, for something, please. I need help. I can't get out of this on my own. And when I looked up, the birds were gone. So I started to walk. And I felt my body is so light. The shoulders were, I felt much stronger somehow. The day after, there was one company that I didn't want to work for. And that was Manpower. I was working as a recruiter and headhunter and all that stuff, and I'd been terminated and so I said, never Manpower. The day after that, whatever that was, what happened, but it changed, something changed. The telephone rang and they say, hello, it's Manpower. And I said, okay, if this had been before what happened in the park, I would have said, absolutely, I don't take the job. But now, I said, he's testing me. So I took that job. I stayed for 3 years, and that was the start of my journey. And then I had that hidden dream, so I sold everything I had, whatever that was worth after those years, moved to Stockholm, came back, and I started my company. And that is now what I'm doing here. So I'm living my dream, the hidden dream that I didn't have. So thank you.
I love learning everyone's journey here. Our next award winner has a few friends that are with us today. In fact, they all traveled, arrived at 2, 3 in the morning with all the little bundles. So please, Micah Hunt, if your family would like to come and join you, grow your occupancy. None of the little ones? Okay. Well, if you all can wave in the back, there's Micah's family in the back, and they all traveled with him to be here today.
I'll be quick because my little ones are losing their patience. It was early this morning. Whoops, did I just hit it? Okay. It was early this morning. This is their first time flying, so I think all in all they did a really good job. But my name is Micah Hunt, and this is a privilege and an honor to receive this award for something that sometimes gets unnoticed when you just give and give and give to the education world. And yep, she's, hi. Okay. She's like, come back, come back. So I just want to say thank you, and I just give praise to our Heavenly Father for giving me a gift and giving me insight to use my skill sets to better our education system, and especially piggybacking off of our recent panel that just came off. As leaders, our job is to be mentors to the next generation, and I think we just have to really stay true to that and be motivated to keep moving our next generation, to continue to let them make new mistakes, not the same mistakes that we made, to make a better world than what we've already had started with. Because the next generation is going to do things and have more information than we could have ever imagined, and we should just prepare them for what's coming and to, again, make it a better world than what we've already started with. So thank you so much, and again, thank you to the HEAL Conference and my family for traveling with me. So thank you all so much.
Congratulations, Michael.
Thank you.
Yesterday, we had an awardee who was not able to join us, yet she sent us a video so that we could integrate her in part of our community. We're going to celebrate Robin Rushin. She's a PhD in MBA and the head of HG Blackmun Consultants, LLC, receiving the Brilliance in Education Award. And here is her words.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests, I regret that I am unable to be with you today, but I do want you to know that I am deeply honored to receive the 2023 HEAL Conference Champion in Education Award. This recognition is not just a personal achievement, but to me is rather a testament of the collective dedication and passion we share for advancing healthcare education. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the conference and the distinguished panel of judges for acknowledging the importance of advancing the educational opportunities in healthcare. After all, it is through education that we empower the next generation of healthcare professionals and pave the way for better patient outcomes and a healthier society. Today, as I receive this honor, I am reminded of the countless patients whose lives are impacted by the quality of healthcare education. Each day, we witness the resilience and strength of individuals facing monumental health challenges. It is our responsibility to equip healthcare providers with the knowledge, skills, and compassion to deliver the best care possible. In the ever-evolving landscape of healthcare, we must embrace innovation and adapt to the changing needs of our patients. Let us foster an environment where learning is continuous, where we challenge the status quo, and where we constantly seek to improve and advance the health education landscape. As we celebrate this year's award recipients, let us recommit ourselves to excellence in healthcare education. Let us inspire and mentor the next generation of healthcare professionals, encouraging them to be compassionate, empathetic, and dedicated to their craft. It is crucial that we recognize that healthcare education goes beyond textbooks and classrooms. It involves understanding the diverse needs of our learners, embracing technology, and promoting interdisciplinary collaboration. Together, we can bridge gaps in healthcare and work towards a more equitable and accessible system for all. I am truly humbled to be among outstanding individuals who have devoted their lives to healthcare and healthcare education. Together, we can create a ripple effect that reaches far beyond these walls, touching the lives of countless patients and communities. Thank you for this incredible honor. It strengthens my resolve to continue advocating for excellence in healthcare education and striving for a healthier, more compassionate world. Let us be relentless in our pursuit of progress as we shape the future of healthcare, one student, one patient, and one breakthrough at a time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff, for helping with your support for the award-winning ceremony celebration. I have a recognition. I said I have a recognition. I want to recognize the AV team in the back who's been holding it down to get everything on point, and they can always do better. Did I get it right? Yep. Oh, and we have one more award. We have Brooke McKeever from Light MD will be receiving the award as the Director of Provider Services. So please give it up for Brooke.
But appreciate HEAL Conferences for having us, and for everybody who's attending and speaking as well. Your brilliant minds and your beautiful hearts, it's very well received here and much appreciated for everybody coming all this way. I would like to definitely thank my biggest supporter and teammate here, Jeff. I started this business 15 years ago, and then when Jeff and I met, he had a healing experience with me, and we became friends, and then later started dating, and now we're married, and he's joined the business. I couldn't do it without him, because he's really taken us to new heights, and to have that support and somebody who shares a passion and shares a mission in what we're doing and believes in not only me, but in everything we're doing. So really like to thank you.
Congratulations. All right, so we know what time it is. I'm not sure if everyone's hungry yet. So the way I'm gonna know that you're hungry is when we get through this peanut butter and jelly chant, because I got some special friends in the back. I know they're gonna love this. So I'm gonna invite these 3 tables right here, okay? You're gonna be peanut butter, okay? You're peanut butter, you got it. And when I point to you, you're gonna say peanut butter, P. Do it with me, here we go. Peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter. That's it, okay, you got it? Now that's your thing. No matter what anybody else says, you are peanut butter, okay? All right, I'm gonna take this middle table right here and this front table, and you're gonna be my jelly, okay? So you're gonna say, jelly, 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 no matter what anyone else says, all right? When I point to you, that's the cue for the jelly, okay? Over here, this front table and the middle table, you all are gonna be glass of milk. Glass of milk, try with me, glass of milk. You can clap if you want to. Glass of milk, cold glass of milk, glass of milk. Glass of milk. Glass of milk. Cold glass of milk. Is it a warm glass or cold glass? It's a cold glass. Who wants peanut butter with a warm glass of milk? I don't know. And the back, everyone in the back who have yet to see, raise your hands up, raise your hands up. All right, you are the bread. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Say it with me. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Okay, everyone know what to do now. Everyone's ready. No matter what anyone else says, when I point to your group, that's when you come in, all right? I count of 3, 2, 1. Peanut butter, nut butter pea, nut butter pea, nut butter, jelly, jelly, jelly. Keep going. Jelly, 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 jelly. Glass of milk, glass of milk, glass of milk. Cold glass of milk. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread, bread. Everyone give yourself a round of applause. I think you're almost hungry. Like I heard somebody wanted to make some sandwiches, but I need some more enthusiasm as we get this done. Are y'all ready? Like you really need to bring it. As soon as you bring it, we're breaking for lunch, okay? This is like really the test. 5, 4, 3, 2. Nut butter pea. Nut butter jelly, jelly, jelly. Glass of milk. Glass of milk. Glass of milk. Cold glass of milk. Bread, bread. It sticks between your teeth. Bread. It sticks between your teeth. I think peanut butter's hungry. I don't think jelly's hungry. And glass of milk ain't going nowhere. Let me hear bread. Stand up, everyone. Stand up, rise up. Hey. And give yourselves a round of applause. Woo! Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you right back here at 1:30. I think, is that the time? 1:40. No, wait. Someone help me look. Give me the schedule. Yeah, 1:50. We can be back at 1:50 because we'll start on time at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. I like this energy. Yes, yes. So welcome back. We know some friends are going to be trickling in the room. We're really excited to get started with our afternoon portion of our day 2. We will be welcoming to this stage our keynote address by John Ballinger. We will be talking about how leadership and mental health converge. John will share some possible answers to the questions that have been coming up in the room today and the previous day. John is the president of First Lead U. Hopefully you've been able to visit him outside, and the HEaL conference sponsor. John, please join us in welcoming our next speaker.
For those in the room, please raise your hand as high as you can. Please raise your hand as high as you can. We've got some of those that are not participating. Tina, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Now raise it just a little bit more. Oh! All right, you can put it down. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to stretch your brains just a little bit. Like you did that, I'm going to stretch your brain a little bit because there's always a little bit more. There's always a little bit more. So just remember that. So is there a correlation between mental health and leadership? I say yes. I looked at him. He looked at me. He looked down at my boots. I looked down at my boots, and that drill sergeant came running after me screaming, "Get down and make that concrete grow grass." Ladies and gentlemen, that was the beginning of my leadership journey. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to tell you the Paul Harvey rest of the story. Mental health and mental illness. We've heard a lot about things in this conference about mental health, mental illness. I sometimes say that we converge the words health insurance and health care. Guess what? They're two totally different things. And so is mental health and mental illness. And we need to be talking about the two different sets of words. Mental health is a state of emotional, mental, and social well-being. Mental illness have disorders. Some of those could be chemical imbalances. It could be mood disorders, anxiety. Conrad talked about the elephant. There are a lot of people that are born with elephants. Good mental health is a component of overall well-being. It can influence and be influenced by physical health. A health condition, this is mental illness, a health condition involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior. One of the things that I learned early on in my military career, and I spent 21 years there, is that emotional intelligence is not something that we talk about on the civilian side a lot. But we talk a ton about it in the military. When I went to SEER school is a search, escape, and evasion school. I was a pilot, and when they put you in a box that's 4x4. They capture you, put you in this box that's 4x4, and put snakes in that box. It just so happens the snakes are in a bag that's on your head. The next day, they put rats in that bag and put it on your head. You really learn a lot about yourself when you got rats and snakes rolling around your head. You learn a lot about emotional intelligence. It's the capacity to be aware, control, express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships judiciously and empathetically. Key word, judiciously and empathetically. I have not interacted a lot with this group while I've been here intentionally. I'm a reader. I'm a people reader. It's just a talent. I didn't even know I had it till I was in the military. I can read somebody's gait, how their hand motions are, how they carry themselves, and it tells me a lot about their emotional stability or instability. So how does mental health and leadership converge? So I was blessed going in the military to my very first, what's called MOS, military occupational skill, to work on aircraft engines. Aircraft engines and a helicopter are very complicated because a helicopter actually has to have lift and thrust, where a jet just does this. A helicopter engine turns 21,000 RPMs. So think about the next time you're driving in your car and you see the RPM at 2,000 RPMs. Think about that engine. Think about your brain sometimes running 21,000 RPMs. Because it does. There are people in this room that I have observed that their brains run 21,000 RPMs. Now, when that helicopter gets through using all the power that engine's making at the rotor to fly, it's only 256 RPMs. Think about the power it takes to move that helicopter forward till it gets to that engine. What you do with emotional intelligence is that brain's doing all it does is learn how to control it to where you're always making forward progress with emotional intelligence. So I learned doing military aviation maintenance of this term called root cause analysis. Again, I come out after 21 years. I'm starting a risk management company. It was the first company I started. I'm like, where's Rebecca at? Rebecca's not in here. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I own 4 businesses, partner in 2 businesses, and help manage 5 other businesses. Now, you're going to learn that everybody in here has a capacity to do more than they do. Their brain's what locks it down. So the root cause analysis, you identify the source of the problem. You get to the root level. You look beyond the symptoms. See, in society, in some of the room, I've heard these. I've just heard like, we do this, and we do this, and we do this. But are you looking past, beyond the root of the symptom, and actually coming up with a solution that's practical enough to go all the way down to the lowest common denominator in society to start changing? So in the military, I decided I wanted to go to officer school. And to go to officer school, you had to have a college education because I went in and enlisted. And so I decided to take psychology because I wanted to know, how do I lead my team to bombs and bullets? I mean, that's kind of strange if you think about it. Like, you're asking people, follow me, and you may get killed over there. So my emphasis was behavioral science. And back when I'm going to date myself, the professors give you your term paper topic. You didn't get to choose it. And so he came to me and he said, I want you to tell me, are leaders born or taught? That was the chicken or the egg question. So I studied, and I studied, and I studied, and I came up with the determination that there are natural born leaders. And then there are people that are born to be taught to lead. And I'm here to tell you today that natural born leaders and people in leadership positions are failing the people that are born to be taught to lead. Middle management in America is at the worst it's ever been in history that I can see, and it's because of what you're getting ready to see was really the thesis of my paper. Oh, went the wrong way. So I put a number to these, and my esteemed partner, Douglas Ford, said, you can't give people that are leaders the one category. You got to give them the L's. He said, so they're going to be leaders because you categorize people. They still kind of rubs them wrong a little bit. So the percentage of people born or in leadership positions in the world, these are world figures, are 1 to 5%. People educated to lead, the E's, 5 to 10%. The A's, agreeable followers, 90%. In this room, there are some L's, some E's, and some A's. But over time, because the ones, Douglas, don't shoot me, because the ones didn't do what they needed to do for the twos couldn't lead to threes, and the Great Resignation created this fourth category, caused the disenfranchised, disengaged, disinterested, distrusting. And all the statistics show us that's 83% of that 90%. Shame on us as leaders. I mean, really. So when I go into companies now that are completely out of balance, most of the time when I do an assessment on the leadership, 50+% of the people in a leadership position have no business being in that position. And the owner wants to know why the company's out of balance. Why am I stressed? Why are sales down? Why are customer complaints? I'm like, well, your team isn't, one, the team that you need. Two, it doesn't function as a team. Three, yeah, you're going to be stressed out, but really who you've got to blame is yourself, Mr. Owner, Mr. Executive, Mr. CEO, because you didn't build your team. Now, through society, and this really started coming out in the 60s and 70s. I'm a data nerd. Here's what the ones started saying. I don't have time to teach people. I'm just going to do it myself because I know it's going to get done right. What they did is they damaged not only the people that were there to learn how to lead, they damaged the threes and turned those into fours because they said, I don't have time to. Well, guess what? I'm going to tell you as a leader, if you put yourself in that position or you are in that position, take the time. Because not taking the time to teach those that are behind you to step into your position makes your life worse. It's going to give you poor mental health and can even create mental illness. So when you see the ones don't do the twos, then the twos can't do the threes, the ones actually create the fours. Because it really jumps the twos and the threes. Because it's the responsibility of the leader to lead everyone well. So all this really surfaced with two letters, and these are two sets of letters that we're going to hear about these 20 years from now. BCAC, before COVID, after COVID. You're going to hear about it. Because I hear about it all the time. Executives and business owners will say, well, before COVID, and I'm going to say, stop it. You can't even talk about it anymore. We're going to talk about AC, and that's not electrical. By the way, for you, this is after COVID. Because the dynamics of society changed. It just did. And what happened is that 83% of disenfranchised, distrusting people said no more. You're not going to use us. You're not going to abuse us. You're not going to put a saddle on our back. You're not going to ride us. You're not going to make us work 8 hours. No. No more. This is what you got. That's what you have right now. And they really are saying help. People in the threes position, and yeah, think about that. This is what happened when leaders aren't true leaders. They do what I call the hammer and nails. Everything is a nail, and they're the hammer, and they just beat it. That's what they do. If you're in a leadership position after COVID, you need to own humility. You need to own empathy. You need to own grace. You need to own patience. You need to own serving. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't want to own serving your people, you need to go be a 3 or a 4. Old military guy, Army, this is a Navy admiral, first flag officer. I actually love World War II and finding where the women actually built the bombs, beans, and bullets for the guys that were overseas during the war. I think Rosie the Riveter's cool. Actually went to Riveters last night and ate dinner, just looking around thinking about what happened when the women stood up in America and started supporting the men that were overseas. It's really cool. But Rear Admiral Grace Hopper, she actually built the COBOL system that the Navy still uses today. That's the computer system to track all the warships and inventory. But she said this, and I'm telling you, you need to own this if you're a leader. Don't try to manage people. You manage things, you lead people. In society today, we say, who's leading the project? No, who's managing the project? Who's leading the team? Again, I put this slide up here before. You got to think as a leader, you got to think differently. BCAC, what's left behind is left behind. How you lead now. Because what you're going to see in these statistics, which are mental illness statistics, these people are in the workforce working for you. 20% of adults. Serious, 1 in 25. 70% abusing illicit drugs in the workforce are employed in America. So you have people in your employment today, in this room, if you own a company, that have mental illness, that have serious mental illness, and are addicted to drugs. Where's Doc at? Doc, come on. Listen to this. Come here. No. That's my Doc. I told him, I said, Doc, man, you're going to talk tomorrow. Come here. I love my brother here. Just met him. But one thing I know, to be a leader, you got to care about people, and you got to care so deeply it hurts sometimes. Yes. And you got to carry that as a leader. Today in America, and these are national statistics right here in America, spending on education versus incarceration. $14,840 on a pupil, $45,771 on an incarceration. 40 states spend more on incarceration than they do education. Folks, that's wrong. What the HEAL Conference is doing and why Douglas and I became involved in this as quickly as we did, I like to rethink how we're doing things. Write that word down, rethink. That means you can't do what you've always done, because if you do, you're always going to get what you always got.
That's true.
You got to rethink it. And it starts with gentlemen like this that have been sent to the system but got out of the system. But I'm here to tell you, 1 in 4 that go into the system, get out of the system, go right back into the system because they don't know how to function in society. And society doesn't give them an ability to integrate back into society. Thanks, Doc. So in my root cause analysis, I studied all the way back to the Roman Empire and found there's 4 pillars, 4 key pillars of society. There's business, government, faith, and family. Those 4 pillars exist throughout society. And then I started researching the 247 years America's been in existence and realized that for the first time in history after COVID, remember AC? Those 4 pillars are all crumbling at the same time. It's the first time in history that you can put data to 2 of the 4 may have been crumbling, 3 of the 4, but the first time in history where statistically all 4 of those pillars are crumbling beneath our feet. People ask me as I travel all over, John, what's the one thing this country needs? What's one thing this world needs? I say leadership. It's needed at every level of every pillar we have in society. And it has to be humble leadership. It has to be servant leadership. It is authentic. Somebody say authentic. So what's the solution? Because you can't, we can identify, we're good at Monday morning quarterbacking. I'm telling you, we're some of the best in the world. And man, we can tell somebody what's wrong. But trying to come up with a solution that's identifiable and embraceable, yeah, we're not that good at that. But we can talk about it. And man, with social media made everyone, listen, I say when that gorilla got shot in Cincinnati, everybody the next day became a zoologist. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I'm like, how many people? I didn't know that many people that I were friends with on Facebook knew that much about chimpanzees and children and all that. I mean, it was nuts. So this may seem simple. There are simple solutions I've heard here that just don't get embraced. But let me tell you a key point of leadership is self-awareness. Now know who you are. Know who you are. Be able to look in the mirror this morning and say, this is who I am. And be real with yourself. We are good at lying to ourselves. Man gracious. Woo. Then do self-reflection. Reflect back like, all right, why do I react like I do? Why when somebody does this to me, do I feel like I'm boiling inside? Because there's triggers that are going on inside of you. And then when you do that self-awareness and that self-reflection, watch self-improvement start taking place. Why did we call it First Lead You? Because as a leader, the first thing you need to do is learn to lead yourself first. And you see that's kind of got a university type look to the logo. I don't know if y'all noticed that. It does, because we need authentic leadership training in America. We need it in the world. I think we have put this thing on autopilot thinking it's going to work, and it ain't working. There's a bunch of leaders with elephants on their chest every day in the business place. So how do you develop a culture? Now, we call what we do culture of care when we go into corporations. Culture of care. Because if you're a leader, don't care about your people, then just remove yourself from the job. Recently, I went into a corporation, very, very large corporation. And the controller for that corporation, who had 21 people in the accounting department, said, I don't care about my people. Said, I don't care. And he said, and the company's not going to make me care about them. That's what he said. And I said, well, here's what you need to learn if you're going to stay at this company, because the company's embracing, after COVID, this culture of care, because they know it's changed. We can no longer do the hammer nails. You got to have empathy, humility, concern to be a true leader. You got to have mental strength, self-awareness. And one of the things I think is extremely important for self-development, I use this every day with my teams, journal your pauses. Write that. If you've got something to write down on, journal your pauses. When something's going on in your world from a leadership standpoint, and it makes you pause, there's a reason you're pausing. Most of the time, it's a wound that happened early in your childhood. I do a lot of early childhood development, 0 to 5. There's a lot of trauma that goes on in people's lives, 0 to 5, 6 to 10. Something that's going on with you when you're in your 30s or 40s happened years ago, and it's causing you not to be the leader you need to be. Now you can create trust. If you do these things, you create trust, engagement, connectedness. In this room, we didn't know each other on Friday. I started listening and watching. I'm a watcher. I listened to laughter. I listened to conversations. I watched conversations. I watched people get to know each other in just a short amount of time. There will be things that come out of this conference that will move the needle on some things. There will be. And then the second one, there'll be more that moved. Now you have mentally healthy teams when you do these things. And that should be the goal of any leader, to create mentally healthy teams, because guess what? I'm not just talking about at the workplace. I'm talking about when you go to the house. You should be mentally healthy. When you go home and deal with your family, don't take work home with you. Do not go home with your kids. And I'm telling you, you want to get an old Army guy mad, take your work out on your kids, and you're going to make me mad. They didn't ask to be brought into the world and you not deal with your stress, and so you get to be the brunt, they get to be the brunt end of it. Ain't happening. That's what we say down south. Again, I've got this riddle throughout. Get your mindset before COVID, after COVID. In America, we love working out. Matter of fact, January the 1st, there's 115,047 places in America you can go work out. And you can get physically fit. Oh, don't steal my thunder. And I'm thinking, man, we're all about getting physically fit. But we don't want to talk about getting mentally fit. We don't want to talk about it. We'll spend $35 billion a year trying to get physically fit. That's a B. And we've got apps. We've got things we can do. But we don't have, like, what if we spent 50 cents of every dollar on our mental health as we spent on our physical health? One of the things that we talk about at First Lead You is mentally healthy teams, mentally healthy leaders, emotional intelligence. We get you past those blocks, those pauses that are causing you not to be the leader you need to be. Because how do you find those leaders? So in the military, anybody, I didn't ask the question, any prior service people in the room? Okay, so parents of, okay, good, thank you. Thank you for being a parent of. There's an ASVAB test that you take when you go in the military. I went in the military, how am I doing? I got 5 minutes. I went in the military on a dare by a buddy of mine. It's true. And I took the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. It's the most utilized battery of tests in the world, not in America, in the world. So I took that test, and in the military, it tells the military, this is where this person fits in this big machine. And it works. So I go out, I come out, start a company, risk management. I'm like, where's our ASVAB test for the civilian side? Wasn't one. So we've created a battery of assessments, and I know there's 2,500 of them out there, but I've used a lot of them, and I've come down to these 3 help me start framing a reference around someone's emotional intelligence, who they are, what their personality trait is, what their working genius is, to put them in the right seat. And I use the description of the position and those 3 assessments to say, does this person fit? You can read as many books as you like, but if you're unable to read them, read yourself, you'll never learn a thing. Whoo. Because leaders didn't lead, 43 million people in America resigned. $87 billion a year is spent on professional development in companies. $2 billion are spent bringing people in to pump up the volume of that training. Yet, that same year, those statistics, that was 2021, $7 trillion was lost on productivity due to a disengaged workforce. If you sat down and counted from 1 to a trillion, and it was 7 days a week, 365 days for 24 hours, it would take you 31,600 years to count to a trillion. We're losing $7 trillion of lost productivity because we don't have the right people in the right seat in leadership, and so we have a disengaged workforce. Do you use a selection process to find your people, or do you use a hiring process? Hiring process is old school. Selection process is new. Use assessments, personality traits, job function alignments. You're selected for competence. The hiring process is resume, feeling, your nice and pleasant background. You meet qualifications. You're selected for convenience. That's old school. Were you put in a position as a leader, or do you know someone that was put in a position as a leader out of convenience or competence? Too many times leaders quickly throw somebody in a position, oh man, they're a great salesperson, they'd be a great sales manager. No, being able to sell something doesn't mean you can lead people. The convenient leader, pulled from the bottom 90, low trust with a team, regularly exhibits low emotional intelligence, poor communication, and inconsistency at the decision making. You know that leader that you come in and ask to make a decision, they just stand and stare at you. They don't know what to do. Competent leader, part of the top 10, highly trusted, regularly exhibit good character, effective communication, consistency under pressure. If it's competence versus convenience, convenience is what's put us in this situation. Now the rest of the story. I'm going to go just a tad over. That drill sergeant came to me. I was pushing that concrete up, sweat pouring off me, first day of basic training. My intent was to be the first one out the door, 330 people. I was going to be the leader. 2 days before, in processing, he said almost hourly, don't walk on my floor with your boots on. Because when you walk on my floor with your boots on, it scars my floor, and I don't like my floor scarred. I, in my infinite wisdom, didn't sleep under the covers, had my uniform laid out. When that garbage can started getting beat at 4:30, I threw on my uniform, my boots, and I ran out the door, and there he stood. And there I stood. And I pushed up the concrete while everyone was walking by me with their boots in their hands. After he told me to recover, he said, take your boots off, walk 100 feet to the hallway. I was on the 3rd floor of a 4-story building. Put my boots back on, walked outside, and 329 people were doing push-ups. Because Private Ballinger decided he didn't want to listen to the drill sergeant. That day, I knew that I had failed my team. I failed myself. I didn't listen to the drill sergeant. And I mean, it ate me alive all day long. And I thought, how do I recover from what I had done, failing my team and failing my drill sergeant? So the next day, through the day, I thought about what was going on, and I went to basic training in Fort Dix, New Jersey in the wintertime, and you got some oversized green socks that were supposed to be for cold weather. And I decided I was going to put a pair of those socks over my boots that were on my feet. And so I did. And I walked outside, and I was the first one out. He looked at me, I looked at him, he looked down at my feet, and he ever so slight grin on his face as I walked by him to the stairwell. Took those socks off and put them in my pocket. Through the cycle, 5 days after that, he made me a squad leader. 2 weeks after that, he made him a platoon leader. And at the end of the 10 weeks, after many people in the unit had put their green socks in their pockets like me, Drill Sergeant Bird came up behind me and said, hey, Ballinger, he said, you know that first day when I made you grow grass with concrete? And I said, yes. He said, I knew you were going to be a leader because one day later, you come up with a solution to your problem and you got your team to follow you. That's my challenge to you as leaders. When you make a mistake, you're going to make them. Own them, fix them, go to your team and admit it, and then continue moving forward. And if you want to learn more about how to do that, please come and see Douglas and I.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Let's give John one more round of applause. Thank you for all the gems you dropped today, John, and just for affirming that this is a room full of potential, possibilities, and so much more to come. We have a panel coming up, a really exciting conversation about representation, stigma, breaking barriers, and building bridges. Would like to invite to the stage our session moderator, Rochelle Prosser, and our renowned speakers, Courtney Potter, Adrienne Jones, and Christina Borth. Please come to the stage. Please give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. This important topic explores the impact of representation and the challenges associated with the stigma of various areas of healthcare and education, aiming to foster understanding, empathy, and positive change.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, there we go. We're all in the room. I want to welcome you to this talk about barriers, representation, stigma, and breaking through and finding our way to build relationships. My name is Rochelle Prosser, and I would like to introduce Courtney. We call her Court Potter, Dina, and Adrienne. So I would like to have us introduce ourselves a little bit. So Adrienne, if you'd like to start.
All right, good evening. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adrienne Jones, and I am a gerontologist based in Atlanta. I have my own company, Senior Resources and Consulting Services out of Atlanta, and I'm also the radio host of the Gero Juice, based out of Atlanta. But even though we're in Atlanta, you can catch me anywhere over the world. I wear many hats in the field of gerontology, including many dementia projects that's at the forefront of my repertoire right now. And I'm also a professor at Clark Atlanta University, where I teach sexuality and aging and ethnicity and aging.
Thank you, Stina. If you'd like to go next.
So I'm Christina, AKA Stina Borth, and I am the CEO and founder of Keymaker Youth Support Services. A learning support specialist, an educator, a coach. I take on so many different names, but most of the work that I do is with neurodiverse folks, youth, young adults, and their guardians or partners. And we work in the space of really finding that way for us to create a key and open that door. So I love that term. I love saying, hey, I'm a key maker. I like to have my clients that I work with take that on themselves and really empower them. And a lot of the services that I do are either through consulting, teaching, educating, and really inspired others in the education system community to do the same.
Welcome, Stina. And Court, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Court Potter. I am a former New York advertising executive turned commercial real estate broker. And then I found myself in my mid-40s taking care of children, and I have an aging parent and a grandmother that's in her 90s. And what I found is that when you look at the workforce, women often are held back because they are having to navigate a lot of the logistics for their family members. So when I found this, I started creating logistical website that we just launched this week called Pickle Living. And it's a place where you can go and find professional service providers, communicate with them directly, like senior living facilities, rehabilitation facilities, and communicate with them as well as your loved ones, even the ones you don't like, and then even purchase the services through the platform so that you can continue to still pursue whatever it is you're trying to pursue. But then I found out that you need the emotional side of things and just how to navigate. So I started creating courses on how to navigate these logistics when you find yourself in a pickle. So that's what I'm doing. And I also have a podcast because I started educating, talk about it.
Well, you need to get your platform out there. So any way that you can do that, whether it be on blogs or by podcasts, we have radio hosts. And that's what makes us so global with this team. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rochelle. And I'm actually a nurse, and I've been in healthcare for 30 years. So I'm dating myself, but that's okay, because bringing that seasonality, you're able to see how healthcare has changed and transformed, especially in the last 10 years. We talk about before COVID with our prior speaker and after COVID. And for myself, my role is to look at oncology. I'm a neurotrauma ICU nurse as my training, but I have managed to marry the body with the mind and moving forward into education and law. So I am a part of a lot of organizations that I'm not going to share up here, but it's mostly everything for oncology. But when oncology found itself at my doorstep and affected my family, my husband's a 2-time survivor of cancer, and my daughter is also a cancer survivor, but it took 9 years, and I'm in the healthcare space. So if I had such difficulty finding the next step in her journey, I had to find a way to bring dignity back to healthcare, especially after COVID. So we're all here together today to bring what resources and opportunities that we have found that move that needle forward in the space of AI, technology, and healthcare, and marry that with fostering education and making those alliances. So I welcome everyone to enjoy what we have today to speak with you about representation, stigma, barriers, and breaking boundaries. So our first question that I have for my panel is, why is representation so important in healthcare and education? And how does it connect to well-being in your segment of the society? So Adrienne, if you'd like to share.
So myself working with seniors and mostly working with Black and Brown seniors, they run up against many issues and challenges when it comes to representation and cultural competency in the medical field. And I'm a big advocate for cultural competency and cultural sensitivity in the aspect that the doctor-patient relationship can be very strained or become very sour if there isn't understanding on both sides, particularly on the side of the medical professional, right? So I'll give you an example. If it's a African-American patient who comes in the room with let's say a Russian doctor or a doctor, medical professional of Russian descent, and culturally, this Russian medical professional has a way of how they view women or how they view people of color that will come out in that relationship. So I'll give you an example for when I was working with a value-based provider for seniors in Atlanta. I was bringing a new patient on, and she had a very rough experience at one hospital and had not been to the doctor in about 10 to 15 years. And when I was bringing her on, it was very emotional, it was very traumatic, because she said that experience with her leaving in tears affected how she would see any other medical professional. So it took her about a good year for her to come on because she felt misrepresented, underrepresented, and also unheard. So that's where I think cultural competency and representation matters.
Absolutely agree. I think in hearing, as I've had intimate conversations with a lot of us in this room, we all have our story about our healthcare journey. We all bring those prior experiences and history that comes with us. In this, those of us that are of the southern region, there is such a thing called the southern appendectomy. And that still occurs in certain segments today, unfortunately. But most importantly, when we go in those sectors through our values and beliefs and our lived experience, if they don't look like who the person speaking across from us, if they don't look like me, if they don't speak and share the same purpose, values, and identify culturally, it's really hard to build that trust, all right? And then now you're asking them to either save your life or educate you on your life. So we bring those preconceived ideas and issues into the conversation, consciously and unconsciously. And so we tend, based on those preconceived and internal thoughts, we may hesitate to ask the questions, what do you need? What can I share with you to help you on the next step in your journey? And if we assume that they don't have a need, where we start in our journey financially is not where we end our journey financially when we exist in the healthcare space. And healthcare actually has a specific language when we talk to people. So when we're asking our family members that are just hearing new information about a diagnosis and now they have to translate for the loved one, that representation matters. We want to make sure that we're speaking common language. So I just wanted to ask you, Stina, to weigh in on this from youth and education perspective.
I always come back to that language piece because it really matters. And a lot of the work that I do, there's so much jargon when it comes into IEPs and evaluations, and parents get in that room and it's just, it others them. And what's really, really important for us to take away with representation is that we're speaking of it, we're naming it, we're talking about it. I'm going to say a lot of what I've said all this weekend so far, but also bringing it to length terms and being able to talk about it in a way that isn't going through just the standardized assessment data. Like breaking it down. What does this really mean? And what can I use this for? How does this inform me? How are we using this to make it better for my child? And then also, I would say, for the young adults that I work with, is breaking that down. Like, what does it mean beyond school? In the workplace? Okay, how is this going to impact me? How can I support myself? How can I advocate? Do I disclose this? Is it beneficial? And if I choose to, like, how do I have that conversation?
Exactly. And I know, Court, you have some wonderful techniques that you have within your education system that we're going to talk about later when we talk about solutions. But how has representation been beneficial to you in building your business?
Yes, well, when you look at the U.S. workforce and the loss in the U.S. workforce, because women on an average miss 24 days a year for caregiving needs. So they are absent from their jobs an average of 24 days, and for men it's 9, because they're working on having to deal with the logistical needs. And they actually have to work with not just the logistical needs, but how to even navigate the system and where to even begin. So when I started this journey, I realized, being in my mid-40s, I am one of those statistics. And that's when women peak in their careers. And then when you start to look at men, they're peaking at a decade or more later. So if we can start to provide the tools and resources to enable both men and women to participate in caregiving needs, then we're at least on our journey to helping the U.S. workforce be more productive, be more engaged, because we're helping them learn how to navigate much more efficiently than ever before.
That is wonderful, and thank you, all of you, for talking about why and what your reasons are for representation. So we'd like to talk now about why stigma matters within healthcare and education. Now, for me, I'm now the representation of everything that is evil and awful about healthcare, right? Because we're saying, take this pill. We're saying, take this lotion. We're saying, believe in us, trust in us without having the proof to know in oncology this is going to work. 9 times out of 10, you don't even know who your provider is going to be when you go into the oncology space. You're referred there from your primary care provider or somebody that you've met in the community where it worked. So it's usually the golf buddy of somebody they went to school with that they know that they're referring to, and just maybe they might have experience in what you have. But when you get there, there's a team of individuals that you're sent to, and you have no way of knowing what that outcome is and how best they are at dealing with your specific issue, and you have to trust them, you know? And so stigma, our biases, come into play, not only from the patient perspective, but also on the healthcare provider. Because if you've not dealt with certain communities, you don't know how to effectively communicate with those communities. And so that's what causes stigma in healthcare. So, Stina, if you would like to talk about stigma and how it looks for the education purposes, and then we can go along down the panel.
So I think, really concisely, the biggest problem with stigma is that it misleads our decisions. It's so rooted in emotion and fear. And so that's the danger of it. The danger of it is that it's not an informed decision. It's not a research-based decision. It's something that's came from somewhere else, and yet we're giving it power to step us forward into a space or a certain choice for a youth or for a child. And if we don't check that, and we don't ask for influence, or we don't ask for conversation around that when we're planning an education plan, or we're making a decision of how should this schedule go, or what school should we pick, we're doing an injustice.
Yes. And Adrienne, coming from the gerontology perspective,
Right.
how does that affect you?
So from the gerontology perspective, I had to break this down when we were talking about the questions. I broke it down so gracefully in my head, but it's not that graceful anymore. But anyway, from my perspective, when I look at stigma, I've worked with vulnerable populations, Black and brown populations, and to break that down, working with seniors of Black and brown who lack resources and who have also been they're scared, they're intimidated in the healthcare settings, or they don't have access, years of inconsistent unemployment. And so they may not have been able to pay into the Medicare system as much. So they're on Medicaid and all those, whether it sounds like it's all the way over here, but it all melts into one big pot. And so stigma comes from judgment, and that judgment comes from the mistreatment and the barriers around it. So when you have those barriers around those people, and that fear, the intimidation, the anxiety from misrepresentation, and all that is mixed into one bowl, then it can most certainly contribute to poor health outcomes. Because like I told you before, that experience from that one person led her to not coming to the doctor for about 15, almost 20 years. So no telling what was going on in her body. Luckily, they got it worked out. I don't know if it was comorbid situations or not, but the stigma around just the healthcare setting and the access to resources is very, very, very big for seniors, and not even just for Black or brown seniors, but for seniors who may not just have had that education to allow them to have that cushion in retirement to give them that access to health care. So it's just like a domino effect, a huge domino effect. And I could go on and on, but I'm not.
Thank you, Adrienne. And I like the segue that you have to be able to discuss some of the barriers that we find. And I know, Courtney, your business is centered around finding transportation, finances, and making sure that we don't take in ageism that we do find in that we don't want to bring those things up. And often technology, if we're not used to technology, we might feel that stupid word, right? We don't want to bring that in there. So what are some other barriers that you have seen based on, and how you have transitioned those?
Yeah, I mean, look, no one wants to look stupid, and no one really even knows what questions to even ask and where to even begin. So if we can at least start to provide a roadmap that enables people to know what questions to ask, know where to go to, and just literally just have a high level perspective of just where to begin and what questions to ask and who to go to, at least we can just start to address where the barriers are and how to overcome them so that people can get back to work and people can continue to pursue their careers and people don't have to quit their jobs because they're having to take care of their aging parents or their kids at the same time. So if we can enable just a roadmap, which I'm literally creating, so that people can have an idea of, where to even begin. And that's what we're all doing. We're all here creating roadmaps so that people know where to begin and bringing in multiple different industries together. I mean, that's where we are today, and I think it's beautiful.
Yes, and as we navigate the AI technology advancement, I look back at when I started the journey with my family, especially my youngest daughter, where there were no treatments. There was nothing out there, and to where we are today, where we can take a pill. We don't, for those that are needle averse, they don't have to go and do chemotherapy and actually have a piece of metal put in their body. They can take a pill, they can inhale something, or it's a matter of using and activating their own immunity to help them get through whatever they're going through. So it's really interesting how the use of AI has helped us transform and promote inclusion in looking at the barriers and just breaking those down. So I wanted now to talk about some solutions that we would like to see as we transform, because that's why we're all here. We're all here because we made something or we did something phenomenal to help the world globally to move that needle forward, to build bridges and break down those barriers. So Adrienne, I know that you use your voice in radio, and I know that it's by any means necessary to get our voices out. So what is your one primary thing that you use to make a difference for a solution?
One of the things, and while we're talking, this is so all the way left field, but we're talking about things that we talk about all the time, from education, from childhood and on up, and you won't believe, one of the things I impress upon my students and when I do talks and presentations is life course advantages and disadvantages. And those same life course advantages that people are born into, they're advantage for some, but they're disadvantages for others. And I'm sorry, but one of my friends, she started singing this song. And for me, this conversation is like this song, the song that never ends. Yes. And it goes on and on, my friend. And some people started singing not knowing what it was. And it's like we have this conversation. It's just a revolving door, like all the time. But then it's like, who's going to step up to the plate? And like the gentleman before us gave a wonderful presentation on leadership, who's going to take ownership, step into those shoes, no matter how big they are, no matter what mistakes you're going to make, you're just going to step out there and do something. But what I've seen is Doc Talks bringing the providers into the community, because believe it or not, from my perspective, serving seniors, they don't have access to even transportation to get to the doctor, or they live on this side of town and their doctor is all the way up on the other side of town, and grandchildren and children are working, so they're missing doctor's appointments. So we have mobile screenings and mobile provider buses that come into the community. But then also, when I talk about bringing the provider into the communities, I also have to say consistency is key, because some people will come in January, then they'll come again in June, and they'll do research and they'll get their numbers, and then we won't see them until the following year, until another January or another annual it's annual breast cancer month or fibroid awareness month. But to gain the trust of seniors that have been hurt systematically is you have to be consistent.
Thank you. Stina, from the education perspective, what is the solution that your company does best in promoting and breaking down those barriers and stigmas?
Something that it is in every piece that my company does, whether it's guardians or youth or young adults, is really teaching a step-by-step process and the methods of change. So we talked about it a little bit earlier and heard about awareness. Awareness makes a successful leader. It makes a successful change maker. It also leads to acceptance, self-awareness of, hey, what's going on with me? And then also normalizing what's going on with me. It goes on with a lot of folks. And then going through and learning and gaining that knowledge of, like, how can I change this for myself? How can life be better? How can I grow and do better as a parent, as a young adult? And then having that support to practice, to gain the ability, is super important. And that means having a network system, having folks like, a teacher, a coach, a mental health provider, and parents, and everybody talking to each other. So really creating that community to work together to be that village. And then realizing that those lapses, those oops, I got off the track, that's normal. That's part of being human. And just knowing that when that happens, I can get back on it.
Thank you. And Courtney, I know that in private conversation we talk about gamifying certain things within your applications, and we've had some different talks from different speakers talking about using AI to gamify how we move the needle forward in education and healthcare. So if you'd like to sit and talk about your companies and what you've done to create solutions for barriers and stigma.
Yes. So while I went down the path of creating Pickle Living, which is really just dealing with the logistical needs, I found that the emotional needs is really vital for people. I mean, you find yourself in these situations where you're triggered about what happened in your childhood and how it's affecting you today, just like the speaker earlier was talking about. And so I wanted to create a roadmap to where you look at your past and how it's affecting your present so you can create the future that you want. And then I was like taking it one step further because, yeah, it sounds all great, but no one wants to fill out an advance directive. No one wants to talk about these things. So I literally created a game. I gamified it by challenging friends, family, coworkers on a small scale, but even a larger scale, whether it's public or private challenges, so that you can motivate your team, you can motivate yourself even to just get those tasks that are just mundane and annoying, quite frankly, and time consuming, actually get them done. And you can challenge your brother that really doesn't want to fill out the information, but if you can give him a document that says, I need you to get this done, I'm going to challenge you, and you can even make a wager of whatever that means. It doesn't have to be monetary, but whatever, then you can start to actually create an environment for each other so that you can actually get those tasks done.
Thank you. And so I can only speak from the healthcare profession and what is near and dear to me. I realize that I'm only a party of one, and that 30 years of experience that I have, I can only help one individual or two individuals at a time. And so when going through this, I met mothers, parents, sisters, brothers, patients, adults, older adults that needed information, that needed that key to that next step. And I would get referrals from physicians. What we're doing isn't working. How we're going forward, we're not identifying the problem. And I realized that I can't be everywhere all at once. You know that movie, Everywhere, Everything, All at Once? So I had to think internally, what was the difference that made the difference in my daughter's life, in my husband's life, in my family's life, for those people that I was able to touch? Whether it was that I helped them transition to receive their butterfly wings, or whether it was that I helped them to find that next step in the journey. And I realized that key was education and knowledge. Why is that so important? Well, knowledge and education gives you the options of finding your survivability. If you don't know where to go, you can't get there. And so I created a cancer treatment library that has all of the cancer treatments in one place. Why? everything is in its silo. We talked about this a lot. But in trying to move the needle, in trying to provide access and remove exclusion, we can't continue to exclude entire swaths of our community from clinical research. And so the only way to know this and to promote trust is to give knowledge and education, and that's through allowing the research to happen and knowing where to go. So on this now, I thank you. We really wanted to talk a few things about allies. How do you find an ally? So I'll start the conversation here while we open up the audience to ask questions of us. To move the needle forward in barriers and stigma, we need to find who our allies are and how can we spot them to move our business forward. And I think being in this space here with all of us is the beginning of that. So I see Adrienne ready to raise her hand, so go ahead. And if there's any questions in the audience, please raise your hands and we'll get you a mic.
I would say simply, oh, this is better. Yeah. Okay, I would say for myself, like I said, working with seniors and allies, is an ally is empathetic, number one, and they understand the group of people, the person that they're allocating for. What do they understand? So they understand the barriers, they understand the stigma. So it goes back to the very beginning of the conversation. They understand all those things and they're like, listen, I hear you, I empathize with you, and I want to help you in the best way possible. And I want to help you with my voice and with my resources. So if we're standing out in the rain and we're picketing and we're marching and we're knocking on doors, I can do that for you. If my help is, hey, I have the paper, you have the pen, and we're coming to the table and we're joining forces. Also, that ally has enough knowledge to go into the community and advocate for more allies and more partnerships to help those people or help that person. So that's what I think.
Awesome. Go ahead, Stina.
And is this? An ally is somebody that's willing to take that feedback or that request and apply it in all aspects of their life. It's not just in the office or just at school. It's at home. And they're really eager to apply that request. And then as well as is that maybe they ask and they say, how can I be an ally? How can I help? And give you the opportunity to really define it, because if we don't define what an ally is to us, we can't get upset if we don't receive that allyship, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
really opening that opportunity and then being able to apply it across all of our.
Awesome.
I'll just quickly, I mean, my mother lives in a different state. I live in Florida. She's in Kentucky. My grandmother's still back at home as well. And so I didn't even know who an ally was. I didn't have anyone. So I'm hopping on an airplane in the middle of the night and lack of sleep, meltdown in the airport, like I don't even know where to even begin, and we've all been there at some point with some situation. So if we can at least identify who our allies are at each stage, then at least we know where to begin. So if we can just identify, at the hospital, the caseworker is the person that you speak with, and at the rehabilitation facility, who are the key people that you need at each stage that will enable you to get you to that next step, so that you're not spending 5 days, 2 weeks, whatever, just even trying to figure out how to navigate. So if we can just create roadmaps that enable people to even just identify how they want to navigate the unknown, at least that's the first step to me in creating an ally.
Awesome. So I open up the floor for any questions that you have. I'll ask my narrator, how much time do we have? Pardon? 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. So we'll continue then. I have another question for the panel. What role do words play in perpetrating stigma? This is the extra stuff now. right? So we all know that in industry and we work with our coworkers the majority of the time, and then we have to bring all of that stuff home, right? And as our illustrious prior commentator there that we have to follow very clearly and very properly said, we can't bring that home. We are the bosses of us. We are not the bosses of our family and our children. And so when we go home, words matter. I know it matters for me. My countenance can either elevate or shrink based on the words that come out of the mouths of my loved ones and those that I hold dear. So I will open up that question. What role do words play?
Okay, when I think of, I'm not going to say what role does words play. That's a lot. But it is a lot. But when I think, before we get to words, I always read, like the gentleman said, reading the room and reading the energy that somebody brings before they say anything. And I don't think some people realize how powerful that is, because you can wear so much on your face. Your body language, your demeanor can say so much before you open your mouth, right? And we heard people say all the time, it's not what you say, but it's how you say it, right? So, and I haven't given much of my personal experience of caregiving, but I cared for my grandmother all last year, and she passed away. And what I did was I would not let anyone in the house or in the room that had anything negative to say, anything negative to speak over her, to her, around her, or to myself and her other two sisters as caregivers, because we were trying to keep a positive environment. And in that positive environment is healing without anybody saying a word. So when I come in contact with people, words play a lot, but I'm reading your energy, your facial expression, your demeanor. It kind of tells me exactly where you're getting ready to come from, and it tells me the space you're getting ready to come from.
Amen. Amen. Yes. Go ahead, Stina.
Well, words, is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Language matters a ton. If we don't establish a common language, we can't really be speaking. We're not understanding each other. And we can't even, there's no voice then. Then we're not seeing each other. We're not hearing each other. We're not able to come up with a plan or even make agreements like you do in every relationship you have. So even when it comes with barriers and stigma and change, these are agreements, these are relationships that we are managing. And it requires language, and language that can be received so that the message can be received. Because if I use a word or a phrase that's going to land poorly and it's going to cut you off from being able to receive the message or even communicate with me or collaborate or tell me exactly what you're thinking, because you're like, Stina, you don't want to hear what I have to say because of how I presented it, that's not the goal. The goal is community and change and unity.
Yes, absolutely. And Courtney, you mentioned within your organization how you use influencers in that social media space. Do you want to talk about that and how it either promotes or refutes stigma?
Absolutely. I mean, so when my best friend was dying of cancer, she was like, if I go to one more website and they remind me that I'm sick and dying, and then I run into my friend and, she's like, oh, I saw your post on that social media, that website. I'm really sorry. How's everything going? She's like, well, I was doing just great until you reminded me that I'm sick and dying. And so, I wanted her to create tools so that she felt good, like the air was not so heavy, but that you could look at, like, look, we all find ourselves in a pickle. And being able to bring different influencers and different that we feel confident listening to and that we want to listen to, and be able to all come to one place so that she felt confident on how she was addressing and talking to her kids about her cancer, and how I talked to my grandmother about how, she feels, and not minimizing how they, feel. So I think that recognizing the right influencers, using the right words, and how we can really bridge the knowledge gap that we currently have with people that aren't typically in the space. I mean, I wasn't in the space, but I was so curious to figure out a solution and solutions to address these because, you know, we don't really even know where to begin. And, but we want to make sure that we are listening to the right people. And as we all know, you know, everyone became a zoologist. And at the end of the day, we are all doing the best that we can. And we want to make sure that we're listening to the right people and we're doing the right things that enable us to make the right decisions for not only ourselves, but for our loved ones. So.
Okay, wonderful. So in this last 5 minutes, I would like each of us to just use that time for a closing statement. And so I'll begin with this that I always say to my patients and parents when they come and meet me and have that moment for that consult. And it begins with this. We all embark on a journey that we don't want to go on. And we go to a place that we just don't want to be in. But once we get there and we meet people who understand our cause, who can identify with where we are and find that trust, we're so glad that we get there. And that's what the HEAL conference is about, is bringing all those different perspectives and ideas and thought leaders in one place to competently sit down and have those conversations and become that village. So Courtney, to close?
Oh, well, I'll just say that, you know, we're all going to find ourselves in a pickle. So go to pickleliving.com and find the logistics that will enable you to find the right care for yourself or for your loved ones. And know that, you know, make them feel that it's not just you that's in the situation, that we're all going to find ourselves in these situations, and how can we navigate them better and emotionally and personally with our emotions, but all the logistics. And I just hope, I'm so grateful for conferences like this where we can all come together and look at things not just from like one-dimensional, but multidimensional. I mean, we're all now talking about epigenetics. We're talking about, you know, how we are bringing AI into situations. We can no longer be just, you know, still and ignorant. There are tools out there that we can all leverage now.
Amen. And Ms. Tina?
I think my biggest takeaway from this experience so far, and just a reminder of that awareness plays a huge part in planting those seeds. So self-awareness, but also for those breaking those barriers, building those bridges, is awareness outward as well. Looking around and seeing what's happening, what are others' experiences, and then trying to create that community, applying a keymaker mindset of, all right, I don't know what to do quite yet. Yet is like my favorite word. But creating it and walking through that door.
Thank you. Adrienne, to close.
Okay, my close is simple. You know, we all came here with different backgrounds, different perspectives, and we heard the same thing, different backgrounds, different perspectives. So my takeaway for you all is keep digging, keep looking. I know some people may have heard the saying, you don't know what you don't know. And so whatever that space is, whether it's health, whether it's education, keep making those phone calls. Don't get tired. Take a rest some days, but don't give up whatever your search is. And that, okay, yes.
Yes.
Don't give up
Yes.
whatever your search is. Look me up. I know I may not touch everybody as I walk out the door, but my website is SR Consulting Services. srconsultingservices.com, and there you'll find my programs, my services, access to my show. I come on every Thursday. Every Thursday from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time on Atlanta's Inspiration Station, Love 860. You can get it online, love860.com. Also, within the past week, I came out with a free download for my caregivers. Caregiving is big, whether you're in seniors, differently abled adults. I have that free download on my website as well under books. It's called Caregiving 101, I Need Help. And you can go there, quick tips, nice reference guide, and it just gives you like the tip on stepping out there. Tip 1, where do you go? What do you do? So that's it.
So thank you, all of our panelists, and thank you, audience, for being out there and willing to listen to us talk about barriers, representation, stigma, and building bridges.
We know how we say good job here. All right, let's show them who we are. We did this day one, so if you weren't here day one, I know you're going to catch it up. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. G-O-O-D-J-O-B, good job, good job. Remix, muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien. M-U-Y-B-I-E-N, muy bien, muy bien. Tomorrow, I'm expecting everyone will do that in Espanol because we know representation matters, right? Connection. It's the simple things we do, just like I start our morning with a buenos dias and a good morning, right? So that everyone feels, and when my friends from other languages and other cultures teach me, well, I'll bring it in as well, okay? Thank you so much, Courtney. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Christina. And thank you, Rochelle, for such a meaningful conversation that is a courageous conversation that needs to happen in more spaces in education, in healthcare, and especially around who is leading and who has been leading and who might need to be stepping in for leadership in all of these spaces and places. All right, so that said, we have a break. We have a break until 4:10, but I really want to ask everyone to be here at 4:05. Those that are scheduled for interviews, we will be meeting at the end of the hallway. I'll be conducting your interviews. Everyone else, please take this time to continue the conversations. We have an award ceremony and a keynote and a fireside and a really fun thing that we're going to do together before we depart. So looking forward to seeing you at 4:05. Enjoy your coffee break. To be determined. Both of them. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming back. We have a couple quick announcements before we begin with our keynote speaker. Can everyone pull out your phone and turn it around, turn it upside down, and make sure that it's yours. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. We have a phone that's been missing. Naz is missing her phone, so if anyone just sees another iPhone with a black cover, just let us know, anybody in the AV team or the organizing team, it just may have grabbed a little feet or fallen somewhere. We also want to encourage everyone to post the phenomenal pictures that you've been taking, whether it's on LinkedIn, on Instagram, Facebook. If you hear something, a quote that really moves you, that's meaningful, please capture that so we can continue to touch it, read it, learn it, teach it, and get everyone talking about the HEAL conferences and how we need more spaces like this, okay? Any other announcements? Oh, we have one more announcement. We have a book for sale. One of our participants and esteemed tribe members, Dr. Westcott, has a book that she will be selling throughout the weekend, and she would just like to promote and celebrate this. Tell us one more time the name of the book. The psychological effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as we remember from her panel, yes. It's on Amazon. I'm repeating for the people that can't hear you because we need a mic. You got it. It's on Amazon. No, keep going.
It's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and a couple of other upper echelon platforms where you can buy books. If you go on my website, it'll give you a listing of what books are that you can purchase. But
Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or the website. So we will be sharing more good things with the community. I'd love to hear, we have maybe time for one more person. It's something that I do in the classroom, but I do it in all kind of spaces. We do one clap for good things. So anyone in the room outside of Dr. Westcott have something really exciting, really good that's happening in your personal, professional life that you'd love to share very briefly? First hand I see up. One good thing in life. Yes, I saw you. I saw, was that a hand, Rochelle? Or?
Personal good thing. Having this platform to be able to tell.
Thank
Having
you.
this platform to be able to share that there are resources and tools out there, because for African American communities and people of color, we're 20% of the population, but only 6% of us get access or even informed of clinical trials, but only 1% of us get in. So having this platform to share the information, so that there's knowledge and power out there, that's the one big thing out there.
Thank you. And so we do one clap for all good things. So we're all going to clap at the same time. So on the count of 3, 2, 1, one clap for all good things. On our first try, I'm so excited. So one clap for good things is we can do one clap for good things. Another clap because we have a keynote address coming up by Marion C. Carter, who's going to be talking to us about the changing the face of deaf education, addressing the challenge and improving outcomes. Please join me in giving many more than one clap for Marion C. Carter. Thank you so much, Malika. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Marianne Carter, and I'm super excited to be up here with you today to share about changing the face of deaf ed. I'll tell you just a little bit about myself. I'm a child of deaf adults. I'm a CODA. If any of you have Apple TV, you might have seen the movie. If you haven't, I highly recommend that you watch it. It is a very different living experience as a CODA. My job here today is to reframe your mind around deaf education, because we've done traditionally deaf education the same way for a very long time. You probably assume that kids who are deaf go to a school for the deaf. How many have that assumption? Okay, not all of them do. In the state that I live in, South Carolina, we have about 70 students that go to the school for the deaf, and we have over 1,500 or more that are in public schools. Okay, so that's an instant reframe for you. I will share with you that I am the owner of Carter Hears. It's a passion for me, what I do, because it is something that's been in my family for a long time. I do want to reframe what you think about deaf education today, so let me know at the end if I did do that. I do want you to just take a minute. We're going to watch this little boy. He's so super cute, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, I just want you to watch him and then tell me what you notice. Okay, what is the first thing that you noticed about the boy? Just shout it out.
He's not babbling. Baby babbles. He's silent. He's silent.
He was not babbling, he's silent. Anything else?
He's observing.
He's observing. That's another positive way to take a look at that. Anything else?
He's calm.
He's calm, right. Okay, so in the beginning of the video, what he really is doing is he is kind of like isolated. He's searching, right? He's looking around. He definitely was trying to take it all in. And then the next thing that you notice about him is that something happened. What changed? None of you said anything about the change, so now I'm going to call you all out. He smiled, right? Okay. So in my family, we're known for that. My grandmother, my mom, and I, and my daughter all have the same smile. In this one, it's important because what occurred to make him smile? We have no idea. But what do you think it was?
He was able to hear what was going on.
I didn't hear anything. You're guessing he might have heard something. They could have given him a toy.
He recognized something in his space.
Right. All of those means that he made a connection. Okay? So that's where I'm going today. I want you to connect with me. What the most important thing is that I thought was awesome, it's not just that he made the connection, he walked towards it. Because it's not just getting it, it's also giving it. So today we're going to just take a minute. I want you all to do a quick little activity with me, and it's to really kind of reframe. Again, I'm just taking different avenues to get there. I want you to take a deep breath, and I want you to close your eyes and just think of a person that you love so very much that's not here anymore. And once you have that person in your mind, I want you to open your eyes, and I'm going to ask you, when you are in Walmart, in Target, maybe you shop something fancier, and you're walking around and you hear somebody laugh like them, or you hear somebody talk like them, the effect isn't here, it's here. That is connection. We have no idea how powerful that is, but what we hear and our connections to that are bigger than just this and this. So I just want to give you that. And also, just in our everyday lives, hearing informs us. How does it inform us? If you're a busy mom or dad, you might be busy doing 3 things in the kitchen, and you take your water bottle and you go to the kitchen, and you get your refrigerator and you get your water out, you can hear the water rising. So you know when to stop. All of that informs our everyday life. And so that's why talking about deaf education is super important today, even if you just have it not necessarily in a teaching realm, but in a medical one too. One of the things I just want to tell you that makes it also impactful, and then I'll move to the next slide, is that Helen Keller said herself, and we all know that Helen Keller was deaf and blind. She said, blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people. And when she was asked, she said she would rather be blind than deaf. Something important to note. I will take her word for it. All right. So today I'm such a teacher, I have to tell you what I'm going to do. So obviously I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction. I'm going to hopefully give you guys some perception, tell you about us, tell you how we reach our goals, why change is needed in our field. 3 generations, I kind of alluded to that earlier if you were in here for awards. The team, the difference, the process, and an invitation. Just as a little highlight for the educators in the room, it's really important to keep in mind that when I'm working with deaf and hard of hearing children, they need that visual, and I need to be able to pre-teach, reteach, and post-teach what I'm doing. Most hearing people, like y'all in the room, you can hear something 3 times and your brain says, thank you, retained and processed. Now it's all in a file. Our deaf and hard of hearing kids, research shows it takes 10 direct times. Why is that? It's because they don't have information in the periphery. So when they're concentrating on listening or somebody signing to them, it's right there. I'm not catching all the conversation to the side. Just like we all are networking, we're catching conversations that are happening over there. It's affecting our brain even though we're not engaged. So that's definitely part of that. We call this setting the table for kids. We have to make sure that they have grounding, and then we can add a figure to it, and that helps them process information. And that is a strategy that we use. So I just wanted to share that with you to kind of show you how we set that up. All right. Okay. When you see this, I really just want to walk across the stage, so I'm just going to walk. When you see this over here, what do you think of when you hear deaf or hard of hearing? Silence, just kidding. Sure, you might think of silence. Okay. You feel sad. Yeah. Okay.
Lack of safety.
Say that one more time. I didn't catch that.
A lack of safety.
A lack of safety for them?
For them, yes.
Okay.
They can't hear necessarily what's going on. Like, we're driving, we can hear sirens, we can hear all these things around us. So we take that for granted. But when somebody's deaf, they don't get those warnings ahead of time.
Yes, there has to be something else that triggers them quicker, right? Like maybe their eyesight is engaged a little more to catch the lights and things like that. So what I put up here was pictures of a child wearing a hearing aid. Many people think of hearing aids when they think of deaf and hard of hearing people. In the middle, you think of sign language maybe. And on the end, I have a child wearing a cochlear implant. I also chose these on purpose. Many people can look at these three pictures and say, oh, it's a deaf child. Yes, and I picked 3 vanilla ones for you to see. But what I will share with you is that they never look the same. I have a higher caseload now of a much more diverse population, and this is happening across the country. We have more children that are English as a second language. Their parents don't speak English, and we're working in homes that speak multiple languages. And when you're trying to acquire a language, trying to do that when there's more than one language spoken in the home is a very, very difficult thing to do. So what I want to share with you is what I taught maybe 20, 25 years ago doesn't look like it does now, and that's why practices need to change. The other thing that I just wanted to share with you is when we look at technology and communication, no 2 deaf children that I've ever taught are exactly the same. You have to love them, teach them, and understand them as an individual. The other thing is, just like I said, English is a second language. Where they live, rural, urban, city, suburb, that makes a difference because access to care and quality educators change with just that one dynamic. You also have socioeconomic issues that come about, and also race. All of that plays a factor. And I'm grateful to say that I have all those factors, and I love my kids, and I assess them, and I treat them to their need. So Carter Hears, we believe that all children, especially children with hearing loss, reach their potential in academic, social, emotional, functional, spiritual avenues through conducive learning environments. Sounds great, right? A lot of elementary, middle school, and high schools, they have a wonderful mission. And that sounds good. Y'all are happy with that, right? I didn't miss anything? Okay. So our team created this. But what I share with you is that sounds great, but you got to put it in action. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. So the question is, how do we reach our goals? You're climbing out of a hole together, right? And it's got to be the key to something bigger. This is kind of the how we do what we do. What we do is grounded in evidence. I could today bring up a whole bunch of studies and data, and I'm happy to provide that, but I thought it might be a little boring. But if you want to connect with me, I can share this with you. But the most important thing is that we remember that it has to be direct and explicit. So if you think I'm going to get the underlying meaning because you have implied that to me, for example, if I'm the mom and I'm carrying groceries and I want my child to come and help me carry groceries, I'm not going to huff and puff until the child comes. I'm going to say, you know, you do a lot of talk. We teach kids to do self-talk in their head. So we would say, you know, mommy got a lot of groceries. I really would love help carrying these in. I'm strong enough to carry 2. Can you carry 1? So you have to give the language directly and explicitly. Also, one of the biggest things that's important to me, and this is really why I wanted to be at HEAL this time. I mean, it was wonderful to be recognized, but it's also great to be up here because the audience that's here is so diverse, and I'm grateful for that. But a lot of times, we run in parallel universes. Healthcare does its own thing, and technology does its own thing, and education does its own thing. It cannot continue to work like that. What we need is a whole team approach. And the reason for that, and we strive to do that very well, and I'll give some examples to that, because we just not only do that in the school, but we have to bring the community in too. But the reason that's so important is because you have to have the quality pieces here. You want to make sure that you have quality professionals. I will tell you that who they're graduating now is not what they used to graduate. I don't know why, but we have, in the workplace, earlier today there was a panel up here talking about the workplace. In the workplace, we have had to come up with our own competencies, and we provide coaching to our staff once a month that they can say, I want to gain better competency in this area. If we don't start doing that and offering them a time and a place to learn, how are we helping them show the example to the children they teach? It's super important. And that also, coaching in our world, we also do not only professional coaching, but we will also help you with your personal life too. I will say that everything has to be research and evidence-based, but just because that is true does not mean that it fits every kid. So you have to know the differences between the research and evidence-based stuff to pick what's appropriate. The last thing I'll share with you is that a lot of technology and healthcare will work in functions where they'll say, well, this child needs to get a cochlear implant. And there's nothing wrong with that. Children get implants for safety reasons, just to hear for safety reasons. Some of them get it to learn to listen and speak. But communicating that with the educational group and technology is very important. There's options in technology. There's some implants that work better with different types of hearing loss. And also in the educational realm, we also have a responsibility to carry out their ability to access information. And most information at school is delivered the way I'm delivering it to you right now. So if we don't start thinking about that, and I'll give you an example real quickly about technology. How many of you maybe have seen out there where they've developed things like a sign language glove, or glasses that have an interpreter in the window, and other things like that? Sounds great, right? You're thinking, oh, that's amazing, that's wonderful. Most sign language, not just American Sign Language, but British Sign Language, and there's of course sign language for each different country, they don't use one hand. They use 2. And so you need that to work together, and that's a lot of tech, and that's very, very difficult. It also does not necessarily guarantee that they can still communicate with their peers and a whole other slew of things that relate to social emotional health. So I just wanted to bring that about because technology is great, but if it's not applicable and gives connection, it's not helpful. All right, sorry, clicker. So what's the why? I just shared with you the how. What's the why? Why is change needed? Well, we have a status quo that still reigns. Earlier today, we had somebody up here, I'm pretty sure she was from Microsoft, she said that if a child does not learn to read by the time they're in 3rd grade, that's a very common study, and I'm aware of that. There's also a very common study that says most deaf and hard of hearing children only ever learn to read up to a 3rd grade level. And if we took that at heart, what we would learn is that they're not able to read to learn, right? If we use that same similarity. And so if that's the status quo, then we can't continue to expect that that is good enough. Especially when we think about the technology and the things we've discussed here with AI, our kids need to be better trained and educated in how to use that. So those outcomes, if they're not improving and changing, does not mean that we just say, well, all those kids go to the school for the deaf. We can't just say that's what happens. That's not the way we function. So I will give you an example, and I'm kind of calling you to the mat, and I'm fine with that. I'm really good at that, and you can call me to the mat too. Societal acceptance of deaf people. If you guys don't mind, how many of you in your everyday job work with a deaf person? Okay, 2 in this entire room. And I'm not gonna even count her because she works with me. And more importantly, we try to make sure deafness is represented on our team by deaf people. So we have about 30 to 40% of our staff that are deaf. That's really an important value that we carry. But recognition of them in the workplace and their ability to participate is not something that we see in a societal world. What we mostly find is that, let me just ask you this, when you are out in the world and you see somebody who's deaf, do you do what that boy did and walk towards the connection possibility with them, or do you avoid it? Most of the time people avoid it. They're happy to look at it, but they're not willing to engage in it. And that is our responsibility here, is to try to attempt to engage. That helps to do that. And I'll also share this because this is something near and dear to my heart, and we're really working towards this. We have a project we're working on. But parents still continue to share with us that they have concerns for their children. And that is because at the everyday life of their school, they make friends, they can participate, they do all those things, but nobody calls them and says, hey, we're gonna go swimming after school, or hey, we're gonna go to 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee, or those kinds of social things. They miss out on that. So they can do the surface level connection, but not the deeper level connection. These are real people, by the way, real moms, real kids. All right. So this is kind of fun for me. I'm going to share this with you because this is in my blood, literally probably my DNA. In this picture, if you look to the top right, you'll see a nice little girl smiling with headphones on. That's my mom. She's the one who's deaf. And then the teacher in this picture is my grandmother. Back in the 1950s, when children who had disabilities and did not have to be educated literally could be sent home in the United States of America, my grandmother said, no, 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 not my child. And the reason she did that is she had a little bit of motivation. My grandfather was he's from a family of 6. He has 4 brothers. All those brothers went to World War II. And he said, I'm the oldest, I'm not gonna let them go without me going. He was the only one that was married, and he's the only one that didn't come home, okay? And my grandmother, my mom has a sister, she's now the oldest, and she's actually deceased now. But my grandmother had a child who had spina bifida. So my grandmother lost my grandfather and her oldest child at the same time. So she had my mom, and then she was also pregnant with my uncle. My uncle's still alive. But what she wasn't going to lose in all of this was connecting with my mom. She knew that she had to make a goal of how she was not going to lose my mother and lose her son. And she made an entire life out of this. Rarely enough, both of my grandparents were educated back in the 1930s. Now, even my grandmother got a college degree, and she was a teacher. And so when she found out my mom was deaf, she said, I'm out of North Dakota. And she went straight to Chicago. She went to Northwestern. She trained herself in how to learn how to listen and speak. And then she said, that's not enough. And she went to the University of Illinois and built an entire deaf ed program. She built that. She had Champaign-Urbana schools and National A.G. Bell say, hey, let's all do this. This is what she started with. What she ended with, and I have data from some of these kids and some other kids that are in her book, I've actually seen, did her strategy work? 60 years later, those individuals have homes, worked jobs, and also were college-educated people. So I know that what they did worked. They're above the status quo right now. And so I share that with you because it changed her life. One of the biggest gifts I got after my mom passed away is I was going through her things, and there was a birthday card from my grandmother to her as an adult woman. And she said, you gave purpose to my life. And I want to share this with you because each of you in this room do so many different things. And your job is to say, this is purpose to my life. Each of you should have that. And I just want to share that with you. But she didn't want to lose connection, and this is how she built it. She said, Eleanor is going to talk and sound like a newscaster on television. And that is what she did with my mother. So my mom had great speech, and she loved my mother, but she ended up going to Gallaudet, learned sign, dated the captain of the football team. I am not his daughter. But she also learned to sign. And that was one thing that was also pretty amazing, because my mom gave, deaf people don't make deaf people. Deaf people have mostly hearing children, okay? Hearing people make deaf people. 90% of children who are born deaf are born to hearing people, which means immediately language and connection are at stake, immediately. So it's a huge, huge deal to have a process to what you do. So what I love about that is my mom taught me her language. I'm fully fluent in ASL, but she taught me, she said, in the world, you're gonna have to learn to talk and read English. And she wanted me to have that too. And I just want you to know that even in her own way, she wanted to make sure she didn't lose connection with me either. All right, so this team looks a little small, but I do want to tell you kind of who we are. So our team is a lot of fun. We have speech-language pathologists, teachers of the deaf. We have support staff, and that's rare in special ed. If anybody's in here and teaches special ed, you know that. They basically are people who put our learning stuff together. They are the ones that make sure that we have digital files accurate, all the things, because I think special ed teachers need their own secretary. That's just the way we function. We also have language facilitators, educational interpreters, and educational audiologists just on our team alone. Language facilitators, and earlier today up on the panel they said something about facilitators. With the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that we carry for all of our deaf kids, that's why they're entitled to an IEP, one of the things that they talk about is least restrictive environment. That environment does not work well for deaf kids. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what happens is they're ripped away from language intensity. And they're expected to, because what happens is that they'll say, well, this kid has to get 30 minutes of recess. This kid has to get this much time in math and this much time here, which means they have less time with me. And until I get them where they need to be, they can't learn your math class. They can't understand what's happening. They need me first. So LRE does not work in their favor. And that is a challenge that we do have. So in that regard, that's something I want to share with you. So Carter Hears, which is what we have now, and HEaL Model. So Carter Hears is available to school districts. We come to you. We have facilitators because children who are language deprived over 3 years stay in the general ed classroom with them. It's a facilitator model we created that helps them at a developmental rate learn to listen, speak, sign, read and write. And we have amazing results. Most of our kids gain more than 1 year's progress in 1 year's time, and that's pretty big in our world. Some of our kids have 3 or 4 years growth, as long as it's developmental. But Carter Hears comes to you. So we have things that we bring to the school districts. We have service options. But here's the other thing. We do an educator series, so it's not just about us. There's educators that don't work with us, and they've got to get better. We do a lot of different things where that's concerned. So that's what we do. We come into your environment. The HEaL model is actually set up like my grandmother set it up. And that is for us to give you a pathway to set up something intensive. You guys remember Manny from yesterday? Okay, and he talked about their school. HEaL model is a model that's set up so if parents and children want that for a charter school or whatever, they can take that model and create their own. And that is a language development intense experience. But that should, by the time they are in between 3rd and 8th grade, depending on where they start, be able to integrate back into general education. It definitely comes with a multilingual and cultural approach. So if you're a listener speaker or a signer, if you want them to do both, you can spend all day in one or the other or mix it up. So it's pretty amazing. Our process. So we call ourselves a team with heart. What makes us different? Why am I up here? Because I said you have to reframe your thinking. The first thing we care about is our culture. We are Brene Brown people. We have Brene Brown coaches that work with us, and we absolutely love it. We talk about living big, and I just want to share this with you because you guys can use it anywhere. BIG stands for boundaries, integrity, and generosity. I believe that you're doing the best you can with what you have. Therefore, I set my boundaries so I can show up in my own integrity. Carter HEARS does that wherever we go, not only places, but with each other. That means we can be vulnerable with each other, we can share hard things, we can talk through hard things, and at the end of the day, the process is there so that we can up our game. At Carter HEARS, since we've started, we've had people gain their master's degrees while they're with us. We've built educational interpreters, and they've passed with high rates. And we also make sure that we're making a difference in other people's lives, not just parents, but educators too. And if you don't take all the people and take all the pieces, you just can't have enough of change. I can sit up here and tell you all these things, but if I don't go out there and do it, it doesn't matter. So, at the end of the day, I'm just offering an invitation to collaborate with us. If you don't think about children who are deaf and hard of hearing in your realm, we might really be able to up your game visually and how you do things. I really was hoping our Microsoft lady's in here because I was going to kind of pick her out because I love the fact that those kids can read out loud. Our kids who read out loud might have a little bit of a speech impediment. I'm not sure how that would function on their system, but I also would love to know if they have sign language recognition, because that would tell me how well they're reading. And that's just a challenge. That's an offer, an invitation to collaborate. Or if they don't have it yet, let's innovate it. But most of all, we just want to connect with you, because at any time, it may not be the right time right now, but it could be in the future that, hey, remember I was at the HEAL conference and I really wanted to learn a little bit more about this, and now I just had this deaf person? Contact us. So make sure you like us on Facebook or LinkedIn or Instagram. We don't tweet. All right. And this is the last of it. And I just want to say this because I have the honor, and I just want to say this. The award I got earlier was really for the two people in that black and white picture. But ultimately, I can't do this by myself. You can't make changes by yourself. You can't live purpose in your life by yourself. The quote here says, and I know it's hard to read, great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. And I just want you to know they're not here, but I have the best people. This is us having fun. We do things. We went to Topgolf. We zip line. We do all the fun things. Up there is just showing up. We're at a conference. We're telling you about ourselves. Over there, when we win an award or somebody in our team does something great, we celebrate. COVID didn't get us down. We all still showed up. This down here is one of my favorites, because when we host Educator Series, it's not just about us. If we're going to affect change or you want to be like us, we've got to come to you. And we do that. And that's over 50 or 60 people at a conference. That's pretty amazing. And so you can tell I love them very much. But I thank them because of them, I can stand up here. So thank you guys very much. Thank you.
I've had the pleasure of meeting a lot of you before. So some maybe in Vegas, some maybe in another lifetime, some maybe in a dream. And I will say it is an honor to share space with you and to feel the love and the courage to be vulnerable, to be our authentic self. In this moment, I get to celebrate a lot of us and our authenticity. So we have our second award ceremony that will start now. I'm bringing to the stage again Jeff. Oh, he's already here. Thank you. Surprise. I love when everything just synchronizes perfectly. So with no further ado, we welcome to the stage Lori Paul, life coach Lori Paul. Please give her a round of applause. And of course, we encourage our awardees to express words just about keeping it 2 minutes brief. Thank you. Go ahead, Lori. Congratulations.
Have to lower that a little bit. First, I want to say thank you to HEAL. This has been an incredible experience the last 2 days, and I know tomorrow will be even better. So I'm very grateful for this wonderful award. And actually, I want to thank you for 2 awards. The second one is all of you, here, and back there, all of you. The connections that I've made have been really amazing to me. They have made me think, they have made me feel, they have given me extra motivation, but they've made me realize that my dreams, I can achieve them because I've seen it in all of you, so I will not remain stagnant the way I have been for a while. What this award means to me is that I've been seen and I've been heard, not only in platforms like this, but on my social media, in speaking up on what I've been doing for the last 20 years, and that is talking about mental health and substance use disorder for both adolescents and adults. You have no idea how hard it is to see people struggling day in and day out, afraid to speak up. They don't know where to go, they don't know where to turn, and it's changing. With that being said, I know that I can't do it alone, and being here today, I've made quite a few connections, and I know more are yet to come. Every single person in this room, you are trailblazers, you are visionaries, you are courageous, and just like me, you were born not to fit in. You were born to stand out. So I applaud you. And I want to say again, this award is for those that I have helped in my almost 20 years in this space, for those that I'm currently helping right now, and for those that I have yet to meet. And with your support and your help and your collaboration, we can get the stigma off the table, and no one will ever be afraid to ask for help, or their families either. And when we do this together, we definitely can heal. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, our next awardee coming up is Dr. Tunde. Dr. Tunde, come on down. Dr. Tunde has a very unique story coming all the way from Nigeria, has a lot of good things to celebrate. We hope you learn his story.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Tunde Ajagbe. So I'm so excited to be here today. This will be my first intellectual outing in the United States of America. Since 5 years I've been here. So it will be a memorable one because I've actually been engaging in some countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, South Africa, Gambia, and coming to America. I've actually been thinking of a day when I will find myself among like minds. So this will be a memorable one. I'm the president of Maryland Publishing and Research Institute. So my passion is to write articles, journal articles, conference papers. I've written a textbook, financing technology-based firms in Malaysia, venture capitals and VCs, venture capitals and technology-based firms. That was what I studied during my PhD. So this award is one of the awards I've got. I've got some other awards, and like my other awardees mentioned, what we have been doing, you will be excited that some people are watching. Even though education is boring, research is boring, it may not be financially rewarding, but somebody out there is watching, and we are getting awards for that. So what it means is that you are outstanding in your individual career and passion. So I've been in the industry. I worked as a regional sales manager in Nigeria for 12 years before I delved into research. I left my high-paying jobs in Nigeria and I went to Malaysia for my PhD. That was where I developed my passion for research, and since then I've been mentoring scholars in how to write journal articles. I found a gap, a huge gap in this academic system. A lot of professors, you can find them on the podium teaching very well, but most of them, some of them, I don't want to generalize, they have difficulty in writing journal articles. So many of them are stagnant in their career. Sometimes we use professors generally. Real professors are the ones who have published outstandingly. Not because you are teaching. You are not a professor when you are teaching, you are a teacher. But for you to be promoted to the position of a professor, you have published outstandingly. So I discovered that a lot of people could not publish. Students, postgraduate students, is a requirement for you to graduate. As a PhD student, as a master's student, you must publish at least 2 journal articles in some universities, not all. So I've met PhD holders from UK, from USA, they don't have 1 journal article. Some professors, like one doctor was saying it here, that they should start teaching students how to publish, not telling them go and publish. And that is actually what's happening. Professors tell them go and publish. They don't show them how to publish. So that's why they can use AI softwares and everything to go and get anything and put it online. So, but I saw that gap, and I started mentoring students online on how to. I started by teaching them how to convert their dissertations to journal articles. So from there, if you want to learn how to start from scratch, how to develop a literature review, how to collect your data, how to analyze your data, how to put sense into your data, and how to discuss and come up with conclusions. So I do it online, although it's been free. Like one of my colleagues here was asking me, how do you make money? You know, in education, when you put money first, you are not helping somebody. So you have to do it free. Like what I used to say, you do it free, money will come later.
Yes.
So I want to thank my mentees, people that believe in me, that have been listening to me, that have been following me. I want to thank them for this award, and everybody, my family members, my country, Nigeria, and Malaysia, University Technology Malaysia, where I caught my tutelage in research. So I believe more of this will be coming, because like this is going to go online, and many other people will see it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Our next awardee is John Ballinger of First Lead U.
For those that didn't hear my message, I want to put an exclamation point on it. My dad was an attorney, so I grew up in the courtrooms, and at 12 years old, I walked out with someone that had been abused by the court system. I looked at my dad, and I said, Dad, how can the courts do that? And he said, remember these words, and I want everyone in this room to remember these words. He said, son, the knowing take advantage of the unknowing. And that's on my business card. It stuck with me here, those that understand heart. And everyone in this room that has been given the ability to know has the responsibility to help them that do not know, which are the majority of the population. The second thing I will say about the HEAL conference, since this is the first one in America, is that when I went to CEO boot camp in 2010, the McDonald's CEO and the Coca-Cola CEO were on the platform, and they were the teachers of the conference, and we worked about 18 hours a day for 2 weeks straight in this boot camp. It was grueling. But they started out the conference with this. The McDonald's CEO was holding a Coke, and the Coke CEO was holding a cheeseburger, and they said by 2025, which was the 2010, that we're going to put a cheeseburger and a Coca-Cola in the hands of anyone in the world that wants a Coke and a cheeseburger, and we're going to do it through collaboration. If you don't collaborate in the next decade, 2 decades on fixing the ills of the world, you're not going to succeed. So quit trying to silo yourself. And thank you for the HEAL conference.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I give you a hug.
Thank you very much.
All right. Our next awardee is Conrad Aquino from Stress Free Initiative. Please welcome Conrad.
I'm truly honored to be recognized today. It just validates the work that we do, all of us. And thank you for, first of all, my #1 supporter, right? And my #2 supporter, which is my significant other who continues to believe in me. But most of all, of course, thank you to HEAL Conference to allow all of us to be able to talk about the elephant in the room, right? And all of us here to share something greater than us, right? And which is our mission, our purpose, and our dreams to be able to collaborate with each other here and connect with each other to fulfill our dreams. So go Dream Team.
Yes. Congratulations, Sandra. Our next awardee is Anya Halama from Expansion Alchemy.
So just over a year ago, I lost my entire business. I lost my website, 30,000 email subscribers, and then I spent a lot of months trying to retrieve everything. I spent the next 2 months being in a complete mental breakdown, questioning my worth, questioning myself, questioning if this is my path, if this is what I should be doing with life. And one day I just decided to surrender. I had enough, completely enough, surrendered to the higher power, surrendered to God. And in a 4-hour meditation, I received the message of Expansion Alchemy, which is the company that I have. Everything was given to me in that 4-hour meditation. The name, the logo, the colors, the branding, what partners I want out of it. But the message that came out of that was collaboration, not competition. we don't have to do things by ourselves anymore. I don't have to build a business by myself. Why not collaborate with people and reach a much wider audience? Why not help people together? The way I teach resonates with some people. The way all of you teach resonates with others. Why not combine our powers, join our forces, and help heal the world, all of it, together? So cheers to collaboration, cheers to healing. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next awardee, my little friend, wants to do it at once. Okay. Dr. Brian T. Long, Path to Recovery. Please welcome Dr. Brian. That's right, that's right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Shoot, I feel like we're on the Academy Awards right now. Shoot. I had my speech and everything. I was like, shoot, I'm about to bring up my speech. But I said, everybody else don't got their phone, nothing. So I got to speak from my heart because I speak real good when I speak from my heart. And so, first thing first, I wanted to say thank you, God, for everything that you have done. Because if it wasn't for my higher power, I would not be here on today. And then the second thing I would like to thank is for the HEAL Conference staff. Everything that you put together to make this happen. I'm not going to lie to you, when you first reached out, I was like, you chose me. And I was very humbled that you chose me, you know, because you could have chose anyone else in this world, but you chose me. And so lastly, I would like to thank, no, not lastly, but another person that I would like to thank is all the superheroes in this room. You are all superheroes. Because if you wasn't a superhero, you would not be changing the lives that you are changing. And see, what we got to understand is that our life and our impact that we have on other people allows their lives to change. So therefore, any superhero that's in this room, you deserve to be acknowledged as a superhero. Because you're changing the life of tomorrow. Yes. Lastly, I want to thank all the voiceless people because I'm here today to speak on your behalf. I'm here to travel the world to let the world know that your life matters. Those that have been going through addictions and mental health issues and spiritually broken, my job is to go ye therefore into all the world and to preach the word that I need to preach to help people's lives change. When I thought about the HEAL conference, I broke that down into when they talked about how H stands for health. All of us here are here for our health. Yes. We're strengthening ourselves spiritually, mentally, and physically. Everybody that is a superhero in this room brings a different component that we all learn from. And so because our health is changing spiritually, mentally, and physically, now we're becoming educated. We've learned from the things that we've gained from this time of coming together and collaborating and learning from each other is the last thing. We learn from the knowledge that was given, and now it is our time as we heal to go back into our respective places and heal the world. Yeah. As I end, go and speak life into those who are voiceless. Because now that you are healed, I want you to be able to take that challenge and use what you've gained so that others can become healed as well. Thank you.
Beautiful.
We have two more awardees. Please welcome Dr. Nita Nagra from Fit to Be Strong Leader. Dr. Nita.
I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm really grateful for this award, but more so because I've had the opportunity to learn and collaborate with all of you inspiring people. So I'm just going to share a really quick, brief story, because everyone's been talking about some of the hardships that they faced. And so when I was in grade 3, I did a test which determined that I had below average intelligence. Now, what the schools or these test administrators didn't know was that I was being severely bullied, and I probably was depressed and anxious. And so that had impacted my ability to, I guess, concentrate and answer the questions properly. And so essentially for a while, I thought I was stupid, because I was looking at these results, and then in addition to that, my family wasn't very happy with my test results either. But something within me told me that I'm not going to accept this label, because this isn't who I am. I know who I am. And so sure enough, I just focused on what I thought I was, and I was able to successfully graduate elementary school. I actually won an academic award. In high school, I skipped a grade. And long story short, now I'm here. And so essentially, when I think back to that girl in grade 3 who thought that she was stupid and wasn't really going to be able to do anything, I think to myself, I don't want anyone else having to be there. And so that's why I do what I do, because for me, it's really important that people don't accept labels that have been placed on them, that they are capable of doing so much more than what people think that they're able to do. And so that's part of the work that I'm really passionate about doing, is helping people thrive and live to their full potential. And I really appreciate being here, because I can see that's what everyone here is doing. So thank you so much, everyone, for this opportunity, and thank you, HEAL.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And our next and final awardee is Dr. Akansha Pandit from Cogniment. Please welcome Dr. Akansha.
Hi, good evening. Firstly, thank you, HEAL. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I feel immensely honored to receive this award at such an early stage of my career. There's still a lot that I want to do in the field of neurology, and this is just the beginning. Also, this room is filled with incredibly talented people and beautiful hearts. I would like to add that we are the creators of our own destiny. And if you are passionate enough to know that and follow your heart, and especially uplift the global health, you are powerful and you are unstoppable. So keep up the great work that you're doing. And last but not the least, I would like to thank my parents. Who have incessantly supported me in everything. My fiance, the love of my life, who has been my constant cheerleader. And my wonderful in-laws, who have always told me how proud they are of me. Unfortunately, none of them could make it because of the visa issues. It's 2 a.m. in India right now, and they're up just to watch me. So I dedicate this award to them. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We know what time it is. It's time to sing one of our good job songs. Anyone have a preference? Michael Jackson? Ooh, all right, Michael, way to heal our eyesight. We can see. All right, good job. I'm telling you, you did a really good job. You did a very good job. Good job. I'm telling you, you did a very good job. You did a very good job. All right, everyone, thank you so much. So many thoughts on my mind, but what I really feel is love. Let's give it up for love. The love we feel in this room, the love we feel for each other, for service, for being committed to something so much greater than we ever thought possible. And this is just the beginning. Thank you all for showing up, for wearing your authenticity proudly, for walking in your truth, walking in your power, for sharing your smiles, sharing those hugs, for being present in the moment when we need each other and we need that connection, and also when we need the correction. Well, we have a really exciting fireside chat planned now. And after that fireside chat, there'll be a very special something that I've been planning for a while. So stay tuned. Please welcome Richard K. Williams to the stage with Brooke McKeever to talk a fireside chat on the role of photobiomodulation in the management and containment of infectious diseases. And if you're like me, take some notes.
So we're very honored to have this discussion and have one more chance to talk with you. What I'd like to do is start with a backstory, which relates to connections. Connections that are unexpected and the improbable journey that brought us here. And it started with me in high school doing a science fair project. And I needed help. I wanted to do something in semiconductors. And I didn't have the access to the papers or the know-how or anything. There was no internet at the time. So I saw an article about a professor at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. And I called him up. And he said, come over. So I drove 3.5 hours over to Champaign-Urbana to meet him. And he helped me with my science project. That professor was named John Bardeen, who is the Nobel Prize winner who invented the transistor. So he's a man who changed the entire world, but he took time to help a high school student. And he said, why don't you come to school here? So I did, and I graduated from UIUC, and then I went to Silicon Valley. And I joined a startup. It wasn't a startup company, it was kind of a restarting of a company. And I turned down another small company at the time, was called Intel, which I said, no, I want to go do this other stuff. And this company I worked for, we ended up making power electronics. So I was able to design the airbag for Mercedes, which was the first airbag that prevented babies' necks from getting broken when the airbag deployed. And the first power supply for the very first notebook computer, the Apple Blackbird notebook. The power chips in the StarTAC telephone, if you ever remember the first flip chip thing, this is ancient history. But during those 18 years of that company, I also got interested in biotech. So I went to Berkeley 2 nights a week for a 2-hour BART trip up to Berkeley, and I learned about molecular biology with no idea why I'm doing that. Then, after 18 years, the company got sold, and I said, okay, well, I don't want to keep working for big companies, so I started my own company. And just at that time, this new thing called a smartphone had been invented. But it had all kinds of problems. At that time, phones used yellow backlights, and they had camera flashes that looked like the pictures looked like you just got out of prison. They're too bright. So we created LED technology to dim the backlight of the phone and to replace the xenon flashbulb with an LED and put safety features into that. And later, we took that to do the LED backlight for LG television and Vizio TV, HD TVs. All this was a new field called photonics, the control of light. But the problem is, when I started my company, I took money from investors. They call it OPM, other people's money. And when you have OPM, your company has only 2 fates. You must either sell or have a public offering to the stock market, which is, in essence, also selling. So in 2005, I did an IPO. We were listed on NASDAQ. I rang the bell, opened the stock market, did all the things, and every year for 7 years, 4 times a year, I had to go travel to Boston and New York to talk to all the Wall Street types. And in 2012, the company was bought. And during the time that I was there, I'm thinking, these people don't have any heart. They don't care about the lives we're changing. They're just making money. And they can spread a rumor and the stock goes up, they make money. They spread a bad rumor, the stock goes down, they make money. So as long as the stock price is moving, they're happy. And I'm thinking, do I really want, now that my company's bought, do I really want to go back to that? And I said, no. So one of my investors said, you know, there's this crazy guy for the last 10 years have been trying to use LEDs to treat people. And he's worked out all these protocols, but he can't manufacture the devices, and he can't get into the hospitals because he doesn't have the technical pedigree, and the FDA was being dominated by pharma industries who were trying to prevent any alternative to drugs from coming to the market. So I said, you know, that sounds like a good thing to do. So I took all the know-how that I had in all the photonics of the previous company, mixed it with all his ideas, and we created LightMD as a result. But the key point was, we took the money we made from the IPO and we invested it in LightMD so that we would never be subject to other people's money taking over the company so the pharma companies could buy us out and shut us down. And people who are in the healthcare industry have to know that, you know, when you're starting to be successful, don't give in to that. So then the story jumps forward to I was in Hong Kong during the outbreak of SARS. And then I was in Dubai during the outbreak of MERS. I had nothing to do with either of these contagions. but we came up with a protocol and wrote a letter to the Prince of Saudi Arabia trying to get us to come use our device to treat MERS. We had prepared it all, and we didn't get a response. So you fast forward to the end of 2019, 2020. Suddenly, we start seeing an outbreak that looks like kind of MERS. It has a different characteristic, but it had a SARS-like characteristic. And so we sent out a letter immediately to all the doctors who owned our machines, because we don't do therapy. We only make the machines and teach doctors how to use them. They're the real heroes in the story, not us. And one of the doctors was being pushed, oh, you have to do intubation, you have to do mechanical ventilators, and all these extreme interventions only lowered the chance of survival for the patient. So one doctor in Texas said, you know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take this machine and I'm going to start treating people. And people were dying left and right at that time by early 2020. So he actually took a van and he put the machine in the van, and the patients drove up in a car, and he handed the pads to them, and they sat in the car and did the treatments, and he sat in a van and ran the power for them, and he treated 50 patients. And of those 50 patients, all of them recovered within 3 days with no drugs. But difficult to get that story out, because at that time there was basically a blackout on all scientific information, and that was a bad lesson that the world learned. Was when you stop communicating, people stop learning. They're even afraid to voice their opinion. So that was an amazing result. Since then, he's treated 350 patients, 200 of which were long COVID. All of them have recovered, and none of them need to live on supplemental oxygen. So that was a real success story in showing how managing an infectious, inflammatory disease can be done without relying on the pharmaceuticals or classical conventional medicine. It doesn't mean that it has to be done exclusively. But this way, you don't have to take drugs that destroy your liver or kidneys just to stay alive, because then you lower your quality of life. So that's my story of how the improbable way I got here and how we started inadvertently in the area of managing infectious disease. So Brooke has her own story.
Hello, everyone. So actually, that crazy inventor I knew towards the end of college in Northern California, and I was studying to be a marine biologist and playing basketball as the only woman on the all-guys intramural team. And so that crazy inventor had a device that helped me with my ankle injuries and jammed fingers. And I knew about it because I was a broke college kid with very minimal insurance, and somebody suggested that I try this light device. And it was mostly for skin indications, but go ahead and just try for your ankle and let's see what it does. And it absolutely changed the course of my ankles and their health, and just I literally was in a cast boot every year of high school and portion of middle school. So it really changed that. So I was thinking about it. He's like, oh, you'd be really good at this. You're from Texas. You care about people. You're a scientist. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a marine biologist. Totally different. And then Circle of Life happened, and in 2007, I was in a car accident. I was rear-ended at 50 miles an hour, and that literally changed the course of my entire life because I could only stand comfortably for 5 minutes at a time. I was told for a year and a half just to take lots of medication, go to chiropractic, do as much as I possibly could, decompression, massage, all the typical Western medicine modalities, and nothing was working. I mean, complete pain, no use of my right arm, and I was 24 at the time, I believe. And they said, 3 spine surgeons said, you absolutely have to do the surgery. There's no way around it. And me knowing a little bit, I used to watch my ex-stepfather in surgery, and I just said, that's not going to work for me. I do not want neck surgery and a lifetime of pain and additional surgeries. So I said no, and I called the crazy inventor, Dan, and I said, hey, by any chance would that machine that worked on my ankle, would that work for my neck? And he's like, what took so long? And literally drove me a machine. I started making payments, and within 1 month only, 1 month, I was able to wean myself off of all medication. I was able to wear my hair in a ponytail because even that is too heavy when you have a neck injury. Carry a purse, wear heels. In 6 months, I was running again. It's like I didn't ever look back on that injury until 10 years later. But what that did in healing myself set the course for, now this is going to be my mission. If I was told this in my young 20s, that I had to get surgery, and that was the only absolute option unless I wanted to be in pain and not feel my right arm, which I'm dominant on my right side, is that this is your only option is surgery. And I was there to disprove that. And so whoever was in the same predicament as myself, whatever age, I wanted to give them another option. And fast forward to 5 years later is when Dan and myself, and we started meeting up with Richard. And Richard, I think we met at CES the first time, and just understanding and his history and where he came from. And when the companies did pair up, that's when really the technology took off. Richard had the capability and his engineering team to design and manufacture a really top-notch machine and take the concept from what Dan had into a machine that we could materialize into an effective solution for hospitals and doctors and patients alike. And so I continued doing light and trying to, nobody believed in it at that time. It was me looking like an alien, giving away this red light blinking. What are you doing with this huge backpack on my back? And all that turned into just groundwork and just putting it out there and all over. New York and Texas and California, and really learning the machine and about myself. And fast forward, for infectious diseases, I had a few cases. I had some mono cases. I had some pneumonia, bronchitis, some flu, and it was consistently working, but it was frequency-based that it was working. So there are some rife frequencies that are anti-pathogenic in our device that are used in combination with other frequencies that literally make it impossible for those infections to survive. And that is a different mechanism than the blue light. And so seeing those kind of results in our office, even a case of tuberculosis. It was a teacher who she was told she just had a consistent cough. And she ended up having tuberculosis for an entire year before it was diagnosed. And she came to us with very, very labored breathing. Well, that woman now owns a machine, and her daughter has another machine in which she started a business up in Northern California because of her experience with us. She's able to breathe and work and live a comfortable life. And so it's really interesting to me on how all of these different people from different walks of life, and whatever the disease or injury or illness is, on how light can have an effect, and dramatic effect on the quality of life, but also on eliminating some diseases that medication either worked part way or didn't, but that light was a solution to get them to where they needed. And then fast forward, we'll go to COVID. Or my COVID experience?
Okay. I'll give one more infectious disease, one more infectious disease example. Our partner, Dan, was working with a doctor in LA who was Dr. Halsey, actually the daughter of the admiral. And she had been treating patients who had some respiratory illness. And they treated the patient, and then he left, and he started to feel ill, and so did she. So they had contracted something from the patient. So she immediately started using her machine to treat herself. Dan was partying with his college friend, and they went to a baseball game and hung out that whole week. And by the end of the week, he was so sick, he couldn't take it anymore. So he went home, and he just started treating himself with the machine. The friend that he went to the baseball game with did not have a light machine. After 1 week of what Dan claims was the worst week of his life, fever and nausea, then they tested and he found he had H1N1, bird flu. And he recovered fully. He called up Dr. Halsey. She had no symptoms because she took the treatment immediately. He called up his friend. His friend was in the hospital for 1 month. He had liver failure. He contracted diabetes and almost died. So the issue there is when you're dealing with an infectious disease, timing is everything. And that leads us to the long COVID. If you treat it early, it's just an inflammatory symptom. You get rid of the inflammation, you recover. But if you wait, now it becomes a metabolic issue, it becomes a neurological issue. Now you're going to have to deal with multi-symptoms.
So we have a few cases of long COVID that I wanted to share some examples. And one was a young man, professional surfer, who was in Bali and contracted COVID in 2019. He came to us in 2023 with brain fog. His coloring was off. He was just completely out of it. And so And he had been living like that, but when he contracted COVID in Bali, he actually went to the hospital and was given some medication, which made him go into liver failure. So now he was fighting for his life, for his liver, but also from the COVID. So when he came back to the States, and years later is when we actually were able to treat him. It took 2 weeks. 2 weeks for him to have a full recovery from his long COVID, from the liver damage. His coloring completely changed. His mother, who came to the sessions with us, says, "I have my son back." He's with it, he's alert. You can see the coloring in his eyes. You can see the coloring in his skin. He's just completely recovered. And so seeing that was pretty amazing to see in such a straight turnaround on how light can have a tremendous effect on the body. But there was another more impactful case that came from a colleague of mine who's a nurse, and she actually started a business. We trained her on the device. Her sister had a life-changing experience, and so both of them ended up purchasing machines. And Monica is a nurse, so she has Synergy Light Therapy in Montebello. It's in East LA in California. So her client actually came to her. She was on the lung transplant list. She was post-COVID. She's a long hauler for a year and a half. 4 months in the hospital, intubated, ventilator, trach, ECMO, then two rehab centers to learn how to walk and to learn how to exercise her lungs. So she went to visit her daughter in California before she went to hopefully get a lung transplant. And so she promised her daughter that she would do 1 session. Well, that 1 session turned into 6 one-hour sessions. And in that time, this woman went from fibroids in her lungs, lung heart scars, scar tissue thickening in and around the lungs, a consistent heart rate of 125 beats per minute to 180 beats per minute. Her OSAT stayed only maximum at 93, going all the way down to an 89. Shortness of breath, fatigue. She carried a portable oxygen unit with her. She was only able to sleep 2 hours at a time. So all this was going on, which she also lost her husband during COVID. They were both intubated. So she woke up and he was gone. So lots of trauma associated. After only 1 session, her blood pressure went from a 148/98 down to 138/86. Her heart rate went from 125 BPM down to 115. Her oxygen went from 90 to 93% up to 98%. That was in 1 session. She was only able to take a 3-second count of a deep breath, consistently coughing, wheezing. Before her 2nd session, she reported she got a full night's sleep. So after only sleeping 2 hours a night because she would wake up short of breath, not being able to breathe, she was able to get 6 hours straight. So she did a second treatment. Her blood pressure went from a 134/88 to 132/82. Her heart rate went from a 102 to 92. Her oxygen went from 98% to 99. She then was able to breathe 7 seconds for deep breath, and her wheezing was lessened. Before the 3rd session, she actually slept the whole night. She went to Disneyland with her daughter and walked the entire day for 5 hours without stopping. This is somebody that wasn't able to do chores without shortness of breath. The next day, she actually went to the Hollywood Walk of Fame because she didn't get enough of the Southern California tourism, and she was able to literally do it. So she's pushing herself. So then she starts with a heart rate of 92 and 84 BPM. She finishes with, went from a 92 to an 84 after that session. She was no longer wheezing. On the 4th session, she went from an 88 heart rate down to an 80. And her blood pressure, 134/82, down to 130/80. She ended up doing 6 sessions total in that week. And overall, her oxygen improved from a 90 to a 99%. Her blood pressure went from, her heart rate went from 125 to 75 beats per minute. She also had lung CT scans showing less scar tissue, less fibroids, a fibroid on her left lower lung that was 1.1 centimeters down to 0.05. Her pulmonary nodules reduced in size or are gone, and her diagnosis of moderate to severe chronic interstitial lung disease went down to a mild case. This is 1 month after her 6 sessions of light. Her doctor took her off the lung transplant list. She is no longer carrying around supplemental oxygen. She is sleeping every night. It's cases like this with 6 one-hour sessions that you've completely transformed somebody's life just by the power of light. And so things like that just really stick out with you and are impactful, because this woman not only got to enjoy the week with her daughter before what she thought was going to be a long trip with the lung transplant and more surgeries and more struggling, to now being able to enjoy her life.
So we can't spread this message by ourselves. And we've found the medical industry very vertically siloed. Every specialty only talks to other people in that field. People in the same hospital don't even know each other. So this kind of group, you're the ones who will spread the word and change the world, not us. We're only the enabler. You're the actual messengers. But last topic we'd like to just bring up is, we survived COVID. What about the next pandemic? What can we do differently to change the trajectory of the disease and get a containment without letting the pharmaceutical companies tell us they know what to do when they in reality do not know what to do? So what's your idea?
The best thing for people to do is to own their own machines, to have this tool if a pandemic comes up again, to be able to have access. If you can't do that, to be able to have a small clinic or a local place that you can go that provides this light therapy. I think we're a ways out of the U.S. hospital system in adopting this technology, but I'm still hopeful. So if not that, then doing non-contact therapy for infectious diseases is a way to keep the contagion from spreading while still helping people to heal themselves.
And in Taiwan, we're now like in 14 hospitals. We're not in 14 hospitals in America. So America has tremendous resistance to new technology in deploying any alternative, especially biophysics related. But the other thing is, if you go back to the events of January of 2020, by the time the government figured out what was going on, it was already a world pandemic. It would spread so far. So hopefully, through our connections, through artificial intelligence, through more transparent data, we can start to have AI analyze the data and start to make suggestions of what are the likely candidates that are the contagions, and we can use methods that invoke the innate immune system, not the adaptive immune system, which has an ability to react to something that it's never seen before, because the adaptive immune system cannot. And we know that a vaccine that comes in only 6 months has a lot of risks associated with it. So if we can find ways to use our innate immune system, we can contain a contagion before it becomes uncontainable and has all the psychological, physiological, and economic effects that we've learned. A pandemic is not simply a medical condition. It's actually an entire societal event. So we're hoping that this technology can be one means, and we will, of course, be working on lower cost versions to be able to deploy that for wider spread personal use. But at the same time, it involves a change in the hospitals and the FDA itself. So that takes culture change, and that takes time. Okay, that's about all we have to talk about. So any questions?
We have some devices that have been hand carried there, but not yet because it's not approved.
One of the things about Europe is they have a different approval system called CE Med, and it costs essentially the same as the FDA approval. So it like doubles the approval costs. So if America and Europe could agree on one set of standards, it would greatly help the world. But Europe can't even agree with England, so. Yeah.
Side effects.
Side effects, basically only dehydration. you have to hydrate because you will definitely feel it. That's why in general the light beds are not as good, because if you're treating all the body, you're treating parts that are not sick, but that's still causing an increased dehydration level. So you really want to concentrate it on the portions of the body that are sick if you can. And this is not for general health or a musculoskeletal thing. I'm talking about visceral organs being affected by infectious disease.
Do you have any waterproof ones?
Water, which one?
Waterproof ones?
Oh, we could do it. We've not tried to make one, but it's entirely, the technology is entirely possible. Yeah, we would have to seal the pad with a plastic layer, a silicone layer as part of the molding process, where you would lay down and then we call it an overmold, but it's entirely doable. We did have this machine fall off the back of a motorbike, and also get a horse went crazy and went running and dragging the machine behind it. So it has survived some tough situations.
Is there a list of areas that it treats and that it doesn't treat?
Anywhere if you're human, it treats you. If you're living, so animals, plants, humans, if you're biologically alive, it works for you.
Yeah. It's basically mitochondria are everywhere, from simple creatures all the way up to whales and mammals included. And
I mean, we have stories of fish to camels to dogs and cats, ducks, hamsters.
We don't think the fish market is a very big market, though.
Oh, it's amazing for autoimmune. And the reason is in the name, photobiomodulation. It modulates the system. So whether the immune system is overactive or underactive, it's actually the same exact protocol that you use, and the body adjusts to what it needs. And that way, it's the same for hypo and hyperthyroidism. So it's really about the location and the place on the body that we place it, rather than the treatment that we do, because it's going to be the same.
And everything we know, we share to everybody. So whatever we know, if we get a new discovery, or a doctor in Africa or in India makes a discovery, we share it with everybody, because that's the way medicine should be. It should be a common database, not this company owns that and that company owns this and this is my IP.
I'm just curious. So you were saying that these sessions are an hour. Is that how long treatment usually is, or what's the average time?
So there's treatments which are tissue specific at 20 minutes, and then we string a series of them together to call a session, because in hospitals we've found you can't do the treatments, because if you're doing a sequence of 3 treatments and the nurse staff changes or the doctors change, it gets lost in the mix. So now we just have this one-touch session for medical, for chiropractic, for sports, which was we were used by the China swim team when they won the gold medal. And then also for skincare. Skincare is much less time, because you don't want to put too much energy into the upper layers of the skin to get the highest efficacy. But the internal medicine of the MedPro is all 1 hour, 60 joules going into the body per square centimeter. So it's a lot of energy. That's why you need water.
Yeah, usually we do 20-minute sessions for quick fix, or a headache or migraine, something like that. Doesn't need too much energy.
The problem is somebody comes with one issue, and then when you're treating them, it's like, oh, but I really have this knee problem. Oh, but I got this mold growing on my ankle, and okay. Then the next thing you know, they've been there for 2 hours, and it's like, okay, I really got to go to dinner now. So.
And they really don't want to hear the beep. When the beep of the machine means the treatment is done, usually people are like, oh. It's a good sign.
Okay, one last question, or? That means we answered all the questions. Wow. Oh, no. Well, again, because the organs you need to target shouldn't be all of them at once, then you would be making a device where parts of it would be off. People did it, or people built vests to hold it, but it turns out that it wasn't very well received. So placing it and where you... Fix what's broken, don't fix what's working fine. Okay,
Actually,
thank you.
there's systemic benefits. So when you're working on a specific location, it's going to help the whole body.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Brooke and Richard. What an informative opportunity. I hope we heard the call to action that they gave us. Yeah. Anyone want to just share what they heard very briefly? We could do a little popcorn share real quick. I heard some nods. I heard some words. Anyone want to share? What was the call to action?
We're the ones to spread the word.
Spread the word. So we started the morning with touch it, read it, learn it, teach it. Everybody then talks about it. Let's keep talking about it. I promised we were going to do something real fun to close. So can I borrow 3 minutes of your joy? I promise to amplify it. So we learned this chant yesterday, and I really feel like we're almost ready for a mega mix. So what a mega mix chant situation is when we do one chant, we take that little breath pause and we go along and we go to the next one because we've already learned them, right? And so my belief is that we can do this. So again, it's in the spirit of call and response. So I've changed the lyrics a bit to fit our purpose. And here it goes. I say we got it going on at HEAL Conference. I said we got it going on at the HEAL. We're going to have a lot of fun as we make new rules. Oh, where they at, y'all? Oh, where they at, y'all? I said we got it, we got it, we got it. I said we got it, we got it, we got it. HEAL Conference rocks the house. We rock the house, say what? HEAL Conference, we rock the house. HEAL Conference, we rock the house. Rock that house, y'all. Rock that house with me. Okay, we'll do it without the dance part this time, okay? And my last one is, we heal, we heal. We heal the world. We heal the world with love, okay? So I'll save you that chant for tomorrow. But when you see a Freedom School site, and Freedom School sites also work in adjudicated facilities. We know them as juvenile facilities. We have success stories all over the world. I have not been a part of Freedom School sites in about 7 years, but I spent 15 years of my life on Alex Haley's farm in Clinton, Tennessee, training with other youth development leaders and spiritual leaders, and that's where my spirit of servant leadership comes from. So in that spirit, I wanted to pull back my younger self, my teenager, the one who was invincible, who believed she can do anything and change the world and would not take anyone's no for an answer. And my favorite song was La vida es un carnaval. Life is a carnival. So I invite everyone to stand up and dance with me. I was hoping for a partner. I tried to get Tito. So we don't have to know the steps to feel the music. And what we have is a room full of feeling. And so where I come from, we celebrate with movement because there's been a lot of energy moving through us today. So go ahead and move those hips a little bit. And all you got to do is bend one knee, bend the other knee, okay? And if you feel so moved, I'll show you a little partner. You can grab a friend, make a connection, all right? And you can just do a turn. So on the count of 3, 2, 1, we're all going to enjoy life being a carnival. Find someone to connect with. Go ahead. It can be a trio. It can be a duo. And we got soloists. We got some friends over here. Come here, Marianne. Join us. We're ready. Give yourself a turn. There you go. We got a dancer up here who needs somebody. Brian, Dr. Brian. Marianne needs a partner.
Todo aquel que piense que la vida es desigual tiene que saber que
doing? HEAL conference. How you feeling? So now we're going to add fantastic. Terrific. Great. All day long. And do the matrix. Whoa. All right, let's try it. HEAL conference. How you feeling? Fantastic. Terrific. Great. All day long. Whoa. On that note, see everyone mañana. Hasta mañana. Have a great night. Thank you. I love you.